You really
So-
think that? I think a lot of people are sat there thinking they're doing a load to change the way we are going to react, but we're really not doing fuck all.
Yeah, I mean, but what can we do?
What can we do exactly? So then we're not really doing anything, are we?
Oh, remember how I
we're
used to
doing
say?
what we can do now.
They're going to
Remember
be
how I used to
begging
say?
for a third poke.
Remember I used to say I'm Batman, right? You guys remember me joking
I
about
thought
that,
you
right?
really were Batman.
Well, I wasn't joking. That's what we can do. I'm not saying going up these
Yeah.
people. I mean, I'm saying you have to
Tribute
work.
I think Bong's
You
not
have to
poking.
work.
I am
He's not
Batman.
joking. He is Batman. I mean, who?
His name was
Wait.
not
Does anybody?
Yeah,
Does anybody
no,
here
let me
deny that?
finish.
Does anybody deny that Bong is Batman?
Yeah, I
Hey,
do.
of course, but
I don't
we
know what
are
the
all.
problem is.
Solution
So what I'm saying
is
is, in the
simple.
Batman is a
Well, wait a
symbol,
minute.
right?
Can't radar go 93 million miles and find out if Bong is Batman?
The point is this: in the movie, okay, if you watch the movie, as a man,
Batman sucks
I
anyway.
can be killed, I can be destroyed, okay, I can be ruined, I can, as a man, but as a symbol, I can be incorruptible. This is the idea. This is what they do. They put symbols out for you to reach out to, patriotism, whatever these things are. And we have to kind of
Satan.
like work the same way. Don't you know what I mean? If you put your face out there, if you put yourself out there, you're gonna get attacked and you're gonna be stopped. But if you put the symbol out there,
Two wars are.
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what that is what governments do with wars now. It's
Yeah.
what a proxy war is, where you don't put your own nation's flag to the war any longer. That's why we will never see a world war ever again. Not in the same way.
Yeah, and this is what the
Long.
elites do.
They're going to be begging for the mark of the
Yeah, people will
Well,
beg.
yes, but there are those of us who, once we have facts, we have the truth, the complete objective truth of what's going on. We're building systems from the ground up. We're building buildings around our systems. We're implementing our systems through the contracts that we make, the things that we're doing. We're setting up new private schools. We're doing new private businesses.
Are we?
Well, look at this. What is a logo? Right? What is a logo? A logo is a symbol. Nike, just do it. Right? It's not a person, it's a corporation. It's not something, it's incorruptible, meaning
It's not
you
people.
can't attack. Yes, that's what it means. So in the same way, I think it's to put out
Hey,
to reach
Bong,
people. It's more effective.
Bong,
Go ahead.
what was that phrase that that Nancy and Ronald had back in the 80s? Don't do it. It was about the drugs or whatever. What was it?
Just say no.
Just say no.
Winners, users, users don't
but
win,
then,
and
then all
winners
of a sudden,
don't
I mean,
use.
like in the future generations, like just say yes, right? It's like okay,
This is your brain. This is
this
drugs.
is your brain on drugs.
This is your brain on drugs. This is your brain. This is the globe. This is your brain on the globe.
What's drugs? What's drugs?
Yeah, I know.
No, I'm
I
saying the
know
globe.
exactly.
Oh, insert propaganda here. You know what I mean? This is your brain. This is
That's it.
insert
Insert propaganda here. It's like we're already ready. You know, I mean, it's like through the 20th century, all of us were already ready for anything to be just put right in. Like if you pay attention to the news and politics and propaganda, they can just throw whatever at you and you're just going to believe it. I've always been, not paying attention necessarily. I mean, I pay attention to it, but at the same time, I've always been outside of it. But I watch all of my friends and family, like watching the news and shit from like the late 90s up through the 2000s, all this kind of shit. It's like they watch the news, they almost believe every single thing they see on the news. It's like, okay.
Mhm.
And so it's just like insert freaking propaganda here.
Yep. Template, like a
Again,
template, right, in
the
your brain.
Riddler.
Yeah, it could be liberal or, left wing, right wing, or even, I'm subject to it a lot sometimes too. It could be, some other type of propaganda that I'm also influenced by. So
It's all emotions.
I'm
It's all
not
based on emotion.
totally outside of it myself, but at the same time, I can see how it affects them.
Yeah. And they go after your emotions. That's why I said, Vlad, when you get triggered, this is the reaction that they want. But yeah, it's up to you to control it and to see, what you can do about it. But I like, leaving flyers around and stuff
No,
like that.
but they're
Tagging
with
flyers and
with the
walls.
influence bong. I think that they think if they vote for a certain person, and in a certain like fantastic election, like they call it fantastic because it's fantasy, right? Fantastic election. There's like, oh, look at this. We're moving the country in a certain direction, and this is it's all fantasy. It's all like on TV. Well, in the background, we know what's going on, but
It's all been changed. I mean, if you
they're it's
if you
so
follow the
powerful. It's
changes,
so the propaganda is so freaking powerful for people. If they watch the news and stuff, they actually believe it. Was that you, Justin?
no, that was Cuddles.
Carlo?
But I got an uncle just like that, man. SpaceX just did this rocket, man. I saw it. It was so amazing. Dude, that's not how rockets work, bro.
Are you
Like,
talking about the? Are you talking about the?
oh, dude, I
Yes.
heard all about it when that shit happened. I've heard about their new launch coming up. Oh my god.
Talking
he
about
he he believes everything on the TV. It's unreal.
Well, his friends are in the YouTube chat right now waiting for him to join.
Oh no, my uncle doesn't do apps. He just does the TV.
Well, he's the majority. That's what I'm telling you. Like that's what
talking
normal
about you
people
talking
think.
about the
Yeah.
Virgin Galactic thing.
Yeah,
that what you're
millions of
talking about?
people think they're in a trance, guys. We're talking about people are under a spell, literally.
Yeah, they are under spell. Yeah, exactly.
I haven't talked to him about that one yet. I'm taking everything in before I do talk to him because I wanna approach it different.
Hey man, just spend some time. Take your time. Fill this out for yourself because it's taken a lot of us a long time before we could actually address these things. And family's the hardest to get to. So, don't. I mean, my family knows what I'm all about, but they still accept me for what I am, but they don't want me to talk about it for the most part.
Because they think you're crazy. They think you've been duped. They think you're in a cult. They think you've been brainwashed. Or something.
Yeah, but they
Crazy
think that they watch the news and that's real and it's whatever. Anyway,
See, me and my mom, we fought over that for like a decade and a half. I was the crazy one, even though I was studying all of this. It's going into law and history and literally digging through everything I could find. When I told her the first couple times, dude, it was bad. And now she's learning about flat Earth, and she's running and telling all of her friends.
Oh, good on you.
what your mom's telling her friends about flat Earth?
Oh, dude, about flat Earth, about all kinds of other stuff, about the things that I've talked to her about studying law for
Hold on, Cuddles.
hell in that one decade.
you talked about flat. You woke your mom up to flat Earth, and now she's telling her friends about it.
She's starting to. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
I actually got to go over a couple of things like gas pressure, vacuum, what those things are. What was it, like 3 or 4 days ago?
Yeah, I told my mom about it, and she was like, "No."
No, that was to her
Actually,
friend.
my mom told me that she didn't want to know, but she probably knows. I feel like she probably knows I'm right about it, but she doesn't want it. She's just
I don't think she means. I think she meant to say that to get you to stop talking about it. I think that's
Yeah.
what it means.
yeah.
I think
I
she
don't
knows
mess
that's
with her
kind of-
about it too much anymore. You know, she's just like, I'll just rather stay in the Matrix, basically. But, you know.
Hey, is this wrong?
Funny.
Go ahead.
Watching my
Go
mom trying to flat smack somebody. That is hilarious.
ahead.
You know the
I
Earth
guess your
is
mom
flat,
would know how
right?
to talk. Yeah.
You know it's right in Genesis. You can't miss it. Like she's had a Bible my whole life. She missed it, but now she found it, and it's all her discovery.
So good, man. I must make you very happy, bro. We're happy for you. Man.
Dude, it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I would try to wake my mom up, but she just didn't want
I gotta get this out, man.
Go
gotta get
go
this out.
go ahead.
I've been feeling this since it all started, the pandemic. I was like, it feels like the pandemic is distracting people from what we're doing. No, I'm not saying we're so special that
Oh no,
they release
yeah, but
the
hey,
pandemic because we're
this is a
talking about
stall.
flat Earth, right?
Bong, this is a stall. This is a stall.
I know, but I'm like, but then I said to myself, no, it's his plans. They didn't do this because flat Earth was growing. But nowadays I'm thinking, flat Earth is the cure. Is this wrong? What do you guys think? Is that sounding? Because when you tell people,
But
that,
it's
people
not
come here
just
and say,
about it's not just about flat Earth. It's more than that.
well, it's when they come here and say, man, there are bigger problems we should be worrying about right now, right? And the question is, like what? Like the pandemic. It's like, and this is the cure, man. I mean, I'm thinking these things. Yeah, it's out. There you go. What do you guys think about that?
I make colloidal silver machines from scratch if I have to in a pinch, and I've got some excess silver laying around, so I'm good.
Sound like a flat earther. Yeah. You guys get
You're
what I
right,
mean?
but I've
Flat
been
Earth is
doing
the
that.
cure.
I've been doing that since I was young.
Hey,
I
listen.
tried.
No, your mom.
The cure for the globe, Bong. The cure for the globe is understanding that it was never a globe. Just
Well, I'm saying it's
see the
cure for
Earth for what it
pandemic.
is.
I'm
Well,
saying
the
it's cure.
pandemic is just is a result of the globe idea. But the cure for it
of the flat Earth
seeing,
coming out.
dude. Yeah, of course. It's just like it's weird that it came out now, right? This is like
That's what
everyone's seeing Earth as the realm that it is. It's like when you see that you can't see any pandemic. What kind of pandemic
Exactly.
do you think is? It's just like anyway,
Exactly. Like Cuddle's mom. Is your mom onto it too, as far as the pandemic?
Dude, she was.
See? Cured.
She's already been on that.
Cured.
But see, it took 15 flipping years, dude. 15 years. That is unflipping real.
Oh yeah, it's worth it. I mean, it's your mom, man.
That's
Right.
It must be an achievement, bro. Like, you must feel
But
like big weight off
jeepers.
your shoulders.
Like you could have got it the first 500,000 times. Shit.
Yep. For 7 times, the first 777 times. Took
Do me a
7,777
favor.
times.
Let me ask you real quick. Let me ask you about it's your mother, right?
Yeah.
Ask her how many Bible verses are related to the topic.
Oh, she knows. She knows at least, I'd say about 10 of them offhand.
Well, there's over 1,000. I just want, if you tell her that, she'll be really surprised. There's over 1,000 in the Bible, actually.
Right. Well, that's where I was
Okay.
going with her this last week is over certain little things. I've got to send her the meme I've got with the 200.
The
But
cure.
Genesis, Job, Isaiah, there's a couple of others that she knows about.
Joshua, Psalms, it's all over. It's over.
Right. Joshua making the sun stand still.
Yes, and the moon over two specific
is-
cities. Listen, one quick thing. Joshua also shows you the apparent or general sizes of the sun and moon, specifically because they're over two very small cities. They are specifically over direct locations, and that gives a direct size.
And Daniel.
The cure for
the
lies.
moon-
If the
It's
sun
true.
The moon
stood
went
still,
backwards.
like in the heliocentric model, if the sun stood still,
There is no heliocentric model, remember?
I know, but in the heliocentric model, if the sun
In the
stood
space,
still,
the space religion. The new term is space
if
religion.
if the sun stopped moving, that means the Earth stopped moving. Wouldn't everything just go?
Yeah, but that's because God just made it a miracle. God can do anything.
Exactly.
And God made it a
Exactly.
miracle where nothing
Yeah.
had to go wrong, and He can do it like that, and you just don't understand it. And that's how God does
God
it.
can do anything He wants. Yeah.
That
That's
is
what it is.
true. That
No,
is
listen,
true.
God, listen,
but
no,
at
shut
the
up.
same
Listen,
time-
shut up. Watch this. God can do anything except what He said He did.
Your mouth.
Thanks.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, and that's what he said. All he said is the sun.
can
He
do
made the sun
anything.
stop moving.
Anything.
But he
All
said
I
he
see
made
is a
the
bunch of
sun
talking
stop moving.
rocks.
Yep.
See, that's
Just
he
stop
said. The sun stopped moving,
Just
not
stop
the earth,
breathing.
not the earth,
Right.
the sun.
Yeah.
I wish they
The
would stop
sun
breathing.
stopped moving. There you go.
Mhm.
It would have said, and the earth stopped spinning. That's exactly how God would have worded it. Because that's how God words things, right? Like the sun moves, okay, now the
Now,
sun
what it
stops
says
moving,
in the
right?
Bible, it said the sun stopped moving.
Yeah, God lied to you. He really knows it's a ball. Oh, now God's a liar.
Dude,
I mean,
if the earth stopped moving, it would just like create a catastrophe all across there. Right.
well, lies, I think that's what I mean. Like truth, telling people the truth cures the disease of lies, 'cause that's what people are suffering from lies. They tell them the truth and boom, cured, body cured, mind cured, body cured. Call it placebo or whatever, but that's just how the body and mind works together, right?
Started
Sick
moving.
mind,
We
sick body.
might have a day, maybe. If it actually started moving in any direction, we might have a full day of actually being alive. After that, once your equilibrium is off for so long, the body shuts down completely, brain and all.
Well, wait a minute. Every single day is a day. Every single year is a year. Where
Holy
is the
shit! You just blew my mind, Helio.
Oh my gosh. Are you saying they're not circles?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my goodness. I thought days were circles.
Cycles
He's
are
like,
not
maybe,
circles, Mike.
probably this.
Oh.
No.
Well, dog bones are clocks.
And shoes are phenomenon, right? Nobody understands shoes. I mean, what size is this anyway?
The earth never moves.
Yeah.
And that's explained in the Bible as well. The earth never moves.
Right?
Yep.
That's what they don't get. If it
Well, that's
ever
because-
started moving, everything would die.
Yeah, it's called an
Not
earthquake.
just us.
Well, actually, the Earth is just on
Everyone.
the set track, and God put a railroad track down in space, and it's invisible, and that's what He meant by that.
You
Uh-huh.
can't feel it.
Took that right out of Green Lantern, eh?
As well,
Ah,
I mean, I like the Marvel. I like the Marvel
Wait.
series. I
Yeah.
like the Marvel series. Yeah, I mean, it has to do with
Next
with
question.
the Zodiac. Yeah, go ahead.
Worst ending
Wait,
ever.
I
The worst.
had to point this out. This is what you're going to run into. Are you denying that God can make a space railroad? That's the next question.
Are you saying God can't beat Green Lantern?
Yeah. Are you saying God can't do things in space?
But
Sure, he has a
who am I
ring.
to say what God can do? Most of the time, I'm looking at talking rocks. So
So I'm just trying to get you to realize that God can probably do what he said he did. That's the only thing I'm trying to that's all.
If the crowd stopped cheering, the rocks themselves would start. Well, the crowd, wasn't that full of a bunch of believers already, mostly?
Well, I'm pretty sure someone said if a man wouldn't cry out about the creator, the rocks would do so.
No, that's Jesus. No, that's what Yeshua
And-
said. The Pharisees came up to him and
Yeah.
said, "Hey, are you going to stop these people from treating you and worshiping you like you are God?" And that's when he said, "Well, are you going to stop these people? Like, if I tell them to stop, the rocks will cry
The
out."
rocks will cry, and they have.
Now,
It's already happened.
now I'm just saying in reference to what I said, all I see is talking rocks. I
Dude,
think that was a metaphor for the Gentiles, that if the righteous
is a
people
metaphor.
stopped calling out, that the Gentiles would. And the funny thing is I've met a couple of people that kind of claim to be atheists. The funny thing is they got a whole lot more than these so-called Christians I see.
No, so-called Christians aren't Christians. We're telling you right now that the rocks have cried out about creation, and they're trying to take over the. We have the power by knowing truth about this. The rocks have cried out, showing proof of creation. This is
Right.
This is our truth. And it's not necessarily flat earth. Flat earth is just, it's really kind of like showing
antithesis.
earth, the realm, but the shout out is the proof of creation. Like, it's so evident. I mean, what they're trying to tell us is that, we're the third rock from the sun. All this Spaceballs universe shit. It's just insane. It's really insane to me. Go ahead.
It's to remove the veil, the deception, the outer space religion, which is actually the biggest problem. That's why anytime you bring this topic up, what's the first thing they talk about? They're in no danger of talking about the shape of the earth. The first thing they say is outer space, satellites, magical balls. I've seen it on TV. It's nothing about the earth. That's where their imagination is. That's where the spell literally exists in this space. This magical outer space is the entire deception. And then they're convinced that's how they know they live on a ball. But it's all the evidence is space. All the belief system is space, and it's an indoctrination, system that they've acquired over 40 years, sometimes, of this indoctrination television programming, and that's what they've been brought into. Just like somebody raised in Scientology.
EXO, it's only 100 years old, though. What we're under, the spell we're under now, is only. I mean, as far as like the indoctrination of the television mind control thing,
Yes,
and
yes.
it's only about 100 years old.
Right, but that's what I'm talking about, is that 1950s, once they started, remember, and yes, 100 years ago, they did the first moon landing, which was obviously a movie of the moon landing 100 years ago, and that's it. The entire society was changed. You were told you weren't allowed to make your own fuel. You couldn't brew alcohol. You couldn't grow hemp plants. You can't grow tobacco. You can't do all these things anymore, and it's okay because we're eventually going to go to outer space. Trust us. And by 1958, after World War II, because that was the Great Reset, the last Great Reset is World War II. I don't know why this escapes everybody. That's how they kept control, knowing that eventually people are going to start traveling out of their countries. So we need to make sure they're not allowed to do that. And here they are, still believing it. And that's why it's called the Great Deception. You're still believing it. And it's 100-year-old deception, just like you said. And that TV just solidified everything. These people were raised by television. Helioskeptic, and they want to be raised. They want to live intelligent. It's their choice.
But it's like, even though we can show them like evidences and we can't actually show them proofs, right? We can give conjecture, right? On and on, like we do every day. But hey, check this out. We're seeking the seekers, right? People that will people that will want to find the truth will find it. No, I mean, that's not going to stop me from friggin' finding the seekers, right? So it's like when I find a seeker, I'm like, yes, you get it. You know what I mean? So fun. But it's like can it be as soon as 100 years? I think there's more to it than that, but it could be 100 years and then 100 years before that, and I mean, you know, there's
1820
confusion.
is a good place.
Well, I
It's a
get
good
that,
place to
but
start.
sure. I mean, but there's also resets in between, you know, as far as like
Right.
knowledge about how uh,
How things work,
not how things
what's
work.
available.
Well, how cultures were adapted into. I mean, of course, there were wars in between. You know, wars. War is a good way for people to manipulate history. So anyway,
Twice in a century, yeah.
yeah. Wars are a very good way for people to manipulate. I mean, it's like in the 1800s, what Civil War here in America, and in Europe, you know, and then you know, inside America we had the Revolutionary War or whatever. So anyway, so that was in the 1800s. All that
Yes,
kind of stuff.
1812.
I mean, should we trust the history of, you know, these wars to believe what they told us about that is true? I mean,
What
shit.
difference does it make?
If you dig
We
just
can
a
actually
little,
see
it's right there.
the wars. Hold on. We can actually see the wars happening now. I mean, look what happened in
Right.
you know, in 2001, right? With you know, the Twin Towers or whatever, and then they have the Freedom Tower or whatever. That shit is so obvious to me. It's
Back
like
to the
Twin
future.
Towers, Freedom Tower. I mean, give me a fucking break, you know. Pardon my French.
Twin Pine Mall. Now
Yeah, I
Lone Pine
know.
Mall.
And it was in the freaking 1984. You know, we get it, you know. But a lot of people don't.
story.
They're just like, "Oh, I support the troops." It's like, don't do that. Anyway, go ahead.
Right,
I'll
but
shut
that's
up.
why
I'll
we
shut up now.
learn. That's why we learn the facts and we dig through the crap. We dig through the lies to find the truth. That's the whole point of seeking the truth. You got to dig through all the crap. I can't tell you how many books I had to freaking read that were full of crap that had little nuggets just hiding, just to get to where I'm at.
Yeah, it's like all of us that are here, and the efforts we do here, you know, with flat earthers, like, oh, you guys are flat earthers. Where the fuck did you come from, flat earth? It's like, dude, I have 18 broken fucking hearts over all of the shit that I've been through, like trying to figure out why, you know, all of these wars were fake and millions of people died for fake wars. You know, for Congress and freaking corporations and everything, and they're like, "You're just a conspirator. Like, call me whatever you want to, but if you saw, you know, if you see through the veil of reality, I mean, you'll see it, or the veil of whatever they want you to believe this. Whatever they've manipulated you into this idea to see, you know, it's like, oh, if you actually believe everything, there's almost no hope for you if you actually believe everything they told you. No, I don't believe everything, but for the most part, when I vote Democrat or Republican, I'm doing a good thing for America. It's like, well, there's almost no hope for you. I
Right.
just can't help you. I just can't help you.
Who in your age range can tell you when the voting actually shifted over to the electoral? Because there were about 4 changes in the voting. Most people have missed this just looking at history.
What are you talking about? Within like
American history. 3 times at least. 4 might be stretching it, but it's changed at least 3 times. Right now, it's
Well, shit,
electoral
no,
votes.
no,
Those
no.
are the only votes that count towards.
Hold on,
shit.
bro. Hold on. In 1871, Washington D.C. became a corporation. So I mean, I don't even
They
know
already
where.
pulled that. They already
Yeah.
tried to pull that in the 1781 convention to ratify the article.
1871. Yeah, I mean, no, they didn't try
1781.
to.
Yes. 90
Yeah.
years later, they pulled the same crap. They initiated the plan that they already had
Oh, the electoral
right after the
college
war.
the electoral college was passed in 1803, ratified in 1804 June.
Damn it! I wasn't expecting nobody. You were
Oh, here
disbarred.
goes.
Hey, motherfucker, you asked what motherfucker Dennis Cash's age could tell you that, so I ate my chips, swallowed them, and
I
chewed
meant
up.
I meant that he knew off the server, bub.
Oh,
I knew you knew.
Wait, you're saying in
what type of system
1803?
was it before electoral college?
Yeah, before electoral college.
Was it a popular vote?
There was a popular vote.
Yeah. Well,
That was landowners only, and then it became men, and then it became men and women, and the electoral college mutated into what it is now. It was already there, but
Yeah.
it was a mechanism in the background, and then it mutated into something else.
Yeah,
Right. Why are
at
you
one-
pissed off that Mike came in and
at one time the Congress actually elected the president. We elected the Congress. You know that?
So I said 4.
Hey, do you know that Washington, Washington wasn't the first president? Did you know that?
Well, yeah.
There was a president of the Confederacy,
Yeah.
Confederate Union of the United States. That's what the 13 colonies were. There's also articles of the Confederacy, which were the first American Constitution.
Second.
Second.
And that's the second only if you don't include the other treaties that we had with. Right.
The treaty's not a constitution.
It
Law
is in a
specific
formal way,
law-
but
law
only
is-
in law.
No. In law, it's a trust.
Right. It's an agreement.
But you can throw out the semantics of law, which law is very semantical, and you can say a trust, a covenant, a constitution, an oath, and an agreement are all the same fucking thing.
Yeah. According to the canons, yeah.
It is. It's all a contract.
Right.
Just
All right.
different ways of accepting it.
On that point, what happened in 1776, Michael?
Had established the articles. We were under the Articles of Association, and we established the Articles of Confederation between 74 and 76.
Adam Weiss.
81.
No, well,
No, it was before.
Other stuff later. I'm asking Michael what happened in America in 1776.
He just told you. Can I eat my chip?
Yeah, he's busy. Let the man eat, man. He's probably had a hard day.
My bad.
I'm
All right,
too damn skinny as it is, man.
They were having problems by 77 that needed resolution. Parts of the articles were allowing for things to happen that shouldn't have been happening. However, the first 5 articles were quite clear on foreign powers here within the states, operating within the states, what they're allowed to do as far as land rights and shit, which were completely ignored. But they were supposed to, by 81 and that convention, amend the problems and fix them with the proposals. However, the problem is 79, 80, 81, you had people in Congress that were trying to give everything back to the king that we just whooped. George Washington was the one that successfully did it.
All right, cool. So we're at 1871 now, right?
Right. Where they
Wait.
finally legalized, so-called, the contract with England that they tried to do back in 1781. The guys that were in Congress that were already traitors to the country. The whole system was already infiltrated by then. I mean, come on, man.
This is almost 100 years later, though.
Right from that, there's been other stuff. The 70s was ridiculous, but that was a big thing then. It was a change. They had to shift the culture.
What happened with the Act of 1871?
District of Columbia Organic Act. Come on, man. Run them through that, bro. I enjoy this topic.
I do too.
Dude, I'd have to start with the damn flag first.
I know.
Well, which flag? Which flag?
The one, the stripes, just the stripes. Take the stars away, just the stripes. Go look at where that is in public notice anywhere in the world. You're not going to like it.
I ain't gonna lie. I wish I'd have lived between 1776 and 1781.
According to the articles,
it would have been a tough. It would have been a tough
Whose
time.
flag is
But
it?
I think I could have had a
Whose
lot of
stripes
fun.
are that, bro?
it don't belong to the Americans at all. According to the articles and the public notices given in the 1700s, in the late 1700s, the Gadsden flag's the only flag Americans are supposed to be flying, unless
Sure,
something changed.
But how about the Act of 1871? What flag does America fly under?
That's a totally different thing. That's 3 stars, 2 stripes, white background. All the stripes and stars are red. That's a whole different thing, but that's a complete separate city-state. It is a city-state, which are illegal.
Hold on. So that means Washington D.C. is a state unto itself, right?
City-state. It's a different thing. It's a
City state unto itself. So anyone.
It's like a mutated thing. It's a creature. It's
a
but
nation.
it's not.
Listen, it's a nation within
He's
a nation.
trying so hard not to say.
Which is illegal in America.
Well, it's illegal across the entire world. It goes against natural law.
No, it doesn't go against natural law. I mean, natural law is just man, and God. But anyway,
by Thompson Hobbes, it does.
Yep.
He's right.
Okay.
And a number of other people, it is completely against natural law because then you end up subverting the people.
Listen, Newton wrote books on natural law. Aristotle, fucking Herschel, Plato, even Copernicus wrote books on natural law. They were all natural philosophers.
Most important here in America is the law of nations.
Yeah, but see
positive law.
Let me ask you this: Are you It's like
man.
when this was established, the Act of 1871, when these other natural states
they came in with a steamroller.
Consigned with this.
They couldn't. Not legally. It's
no, they can't do it legally, but they can actually make
the way it was done. It was a usurpation.
Contractually, yeah, it's a contractual agreement.
The sovereign state could enter into a contract if the people agreed. However, there was no vote for the people to agree.
No,
because it would violate their social compact agreement to.
Yeah, so they did it illegally, but I mean, what the fuck are you gonna do about it now?
You have copies. You have two sets of books running. This is what I keep bringing up the whole two sets of books. You have the organic. It's in the background. What you have is an illegal overlay survey. They came in with a steamroller and a survey crew and started putting down their own damn stakes on top of previous claims.
Bro, why didn't you cover the social compact agreement or the building of a state?
The
So
social compact agreement is the very basis of having statehood in the first
Society.
place in order to even have a
Society.
basic government.
A society, period, and laws. Yeah.
Period. Without one, you don't have state citizenry of any fucking kind. It is a written contract, and
That's
you have
because-
the original. The state gets a copy.
Or verbal, written or verbal.
Right.
Agreement, acceptance. These are all ways to formalize that social compact, lawful by natural law. Or you can just lay down your rights and follow the people in front of you. It's still
Which was
a willing
a state law.
Yeah. So without the building of societies through what he's talking about, social compact agreement, there is no man's positive law or law of the land, but the natural law. It's all that exists, where you're equal rights to every other person. So you got to read Locke, Hobbes, Rossier.
Well, let me ask you this, Michael. Do you think that the Bill of Rights applied prior to 1871?
You know what I think about the Bill of Rights?
Okay.
People
What
look
do
at it, the Bill of Rights as this is a gift. These are our rights. What I look at it as is a restricting of my natural rights, limiting.
Should have been something obvious to everyone.
I'm
This is
saying when you enter into a social compact agreement and you accept the Constitution, your rights now became limited.
Yeah, I kind of.
Where I don't need my founding fathers for me lay out what is my God-given right. For all men are created equal and endowed with their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Well, through that Constitution, I was alienated from some of my natural rights and some of my natural liberties and justice, as far as I'm concerned. Your most inherent rights is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Somewhere in there, justice fits and exists.
Not with liberty, buddy. Wrong word.
Yeah, but do you need someone to make?
Well, liberty is covered in natural law too.
To a degree, but those are under obligations. Again, we still have obligations. Obligations aren't bad. That's all a social compact agreement was.
Well, listen, liberty pre-exists social contract agreements, constitutions, covenants, oaths. These limit your liberty. You had absolute liberty in nature, the liberty to do as you please, so long as you harmed no one else.
Right. Those social compact agreements, all the tribes, as far as I can see back.
Well, the thing is, you owe no allegiance to them social compacts made by dead men. Do you know that, right? Not by natural law. I don't owe any allegiance to this. All they have to do is say, no, I don't accept that. I'm a man. I didn't make that agreement. And I owe no allegiance to the dead men that did. I was born free. I won't even use the word sovereign, because even as a sovereign citizen, you're still property of a nation.
Family. Yeah. It's still
See, what you're doing is you're covering the usurpation of natural law without telling people where we started from. They got to know the origins before they know where we're at. We're started under natural law, and then men through thought and reasoning came up with natural law, and then added on to that positive law and social agreement where we all agree to suspend a few of my rights so that me and you can both enjoy the same amount of rights. Like my right to everything, I don't just go take everything, so you can have a right to some stuff too. That's a contract made between two men. But once the contract become unbalanced or unjust, it's default, and we go back to our natural state. What's the natural state of man? War.
Obligations. My
Yeah.
obligations give me rights that I have because of that obligation. It gives me more freedom.
Obligations to who?
To
You
my
think it comes?
girls.
Yeah, but I mean, do you honestly believe a city-state, a social compact, an agreement can give you more rights than you were actually born with?
In certain situation, it would provide me abilities. In others, it wouldn't affect anything. My home
Abilities are,
life, it wouldn't change much.
yeah, but abilities don't really cover what I asked. Rights, just naturel. Everything else is a restriction of my liberties and rights and justice, as I see fit to handle my life for the benefit of my life, so long as I harm no other.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody wants to get weirded out about me carrying around a sword and shield, but whatever.
Well, the social compact, that's where you bring in the
That's
restriction
the
and other men's right and jailing them. Jails aren't natural. Especially when there's no harmed party, no man or woman making a claim against you, and you still go to jail.
right, but everything boiled down to social compact agreements all the way back to the Genesis 1 trust. That's how the Hebrews lived. They just did theirs differently. The natives did theirs on the
Well,
blankets, the teepee,
yeah,
the
but
clothes, the jewelry.
The Hebrews only applied to the Hebrews. The laws of the nation of the Anishinaabe or the peoples of the Great Spirit, that applied to them peoples. They weren't universal. There wasn't one law for many lands.
Right, right. So under circumstances of the vastness of one thing or the plenty of another, lack of something, there were agreements needed in certain areas to make everything work. Yes.
Yeah,
So
but
yes, there are
now
differences.
this day we have we're at a much higher capabilities. We can just barter for what we need. We don't need agreements. You've been restricted to life or liberty, and you think the social contract advances you. I'm baffled.
The only one I have liberty from is God. Man can't give liberty.
Exactly. Man, most men don't even know what true liberty is.
But liberty is still permission.
Is it?
In a way, but obligations aren't restrictions. They're freedom in a way. It just depends on really how you look at it. Certain obligations give you more freedoms. Other obligations to a specific boss or something, different obligations.
Have you
But you
read
have
Hobbes or Locke or anything? Their presuppositions on man as Leviathan, liberty and your right thereof.
names. I don't know if I've those. I've read more code than anything else.
So you've never read natural law.
Well, Law of Nations,
So listen,
Gibson's, couple.
liberty is the absence of external impedance.
Right.
So your social contact, it's an external impedance. You're impeding on my rights. It's an outside source impeding on my rights. Now, were there no outside sources impeding on my rights, I would have liberté.
Well, technically, it's just creating a trust. It's just a different form of trust creation under
Well,
Genesis 1.
that's how bonds and trusts are formed. Yes, I'm not arguing that point. I'm talking about specific liberty. So when I give up my right, for that you too can enjoy, like there's usually a certain benefit that is an expectation of that, and those benefits are now inherently gone. So why stay true to the original trust? When the
Original social compact agreements, you weren't giving up anything. The only thing you were getting was a family, a big family. That was supposed to be on the same page.
Not true. See, It's not true. You should read up on natural law if you think we weren't giving nothing up when we changed from a natural law to a social construct. I mean, there's many people throughout history that totally disagree with you, and have annihilated this concept that we're not giving anything up. We are. We're giving up liberty. There's now external impedances on our rights. We have men defining our rights for us instead of God.
So compact, the actual physical contract, the only thing that's on it's the only thing that's there. That's four corners.
Well,
You
be
can't add
specific.
to or take away.
Well, they do, and it's unjust, and the trust has been broken. That's why man's
Right,
work
but that-
is worthless. His
That's what I'm
handshake,
saying.
and the trust isn't worth the paper it's written on.
That flag that's flying is from a totally separate trust that has nothing to do with anybody here.
Well, your Constitution's a trust and an agreement.
Right, but that's all gone because nobody has a social compact. That's my point.
I know.
There's no protection of the trust because nobody's party to the damn thing anymore.
Most of us weren't party to the Constitution in the first place. We weren't present. We didn't sign thereof.
The U.S. Constitution's a different thing. It's a whole separate thing. That was a
It's
Congress-made creature only.
It's not. It's a trust. It's a covenant. It's an oath.
Right, but it has nothing to do with the people of the Turtle Island at all.
Oh no,
other than their obligation as fiduciaries.
It has nothing to do with my people. No. But there are laws in natural law. Even when you're in another land, you follow the law of the land or the landlord. Trusts and agreements are con jobs. They're just a way to fuck man out of what's naturally his. An obligation. If I owe an obligation to a trust, that's an external physical impedance on my rights. I owe no allegiance to no man. Was born free, individual with dominion over earth, as granted to me by my Lord and Creator. I mean, I can give you links on Hobbes and Locke and all that. This is the foundation of law, the law you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the elites still run on this law.
I'm well aware. They run on organic, and then they have the canons, two totally separate set of books. They play both sides of the fence. I go into the flag, though. People need to know what public notice is. People have to get that. Once you get public notice and you start seeing all these public notices, everything else starts falling apart. Betty Ross flag didn't exist when all of that happened. It didn't exist till almost 15 years later. The stripes, though, Helio, if you're still around, it's the East India Company flag. Roman. It's a Roman company.
East Indian Trading Company.
Well, it's rebranded, yes. It's actually rebranded several times over 4,000 or 5,000 years. But it's the same company.
In antiquity, when they were adopted. That's who they belong to. They didn't really change name, they just became a large conglomerate.
All right, I can see it. Just
More-
looking for that, they got their footprint everywhere.
That's Enterprise. Yeah, they do.
They were selling opium to the Egyptians in Moses' day. They were selling idols to the Egyptians too. I think they've been selling idols to everybody for quite some time. Same company. I don't know, man. If the Hebrews would have acted right, I think everything would have been just fine. But they all violated their social compact agreements, even the priests. So, when they followed it, they prospered. When they violated it, well, Canaan came in, took them captive. Egypt, the Hittites, Rome.
It's kind of weird how you say the Hebrews are the children of Abraham, right? God chose a man to bless the world through. But it's funny, he said to Moses, Moses, step aside. I'm gonna wipe these people out, and I'll start my covenant with you. Like, look, you know what I mean? It's kind of, you know what I mean? It's like it's not the Hebrews, it's the man.
Just what they call the various tribes, man.
Yeah, he's not a respect. God is not a respecter of persons or races or anything. It's either his will or your will. He's
Well,
not
I
a
mean,
race.
technically, if you choose him, his will is your will, so everything's good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
That's the easiest way.
it's life or death. I mean, it's simple, right? Choose life, guys. Choose life. That's what he said. I have laid before you today life and death, and he says, choose life. And his words are life, if you think about it. For a man does not live on bread alone, but every word comes out of the mouth of God.
Choice is given to everybody at a certain point. I got it when I was little, so I didn't quite, I guess, see it like that, but I saw the choice. I knew the options to a degree.
Yeah, I think everybody has that inside them. That law.
I guess the younger you are, the easier things are, even if you screw up and you go and you be a Jonah. For some people, it's harder when you grow up in that life and that's all you've ever known. And then look, everything is chill and it's not chaos and ridiculous. It's steady and calm. They always, a good chunk of them want to run back because they like the noise, they like the chaos. They're so used to it.
They have a saying where I'm from in my language. Animals are fed with food, but people are fed with words. And then you
Yeah,
think
that
about propaganda. Think about propaganda, right? People consume propaganda, TV. Eyes will never get enough of seeing and the ear of hearing. You know what I mean?
that flag he posted in the chat. That was the East India Company's flag for their City of London, or so-called England Trust. The stripes on it that are separate from the red and white cross, that is East India Company. All the red and white stripes going horizontally. That's one of their flags. That's 15, I think maybe hundreds, maybe late, but it was in the 1600s for dang sure. Moving forward, it changed. And then it became the U.S. Which that's why I said city state. Got to make that clear.
And the separation of church and state is the separation of God and man. It's like telling God to beat it or something. Go away.
Right,
We
but
don't want you in
there
our
is no
affairs.
separation in the
Exactly.
articles. There's no separation in either of the articles. There's no separation in the state constitutions. There was no separation. God was at the top of everything. Period.
Oh, they call it freedom of religion. It's like freedom to worship
Yeah,
whatever gods you want.
it was freedom for us to worship the God. Period.
We
But
were
Well, that's
already.
what they
we were
tell you,
being
right?
persecuted.
This is
That's
my
what they tell you,
point.
right?
We already had the right to do that.
Right.
Exactly.
But we were being
The right.
persecuted. That's why they.
It's called the right of nature, just naturel. To liberty,
Well,
each
that's
man had to use his own power as he wills himself for the preservation of his own nature, that is to say, his own life, and consequently doing anything which his own judgment and reason shall conceive to be the aptest means thereunto. By liberty is understood accordingly to be the proper significance of the word, the absence of external impedance, which impediments may oft take away part of a man's power to do what he would do, but cannot hinder him from using the power left. So when you enter into these agreements, it takes away certain of my rights, but it can't restrict the rights you were given. And this is my point about the Constitution. We were under a restricted life. We were serving two rulers, two masters. We weren't our own masters as our Creator intended for us to be. We were
well,
under the law of kings and queens. So it's as if we had to declare a new restriction of law through a constitution when we should have just stood on the right of just naturel, the right of nature of us to do whatever we please so long as we harm no other people. We didn't have to form a social contract. That's a restriction. And when you go by the true laws of nature, you don't need a common compact. If your neighbor needs something, you barter with him. For it's necessity. You got something I need, I'll give you something that I got that you need. You don't need constitutions to dictate your natural rights.
well, yes, but I was talking more about. I see it like if we need something, God will provide. But I was talking about
He did
how
provide
Saul.
it. He
You know how
provided all
Saul.
of it. Everything you need is right here in nature. That's why they take every material they use to build anything from
Yeah.
nature.
Yep. But you know how Saul. Remember Saul? Israel was like, look, Give us king like all these other, nations around us. A king, a man we can look up. That's what I mean. They rejected God as their king. They already had a king. It was God. And God told Samuel, don't worry. They didn't reject you. They rejected me as their king. Give them their king that they want. But tell them this. If you are going to have a king, this is what the king is going to do. He's going to tax you. He's going to take your sons to war. He's going to take all your stuff. You're going to be oppressed under a king, under this man. This is what his warning was. And that's what I mean by separating church and state, right? We have entered into this agreement and we left God behind. God who provides, God who gives you life, God who wakes you up in the morning, the God who gives you the mind. You know what I mean? It's like, and then we're like, oh yeah, but we have to agree to restrict these rights and those rights. But God doesn't do that, right? That's what I mean. It's like God. It's like
But
people don't want God anymore.
the question becomes, though, colloquially, in the last 1,000 years, when I say the words "the church," who do you think of? It's not anybody I know that prays to Yahweh like I know. When I think of the church, separation of the church, that's Rome. That's the Vatican.
That's not the church it wasn't intended to be.
Well, they were
I was-
already being persecuted as it was.
God said, if you want real religion, go feed the hungry and the poor,
Yeah.
house the widows, help the widows and the orphans. He said, if you want true religion, go do those things, but don't come here and pretend like you care about me and bring these stupid offerings. God hated those things. People only on the outside pretended, but on the inside they were full of dead men's bones. He hates it. He hates people who lie to him and to people about himself, about who he is. And that's true religion. What are these churches doing? Taking from the poor, just taking. Does nothing for what God wants a church to do. Nothing. It does the opposite. That's why I leave these churches behind, like organized religion. Kiss my ass. Sorry. It's just like the globe religion. Choose a God, any God, as long as you don't mix it with politics and business, right? Are you guys religious? Are you guys flat earthers? Are you guys religious? And what does that mean? That's what they're pushing on. They're pushing today. They're saying flat earthers are religious people. They deny science, and yet when they come here, that's all we want. We want from them is the science, and all they give us is what? What do they give us? Religion. They give us the religion. I heard someone said in lobby, "I hope you flat earthers all get executed." I was like, look at that religious talk right there. This is exactly the kind of people they used to put on TV and call extremists. The kinds of people that would run into a building and blow themselves. Like, no. Exactly. Look at these fanatics coming here crying about the ball, about Bale, cutting themselves, and Bale blast us. Louder, maybe he's sleeping. Maybe the curvature is sleeping or has gone out for lunch. Why don't you look harder? Check your pockets. Maybe curvature's in there.
Where the fuck did you say the curve was? In my pocket. Let's rock it.
The religion, It's the unseen God. What, curvature? Or gravity?
Pressure.
What are you talking about? Right.
Bro, I
What
got
is
a
this?
billion-dollar business ready if somebody can show me gas pressure without a container.
You know, Hobbes covers just what you covered, the development of law for Gentiles from the beginning, from Abram on down to Moses, where the laws from our God came from and where the laws of men come from. You should read it sometime.
Enjoy it. I've probably read some of his stuff.
Oh,
I just
I'm
don't know
sure
what
you
I
have.
have read. Cause shit, once you go through 2 or 3,000 pages of damn code, it's everything just becomes a big
This
mess.
is a book. Thomas Hobbes, A Man Being the First Part of the Leviathan. It's a Harvard class book. Locke, Rossio, they all wrote books on natural law. The Ministries of London teaches natural law. Jesuits, they try to adhere to natural law the best they can. So they get you to enter into trust and contract through acceptance. Acceptance is
Yeah.
you just keep
Consent,
following the rules. So as long as you freely gave away your rightful authority, they broke no law of nature in their mind. No law of God. You gave away your authority freely. Now you're your own master, but you serve under another master. And so one of
Stick
your
to the Torah.
masters is going to be pissed off at all times. Either you or the master you serve. Because either you're going to be selfish and worry about yourself, so your other master who you accepted through agreement and gave your authority away to, he's going to be pissed off because you're not pleasing him. Or you're going to always please him and you're going to have nothing. You're never going to make it. Men's won't eat, ends won't meet, and you'll be the miserable one. So you can't serve two masters. And
Right.
this was an absolute reference to the law when Jesus said this. Just like when he said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Well, by natural law, nothing belongs to Caesar. Mankind was
Yeah.
given dominion over earth. The ideal of ownership is ludicrous. It's
Yeah,
only
yeah,
in a
yeah.
social construct that you can have ownership. You can't own the trees. You can't own the land. You can't own the water and the river. You can't own the fish. I don't have to pay you for a license, hunting license, fishing license, driving fucking license. You're not the owner of me taking my ass wherever the hell I want to go on the earth God gave me.
The path to rule is through servitude. That's our saying in Psalm 1. But you know what's cool? Jesus said the
Man's
same
law
thing. He
is
said what you said,
servitude.
right? Right. He said what you said. He said, I think man is supposed to serve, like we were created. But he said he washed his disciples' feet. He said the greatest in heaven is the least here on earth, the least servant on earth. And he showed that, right? He got down and washed his disciples' feet. And Peter said, what? No, I should be washing your feet. And he said, Peter, if you don't let me wash your feet, you can't have anything in me. Right? What he meant was, I washed your feet. Now wash each other's feet, serve one another, right? Like this whole idea of a master. So you can't eat at two tables. You can't eat at the table of demons and then come eat at the table of God. And then he interpreted, he said, you can't serve both God and money. Those are the two masters
He said
I believe
mammoth.
exist.
You can't serve God and mammoth.
Yeah,
Mammoth,
mammon.
mammoth is
Mammon.
translated to money, but mammoth could be, as we're considered Leviathan, we can also be considered Maneth, the multitude of
Mammon.
men, a
Well,
large
I
sea.
consider it, yeah, I think it's money because it's the same thing the rich young ruler did, right? So, I've kept all the commands. What else must I do? He said, I
I'm
see a
just telling
problem.
you an alternate translation, Bong. It can be translated as men too, or mankind. You can either, God made you your own ruler. All you gotta do is
I said, ye are
follow his
gods.
law. Oh
I
yeah,
said, ye are gods, right? He said that, but you will die like men because they don't do God's will. And that you are the sons of the Most High. That's if you follow God's will. But you will die like mere men, right? If you. So as a ruler, yeah, you can probably say, yeah, you're a ruler, but then that's if you're in the will, of God. I'm just sharing what was revealed to me. I don't know where it came from, but I think it's from the Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Right. What Mike's talking about, we're all hitting on the same point of dominion.
Yes, principality.
I
Yeah.
just see social compact agreements as far back as the Levitical priesthood, and I see no wrong with them because
Yeah.
there were even some
Perfect.
in the New Testament that were good.
Listen, so you can't say all social contracts are good because one or two were kept and were just.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just saying a few of
you're-
them were, and how they're written is generally how
yeah.
they
Well,
become good or bad.
a few of them don't describe this current ones that we live under. So these are unjust. So we just need to specifically apply that to this. Is the system
Inequity, yes.
Yeah, well, inequity, yes. When the scales of justice are unbalanced and somebody feels unjustly treated, and that leads to the state of war.
I
Well,
think
to
the law was
unjustly treat
given.
somebody, that's an
So,
act
I
of
think
war in and of itself.
so it becomes specific. Is the current social construct just or unjust? Is it beneficial for all men or is it not?
What's a unicorn?
It's
There's no such
no, it's
thing.
not.
It's what they tell you on TV that exists. It's not real. There's no.
So,
I
are
think
we
the
talking about justice or are we talking about the social contract now? Because I'm losing sight of what the topic
That's what I'm
actually is.
saying. We have neither a
both.
social compact or justice.
Well,
We
Oh,
have
justice comes from
neither of them.
God, right?
listen,
Right.
we are living under a social agreement. You've either accepted it through will or followance. You follow it. You just lay down your rights and you follow the laws.
Mm.
To say we're not under a social agreement, do you not live in the same world I live in?
Yeah.
Some things we have are spiritual. Those are different than what we're
That
talking
doesn't cover
esoterically.
what I'm at. That's a non sequitur, bro. Are we in a social construct or not? Yes, we are. It still
It is
takes
the
numbers.
world.
It still deeds people. It still registers property. Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't
Rome.
care. Yeah, I don't care if it's been abolished because people still follow it. So we're still under it and it's unjust. There's no equity in it anymore. There's no benefit for man. And it's naturally okay for a man to
Well,
seek benefit through trust and agreement, right? So if I have no benefit in this trust or agreement, why the hell should I agree to it? It's not beneficial to me. I gain nothing. I lose a portion of my rights.
yeah.
And they
Look at Elijah,
stonewall
right?
you at every turn.
Look at Elijah, right? Try to kill him. I think the law was given to show God's standards and that no man can really reach those standards to be worthy of being in God's presence. Therefore,
Yeah, you
a
know
man,
why?
God came down and fulfilled these laws himself
But do you know
and did
why?
this thing for us.
Because when you become an agent of law, you get absolute power, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. All men are corrupt.
Right.
At least in natural law, when a contract becomes unjust, or when you no longer benefit from it, or you didn't get paid your payment from it, you can go out and seek retribution. By God's law, hell, if he did you wrong, then he transgressed the law, he committed sin. The wage of sin is death. If you're a righteous man, deliver that wage. That's just natural. You won't find justice in man's law. I don't give a fuck how you try to paint it. Man's law cannot be just. There is no liberty with man's law. Therefore, there is no
Corruption.
justice.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
all
corruption
corruption.
of natural law. Yeah.
Man's
God's
corrupt.
law.
Listen, sin is transgression of the law. When you go out, you're not. Listen, I hear motherfuckers quit quoting scripture, but scripture tells us not to take no oaths, bond no trust, form no covenants. But we do that. Oh, a social contract's cool. No, it's an oath under heaven.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're not supposed to do that.
The only oath I've ever taken was marriage, the oath of marriage, and I intend to keep it, bro.
Well, that's a godly union. It's not an oath.
Yeah,
It's a
it's the only
union.
one I
It's
did,
not a
and it's
trust.
the only one that matters. Yeah. Well, it's like the marriage in
Even
heaven.
though man put it into that trust category and made it a trustual law, contractual law, marriage is contractual law now, which it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It's a union formed by God.
Yeah, and you are the bride, if you look at it that way. The church, right? You.
Well, a marriage between a man and a woman is supposed to be a private trust, but that's a whole nother thing. The state
Just
being
like God and us.
involved is against. Right. But the state being
Even,
involved in your marriage is against Scripture.
even
No
yeah,
third party interlopers
by
are to be in your
biblical
bedroom.
law, it's
Yeah.
not a trust. It's between it's a union.
I laughed at gay marriage.
A union is a legal word too.
Yeah. I laugh at gay marriage. I'm like, why? You're
A
gay. You're not
godly
supposed to do
marriage
that.
isn't a trust, it's a union. Trusts are
It's like,
breakable. Unions are not.
let no man separate what God has put together.
No, let no man set asunder what God had brought together.
Yeah.
If she changes her mind and she doesn't like God tomorrow, you can't change that.
No, you
Well,
can't. That's man's fucking
That's-
law. I'm talking about
he
God's
also
law.
said,
A union
don't be
is
uneven.
unbreakable.
He also said, don't be unevenly yoked. I mean, he kept telling Samson and all these dudes, look, don't marry the women that hate me and worship other gods. You know, he said that. So it's also discernment on your part, you know, to choose the right woman, God-fearing woman.
No, there's no such thing in divorce, Sasha, in a godly marriage, but whatever. Those are contracts of men.
Makes gay marriage invalid, right? BS.
Trust, though, it's a different concept than most people get with trust. It's like a union, but if somebody does, dude, somebody can break the union. You can't
I hate
make
this, man.
somebody not.
People going around
You
persecuting
read
flat
scripture.
earthers,
You
saying
read the
shit
same
like,
scripture I did, right?
Yes,
saying
and I
stuff
see
like,
I see a private contract. I see
people
it
come here.
all over.
It's not a
People,
contract. Contracts are made between men. Marriage is a union brought forth by God between a man and a woman. God makes contracts. He said, "Don't make no contracts. Don't have no oaths. Don't swear no allegiance.
let your
Don't make
yes be
blood.
yes
Don't make
and your
blood
no's be no.
contracts."
Yeah.
There's only a few places where I see unions without contracts, and Ruth is one of the only ones that I see up front.
What you bind on earth is also bound in heaven.
Esther
What you
had a
swear,
contract,
oh God put
but
her
it
there.
wasn't public. It was a private contract between her and the king. Had nothing to do with anybody else.
You know what pisses me off is people come here and they say, I hope you flat earthers get executed. Yet when I say gay marriage is wrong, it's against God. Oh, you hate gays. Oh my God. Oh my, you know what I mean? Like, that's wrong. You can't say gay is wrong, but you can say execute those flat earthers. Like, you can't hate on gay people, but you can hate on flat earthers. That's so upside down, man. I swear this so.
You're not married
What a
by
world,
law. It's
man.
not a trust.
Well, I can get married under a coconut tree, just me, her, and my mom and dad, and her mom and dad, and we're
Yeah,
good.
when it comes to God, the law doesn't apply to marriage. It's not a legal thing. It's a godly thing in a
Yeah,
godly marriage.
yeah. God is the witness. Yeah. For our union.
I mean,
We have
even by
to,
man's law, it's a legal union.
you know, have babies, lots of
Yeah,
babies.
but by God's law, you leave out the legal. It's just a
Yeah,
union.
yeah. A spiritual matter, right? It's about you and
What's
her.
supposed to follow is spiritual growth together. That's the union part.
They
Yeah.
become
If the
one.
man, when the man makes a sacrifice, right, the woman is also involved in that sacrifice. She can't be like, oh, you're only out doing stuff, and you know what I mean. She has to understand it's all, you're one. It's also you who have to sacrifice, just like the man has to sacrifice to accomplish whatever. You know, like
The priest
you're
of the
one.
house and the priestess of the house. They're both supposed to exonerate each other.
Yeah. Listening to Sonny's guitar samples, waiting for a beat to be delivered.
I like the idea, but
It's coming. The beat is coming. The bird is on its way. Yes, remember Gabriel was sent to deliver a message to Daniel, right? To his prayer, to answer his prayer. And then he was held up by the king of Syria. The king of Syria. The demon and a fallen angel. The answer is coming, you know, it's just on its way. Gotta wait, you know, patience. God is moving heaven and earth to answer your prayer. The prayer of a righteous man is very powerful. Man, we got really deep into the weeds on how do we get back to flat Earth?
it's not
We
weeds.
are?
It's just facts, man. Don't
Yeah,
freak out. Gas
it's all on the.
containment.
It is flat Earth, bro. It's all about flat. God created it. We say there's a designer. When you come to flat Earth, you realize there's a creator. So it's not really religion anymore, is it? This is real science we're talking
You
about.
you you
Real
have
magic.
those at war with heaven. You have those at war with them, and then you have the rest of everyone else snapping in and out of reality.
Like an electron buzzing in and out of existence.
That's and I know it's hard to say or even see that there's anything at war with them, but there is. There are other people.
Trains. Yeah.
The greatest
Except
spiritual warriors in the Bible were almost never seen.
God trains my fingers for battle and my hands for war. Songs. So awesome. So
Right, but
epic.
that's a funny fact, a very funny fact. At least it's funny to me because it tickles me pink.
Mm.
The
Oh,
most,
David, right?
the most powerful spiritual warriors were almost never seen in Scripture. They're only talked about a handful of times.
Oh, John the Baptist.
Abraham, Jesus, and I think John. Like three, maybe four
Elijah.
times. Oh,
Yeah. Elijah, Daniel.
right. But in order for those men to walk that way, there's always an intercessor. Even if it's just one, there's always at least one for one. There's always an intercessor. That's why Abraham took 10% of all of his wares. To who? Why would he do that?
Is
Why
that
would he take it
the
to
king?
somebody who's almost not mentioned in the Bible at all, other than a few key moments? Jesus says that
Melchizedek?
I'm from the order of Melchizedek. I'm
Yeah.
of the seed. What was Melchizedek? Who were they?
Priest kings.
They were the
King.
intercessors. They
Yeah.
were the hidden intercessors. And the whole thing,
Wow. Yeah. I have to
the
research on
whole
that. I
thing,
haven't looked into it. Yeah. So
going
important.
going all the way back, going all the way forward. They were the hidden intercessors throughout the whole thing.
Yeah. And you know how he said the kingdom of God has come down? So you, if you're part of that kingdom, does the kingdoms of the world have any jurisdiction? No. Just like, you have to go into another government to bring somebody in and persecute them for a crime they committed here. I mean, you gotta, you know what I mean? Go between kingdoms. But if the other kingdom is like, nah, this is our guy. We're gonna keep it. You know what I mean? So I think in the same way, they don't have any jurisdiction over you because you are not part of their kingdom. You serve
It's
a
getting to
higher.
that point. It's getting to that point. Heart, mind, spirit.
I think that's what Mike
That's
was
the
talking about. Live by
right. But
the
see,
laws
even
that.
that it comes with obligations. Everything comes with obligations.
Yeah.
Everything. And that's fine by me. I don't mind obligations. Obligations in certain ways create more freedom in certain ways. Subtle things.
When God created everything, I mean, aren't you excited to see God's plan? I mean, when you look at God's creation, it's like, what happened? You know what I mean? Like, I can't wait to see what God has planned. You know, if He can create a flower to look like this and make me go, oh, wow. If I can walk into a desert and see a sunset and cry, it's like, I wonder what He has planned, for you in the future, right?
Right?
After all this is
Well,
gone.
that's the fun
So,
thing. That's why I love talking about Paul in the upper room. I love it. That's the roll of the dice that everybody gets right there. Boom. There's your choice.
He formed you, right? Formed you.
Right, but that's a start. That's point A. Everybody wants to get to point, M, R, Q. That's point A.
Z,
Right. We're talking about Z already. Like what we gonna be doing? We ain't even gone through A, B,
B.
C, E.
Back up there, buddy. Start over. Start from the beginning. Okay. A. Explosions and monkeys coming from rocks and bananas. And it's like, what? That's not A.
But it gets deeper. Everything gets deeper. Everything gets more awesome. But I mean, dude, Order of Melchizedek is something to look into. Why did Abraham do that? Why? Why would anybody one day say, you know what, I'm just going to take 10% of everything over here?
I think Abraham knew who he
He knew
was.
he knew
Yeah.
who they were.
Yeah.
The revelation had come.
I read somewhere that Abraham learned from Noah. That he was actually raised by Noah when he was little. Oh, no, I know, right? Noah? Yeah. You guys lived long lives. Noah's wife is 200 years older than him. Isn't that crazy? 200 years. Not even
What would it
50.
be though? How cool would
I
that
think
be though?
yeah, right. How much
Just give me
smarter were people
all
back
the.
then?
It depends on where you're at, I guess, because you still have the same systems.
Not really. I think it's changed, and now, because our lives have been shortened, the environment, the flood. I think God
Come
has
on,
changed it. They
fashion,
said,
jewelry,
"Oh
drinking,
yeah, yeah, of course, all that."
being stupid while you're drinking. They- These things have been here. So I mean, you go back and say we had electricity. Things were different, but we had electricity. We had street lights. Guards walking the streets.
Yep.
You still have all of that other crap.
Well, this technology we have today, I think, is very, 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 like really crude and primitive compared to the technology they had or the knowledge they had. That's my opinion. This is nothing compared to what they knew back in the day. They knew how to do things more efficiently and properly because they knew more truth in how the world actually worked, and they had enough time to learn. And or we die in 50 years believing the earth is a ball. We grow up in propaganda and die in propaganda. What can we know?
Certain things were probably easier back then.
Yeah, your sons, right? You raise your sons. You have these great hopes for them, and then they send him off to the war, and he dies. Meanwhile, the senator's son is driving around in a BMW, picking up chicks.
Hey, you
Cocaine,
guys seen
bro.
Brave New World? The new
Yeah,
one?
bro. Oh,
You
not
know
the
this,
new one though.
so you should go watch the new one because it looks identical to what they're doing with the Virgin Galactic flight.
Oh, okay, I'm watching it now. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
It's literally almost the exact same thing. Like you
I'd
can't
rather
make it up.
Oh,
I'd rather watch Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, you should actually watch the new Brave New World. It's really good.
I've seen it, but I mean, I saw the posters and but I never watched. I was like, it's probably crap. But now that you recommended it, yeah, I'm gonna go check it out.
Oh, it just gets your brain to think about all the ways that like your own
Yeah.
thoughts aren't actually yours. You've just been trained to think a certain way, and you have to ask yourself,
Mhm.
is this something that I actually thought of, or was this suggested to me so many times that it became my thought?
Yeah.
It's
That.
like it bends your mind a little bit, gets you thinking out of the box a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
It's
I'm
good.
really interested now. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it now. Thanks, man.
If you really want to bend your mind, there's no such thing as an original thought. You just get to pick and choose which ones you want from what's already been.
Oh no, see that's what got me thinking after watching that movie or that show. It's like, is any thought my own? And I was like, yeah, we have free will, we would have to. And then you just kind of spin yourself in circles and spiral all you want.
Well, if we take away propaganda, and everything we've been taught, let's say we're Adam, or you grew up I mean, we look at a tree, right? What do you think of? I think God is trying to tell you something when you look at creation. In that sense, our thoughts are influenced by our senses, right? How we experience the world or the propaganda. What people tell you the world is versus what God tells you what the world is, right?
That's actually such a good example because nature it's so simple and it's no contradictions. It always is going to be what it is.
The witness, heaven and earth, are witnessing to us about God. Like, hey, this is what God is like. Look at me. And if I'm this awesome, can you imagine how much more awesome my creator is, your creator is? Those are the thoughts God wants us to think about, in my opinion. Think about him. Or
Well,
you could think
fun.
about that brand new Mercedes you want to buy. Yeah.
You can ask somebody how many Sabbaths are in a year, and just watch them go.
Brave New World. Hey, the new one. It's
Is
a
it a
movie,
TV
right?
show?
It's a TV show. It's kind of. It's got a lot of. Man, I don't know how you'd explain it.
Like Westworld.
Yeah, it's like Westworld,
Hmm.
but more graphic,
Mind
I guess
bending.
you could say.
Yeah.
But they like go into a whole pharmaceutical side and all this other stuff. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Because it was based off of the United Nations. Because apparently the guy who wrote it, he had some kind of relationship. I don't know if it was his friend, his dad. One of them was an authority figure. One of his close buddies is an authority figure for it's like the United Nations whole plan for Agenda 2021 and 2030. Then this was back in I don't know, was it 38, 58? I don't know the exact time frame, but it was like 100 years ago nearly. That's when this book was written.
So weird how they predicted exactly how. It's almost like a blueprint. And there's the
Oh, don't quote me on that, but that's just my rough understanding of how it's been and how it came known.
I remember the old one. Is it similar to the old one? The ideas, like
Oh yeah, it's all there.
it's also like that other movie with what's his name, Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock. You know, where he's this cop that wakes up in the future, right?
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
Now
It's
you're
almost
talking
like
my lingo. Hmm.
yeah, Brave New World, Demolition Man.
TV
same
shows,
thing.
not so much. You want to get down on movies? Sure. But I really stopped with like Sliders and Stargate.
It's like this ideal world where, but people are not people anymore. You know, we're just very efficient machines. That's how I saw it. Yeah. No poetry, like anything that causes emotions uh, is banned. E- Equilibrium. You guys remember that one?
Yep. Equilibrium is one of my favorites too. If anybody hasn't seen Equilibrium, please do. Heck, there's a few more out there that are like that are really good.
That's only in the movies, though. You know, that's just fiction, bro. Right? What are you guys
Well,
talking about? You guys sound crazy.
according to what the film companies were originally made to do, and all the subsequent companies made thereafter, their publishing companies, they are allowed to sprinkle in a little fiction, little pixie dust, in with truth that they're publishing. That's a fun rabbit hole.
Wasn't that was announced back when they had radio though? Like that was in the making before the TV.
Right, but moving picture was originally made for newspaper to distribute news, and all of the moving picture companies back then, and I believe still now today, have to be registered as publishers.
There's another
War of the
it,
Worlds.
it tied to the news, but it had a military purpose as well. I don't remember what it was. Maybe you do.
Yeah, War of the Worlds. You guys remember that? What's his name? Is it Huxley? What's his name? Yeah, he got
George
on the
Orwell.
radio. Yeah, Orwell. He got on the radio and started announcing, "Oh, aliens are attacking!" Everybody freaked out, man. What an experiment, right? What a
No, you're
propaganda
talking about the
experiment.
other one. Did you see the one where he predicted war in 1940?
Damn.
He sat
Uh,
on like a boat in like the 20s or the 30s, and he was like, "I predict war, the 1930s or the 1940s, World War." And he's rambling on about he knows how a war is going to happen.
yeah. It's all predictive programming. It's to prepare you. So when it happens, you're not gonna freak out like, no, it's bull. You know, when it happens, you expect it to happen, and you know exactly how it's gonna happen and how you should behave when it happens. That's what I think these movies do. When this happens, this is how you should behave to survive. Programming where it happens.
Bro, please tell
Alien.
me you've seen Dune at least.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The spice. The spice melange.
That was the Quadzak Shadorak.
I haven't seen the new one though.
Dude, there's two of them, two old ones. They made the first one and then a second one to it, and then they're doing a revamp, but it's been delayed. There's a few
Yeah.
things in this world that I'll look into. That's one of them because I really enjoyed that movie and others like it. Like They Live
What
is
was
one of
the
my favorite movies next to Dune.
yeah? What was the quote? Fear is the killer. Right?
Fear is the mind killer.
The mind killer. Yeah.
Fear is the mind killer.
Fear.
What is it? I
Exactly. There
cannot
you go.
fear.
Like, ah, we're all gonna die. The pandemic. Fear is the mind killer. I'm so scared. We're all gonna
Right.
die. Oh my god. Fear is the mind killer.
The mind killer,
Everything is
Dream Stilla.
everything is there
Sounds like a
though in that
bar.
movie about coming out of Babylon. I mean, it's there in these movies. Coming out of Babylon, it's there.
Babylon Rising.
They tell
So,
you exactly how to get the hell out of Babylon.
it's coming out of Babylon, the Great Horrorizing.
The Vatican.
First you gotta know, then you gotta see, or first you gotta see, then you gotta know. Take a pick, whichever one comes first.
If
And
not,
then you gotta start moving through the gates.
or you'll continue to babble on.
Mhm. That's an app, actually. It's about languages. Go figure. Coincidence?
Yeah, most
Mockery?
motherfuckers don't understand plain English because they came down Tower of Babel and confused our language so that we speak
Yeah.
only Babel and do not understand one another.
It's interesting. He also said because if we don't, anything they can accomplish anything they put their minds if they're one. That's saying a lot about the potential of imagine
Mankind.
if all the flat earthers were one of one language and mind and spirits. How much help can accomplish anything.
Well, me and Quantum Eraser would be a lot calmer people then.
I agree. The
Yeah, you
mind
probably have
killer.
more intercessors.
That's a powerful statement, man. Fear is the mind killer.
Could I have more?
Yeah, you could always use more. Trust me. You can. Too much is never enough. Hallelujah.
Cup runneth over. More, please. More cowbell. Please. Bless.
Well, if you're intercepting for prayer, I'm cool with that. But if not, step off. Step right or get body bag. step letting get toe tagged. Fear's the mind killer. Dream stiller. Well, if you ain't got no mind, you can't dream, can you?
Hey, Mike, you practice multis? You practice multi rhymes?
Practice what?
Ein Ille. So you know you can what else can we do with that? Ein Ille, right? So fear is a mind killer. Fear is ein Ille. You know, and you start filling in, trying to like, all right, you know, so that there's multiple words that right.
Fear is a mind
What is-
killer. Let me begin. Fear me, fear the government, or fear him? Who you gonna fear? Drop your dream, gain the tears. I've been fearing for too many years. How many words can we get out of fear? Is that what you mean?
Well, mind killer. So what I mean is mind killer, right? That's two syllables. So it's called multi-syllable rhyme. It's like mind killer.
Oh,
So the next two rhymes, so those two would rhyme. Or fear is the mind killer. So you can you
a
can
progression
fear,
rate.
right? It's like rhyming all the syllables. You know, as many. I think three. If you can rhyme three words, that's boom. That will get stuck in your head, in somebody's head, because you know it's the rhyming of the syllables, multi-syllable rhymes. That's what they're called. Eminem. You know, Eminem.
The fear
Like,
is fucking mind killer.
so I would say so. Fear. Yeah. You guys use Rhyme Zone? Rhyme Zone?
No, I was just playing with the microphone effect on there. I didn't know it was
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah, bro,
learning
just
how to
play
do
with
that.
it. When you're good, you know how to get the vocals out. Just let me know. I'll mix it and I'll make it sound as best as I can.
Reverb. I wish the mic effects were simpler. Is there a way you can turn it on and test it?
Yeah, there's inside the settings, right? There's something called monitor. You know, turn on the monitor so you can hear yourself.
Oh,
I turned that off because there's latency, right? Because it's in the browser, there's a 60 millisecond latency. So it'll distract you from the beat because it's behind the beat. So you can turn it on to test your mic to see, you know, how far, how loud you want it, and then turn it back off and then spit it with the beat. Because if you turn on the monitor,
in
it's like
settings.
lagging behind the beat and then it throws your flow off. So I turn it on to check my mic, you know, my settings, you know, how far I need to be, how loud I need to be, and then
Okay,
turn it
I
off and
see.
record.
Link
Yeah.
zone, enable metronome settings,
Yeah. Scroll down. I think it's all the way at the bottom.
latency, tuner.
Great.
Tune,
Now he wants to do rap battles.
But
tuner's at
hey,
the bottom.
do
I
your
don't,
latency so that the program, after you record it, it'll move your vocals to the right place to compensate for the latency. So do that real quick, you know, in the silent, and then if you scroll down more, you'll see that monitor setting.
damn it. I don't know what the fuck I just did there.
Rap Battle Wednesday, Globies, bring your A game.
No, it doesn't let me scroll down more, dude. In settings, I don't see. Is this while I'm in a new project?
It should be in any project. You should be able to see that monitor button at the bottom.
Okay.
Let me look at my phone. Are you on your phone?
No, I'm on a laptop.
Oh yeah, should be somewhere in there.
Source, effects, editor, lyrics, notes, samples, MIDI mapping, chat. I don't see monitor.
Is somebody challenging me to a chess game? Oh no, no. Okay, someone is challenging me to a chess game. Someone from the server Discord. I haven't played chess in years, man. When Magnus Carlsen came onto the scene, that's when I stopped. I was like, all right, that's enough. It's broken.
So gas pressure and the Holy Spirit. Be like the Holy Spirit is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure.
All right, I found it. When I turn that bitch on, it squealed. It means my mic gain's up too high, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Try adjusting. Do you have a USB or interface?
No, but I can adjust my microphone boost.
Yeah. As long as it's not too low or too loud. Doesn't have to be like perfect. I could probably clean it up.
If Eminem would mind if we took a couple of his beats and made some flat songs.
I would think that would be a terrible idea, personally.
Oh, come on. We got to have something for the kids.
All of his music is made out of the Jaws theme. All of it.
You guys know who Mark is? Mark? You're listening, Mark. It's your move. You have 24 hours.
I haven't played chess in a long time, man.
Yeah, I'm only playing because he's challenging me. He heard me talking about it. I'm
I
rusty.
was in like I remember chess club, and what was that? 8th grade, 7th, 8th grade, something like that.
Do you guys do ratings?
Well, I didn't because I wasn't that good. I mean, I could keep you from kicking your ass if you were a really good player for a frustrating amount of time, but it was inevitable.
I think chess is one of those games. It's useful to learn because it teaches you strategy, tactics, how to manage your company, your pawns. Pawn is the essence of chess.
It's the planning aspect. Any
Yeah.
game that gets you to think ahead, where you're not like in the now,
Yeah.
is beneficial.
Yeah.
Chess is just the most basic form of it that a lot of people can understand, but you can
Yep.
you can kind of
Right.
towards like some games, but not the brain dead shooter games.
Right.
Checkers,
And
I'll
even
make
when
you
you play,
mad.
and even when we play chess and you try to master chess, in the end, you've only mastered the game, right? Like, but the principles, if you master the principles of chess, you can apply that in your life anywhere, whenever you have to manage or control an army.
I don't think any like the normie has nothing planned. That they are living to like today, and that's it. They don't ever think outside of today. That's why they don't really care about the earth could be this or that. They don't doesn't really matter to them. They just live today, not tomorrow.
Well, a bunch of them just got bug out bags for the first time in their entire lives.
Uh,
And
like
that
one in
right
each
there,
car, two in the house, knives everywhere.
that cheers me up because I've known what a bug out bag was since I was knee high. It was preparation stuff.
Yeah, take water. Stuff you need, pills, filters, whatever you need. Don't take water. Like, you can find water wherever. Well, you take enough water. Take a bottle of water, of course, but don't take too much.
Couple of DC motors and some silver rods and solar flashlight or shake flashlight. Handful of
Dry
things,
food.
man.
Yeah. Dry food.
I can eat grass when I get there. I just gotta boil it a little bit.
Yeah, I like oatmeal. So light, and it's got everything the body needs. Well, most of the stuff. Eat a lot of it. Just add water, honey, whatever you can find.
Sprinkle some salt in, drop in a couple honeysuckles, and you're good to go.
Yeah, berries, whatever you can find. Chuck it in your oatmeal and super energy. Ready to find more food and water.
Wow.
Get to know where your streams and rivers and springs, water sources in your area. Know the locals and what they know about the area. Talk to some old guy that lived there his whole life. Learn how to gut a pig or an animal. Learn how to build a canoe or a boat. Learn how to reverse a semi-truck. Oh, wait, you don't have to learn that. That's bullshit man shit.
Yeah, food talking about collab lab boy soup back one.
Yeah. Collab. Oh, what? Oh no, I don't know what you're talking about. What's up?
I'm wondering what he's saying.
Voice loop back one. What if you were lost and what if all went to hell and you needed an instrument? You know how to make a guitar? Do you know how to?
If I needed a guitar to get out of hell, I'd make that motherfucker out of toothpicks and pubic hair. Yeah.
Right? I mean, you just want to pluck a string and make it vibrate.
It's the strings, my man. Making the string is difficult. Good luck.
Yeah.
That holds that
Absolutely.
much tension. Like, it depends, It's like, how tight you want to pull it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Make that shit out of twine or whatever fucking fibers you make. Let's see. Let's see what you can come up with.
Poke some holes in a stick and you got a flute.
You play a fucking. You're gonna make a string that plays 10 hertz, mate. It's like it's a fucking.
Bro, didgeridoos.
Let's attack it, man. Just nearing state of mind. I'd have to be in hell to know what materials I would have to use there. You might have to stick with a drum set, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
that's much
didgeridoo.
easier, right?
Might not be
You
able
guys-
to make acoustics.
Have you guys ever heard the didgeridoo? It sounds
Yeah,
awesome, man. The
Yeah, it
vibration
does. I
from
like
it is
it.
like you can feel
I
it.
haven't heard it in person though. Shit.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
Does this
Dope.
sound right? Is it low?
Sounds
You got-
good.
What?
You?
Yeah, my mic. I turned it down.
Yeah,
A
you
bit
sound
low,
good.
yeah.
Turn the mic boost down. I don't think I need so much boost. Just volume.
they're gonna end up being a producer, just mucking around on BandLab, dude.
How about that?
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna dig that up. You're gonna be like, yeah.
I'm fucking with it. I know that.
That sounds good.
Well, I got the boost down and the volume up. I had the boost up and the volume down. I think it overmodulates and it cuts out.
Yeah.
when
Once
I
you
do
get
that.
it, dude, all your bars are just gonna blow out. You know, you're gonna be able to.
Yeah, the first
play
couple
them.
recordings I play with, it's like my mic flattens out when I peak.
It could
Turn
be
down.
clipping.
Yeah. Try adjusting that volume next to the microphone on the track. If that helps. If not, you got to kind of go to the source, the beginning, you know, wherever it's. But it sounds good here. I sound good here, but when I use my mic to record in BandLab, it sounds shit. This mic,
I ain't been able to
on the
move
phone.
that mic setting. I know what you're talking about.
You need to look at your decibel of your mic. If it's at like -6, that's okay. But if it's at like 0 or anything positive, that's not good.
Yeah.
Stream
Long
or
as it-
you record or the guy that just said -6 decibels.
Yeah.
You do audio work?
I'm a fan of audio. You could say
Okay.
that much.
Oh, me too.
And-
And I just ordered my first condenser, and I got some phantom power. I got a nice little setup coming, so it's like I'm just learning about how to set up your mic, and I was like, oh shit!
All right,
That's what I just learned.
Yeah, there's so many different things to it. It's
down
you
there
could
by
spend
the
so much time on
voice mic
audio.
on the right, it's just a bar.
I like audio.
Did you get it? Did you adjust it?
Yeah, I think
Is
I
it better?
see it now. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's
Who was that talking?
It's a
It's
mic.
me, Picaros.
And you can turn down your beat a little bit to match, you know, if it's too loud and you can't get the vocals to come over the beat, turn down the beat. You know, you want your vocals and your beat to, you don't have to make it loud. Like that's mastered. You know, I'll make it loud after.
Well, you have to
you
make sure
mess
your
music
stereo and
detector?
mono is set right for what you're trying to punch through.
Yep. I record in mono always.
Yeah,
Always?
for everyone here, you'd probably have to do mono. I don't. Most people, you can't really make a good stereo mix. Everything's in mono nowadays.
Damn phones. It's like, who listens to 808 on these stupid little speakers anyway? Why should I mix for these stupid little speakers? Like, 808 is for the 12-inch, man, 10-inch, 12-inch speakers. Like,
Have you guys heard of? So I was watching a video yesterday. It's funny that we talked about audio. How they got the 12-note scale. They talk about how the natural harmonics in our voice have the same ratios that we prefer in a scale. Except for they moved them, right? They made it more symmetrical. Instead of following the natural ratios that are present in our voices and in nature, they moved the scale so that, you know, the 6th note of the 12 is in the center rather than putting it on the ratio that is natural. And it's kind of weird how they try to tweak everything. I just want to see a scale that is not based off of any kind of symmetrical, you know, bias where they need to make it a certain way because they feel like they have to. I just want to see a natural scale where everything's with the ratios of how we speak and what's already present. No manipulation.
Yeah.
Have you heard of anything like that?
Yeah. I think, well, are you talking about the hertz, the 432 versus 440, or are you talking about the music scale, the
Kinda.
singing?
Yeah, so like if I'll have to find the video because
I
when you
know different
speak,
cultures.
well, it's all cultures, right? So when you speak, let's say if the main note that's present, or let's just say you're humming and it's the C note. Well, when you look at your voice, there's harmonics and all these different ratios. So it's not just the C note playing, even though it sounds like C. There's
I
all
need
these.
to recalibrate.
What are we talking about? That Bong? The harmonics? The other?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's harmonics and
Yeah.
everything. So when you hear the note C, you're not actually only hearing the note C. It's just the most present.
Yep. The highest
It's
amplitude.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was really weird how, because they're talking about how the 12-note scale was already natural. Like they didn't really, there was no process that they had to go through to find it. It was already there. You just discover it. Essentially, it's not really
Yeah.
invented.
Isn't it like there's something with the ear? What's that? With the scale also, right? There's something with the perception of sound.
I know what you're talking about. It's like a
The
phantom
octaves,
effect.
or something like that. Like
Yeah,
how the ear perceives sound.
yeah. So if you take a
There's
note that's like 100 hertz and like, was it like 400 hertz? I'll have to find the example, but it'll play a note that's in between. It won't play a note that's 100 hertz or 400 hertz. Your ear will perceive it as something as at like 200 hertz.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a
You know
name
what I'm
for
talking.
it.
You know exactly
Yeah.
what. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm trying to
So
say.
it's used in
And
mixing for your phone because your phone can't play anything past like, I don't even know, like 500 hertz. Those wimpy, stupid little speakers. They can't really play anything that low. So they'll mix in something around 400 hertz to imitate a bass note.
Fellow audiophile, dude, we need an audiophile tag roll for sure.
And cymatics.
I
Crazy.
oh my! I have a cymoscope, motherfucker. I was just cleaning up my lab upstairs. Don't make me fire up the cymoscope.
I want one of those.
You just do it. You grab a speaker and you glue a dish to it, and
Yeah,
you know.
the laser. Yeah, I want to buy the dish where
you don't have to.
not a dish.
Oh, I
but
put water in it.
Yeah, I've seen that one too. There's
Yeah.
that one, and there's another one where you can like pull something over the speaker and put a little reflective
sheet,
like piece of glass. It doesn't even have to be that big. It just has to be enough to shine a laser.
Bro, I got all types of audio shit. Yeah, I got that too.
Yeah.
I use a bone conductor type of speaker, if you want to call that. You know, it's a what is it? Surface. It's like it's a transducer. So it's a fucking transducer. It's a you know, it's the same. It has a same driver as a speaker, but the way it's used, it has no cone. So it vibrates the surface that you attach it to. So you can turn like entire tables into a speaker by
it's a bass shaker.
Yeah, those things are
essentially.
bad. Yeah, but they're they work well in the higher frequency domain. So like below 1,000 hertz or you know like 500, it's really weak because it takes. But it does well in the upper frequencies for sure. You can buy them pretty cheap, man, for like eBay, like $8. You know these. I forgot there's a name for them, but they're surface like conducting speakers. Like they're like.
Common name is like bass shakers.
Yeah, whatever the fuck they're
called. You just kind of screw them into a piece of wood. Yeah.
Yeah. But they're small, you know, they're not like for bass or to handle the higher frequencies. So you're always, if you build speakers with those, you always have to have subs because they don't give you low fucking frequencies at all. So you gotta have subs, but they'll give you decent mids and highs for sure. Excellent highs, like excellent, phenomenal highs. Dude, yeah, man, I like audio stuff, man, from way back. And it's, you know, I don't know. I'm circling back to it now.
I think music debunks evolution. All right, it's so simple. It's like,
yeah, bro, everything fucking debunks evolution. It's like the worst theory of all time. Things just magically order themselves. It's like, go fuck yourself, man. That never happens. Things decay. Fuck off.
Yeah, I should be a perfect human being if I've evolved over billions of years. I still go out in the
Right,
sun and
man?
I sunburn and my hair falls out. Like what? Who made up?
Man,
Who
you get
even
sick
thought?
like once or twice a year.
Yeah, like
It's
who even
like
thought of this? This is so stupid. It's such a dumb
a
idea.
retard.
We just evolved to come out the womb and not be able to walk and eat for like 4 years by ourselves. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, check this out. Funny thing, right? So past week, I was like, oh man, I need a decent mic because I don't know, Battlefield is coming. It's like the new Battlefield is coming out soon, and I want to stream it at least, so because I want to play it. I was like, oh fuck it, might as well just stream it. Maybe make money that way and build a little streaming setup. So, anyways, I was like, I need a mic. So I was browsing, found a decent mic, and I put it in the cart on Amazon, and I was like, you know what? Let me just hit up the thrift stores because you never know. So boom, I don't know. I must have like put the fucking idea in the ether or something. But anyways, I paid $10 for something that costs $100. It's a dual mic input. What do you call it? Controller, whatever the fuck it would be. It's
Mixer.
anyways, it's called an audio box USB. It's by PreSonus. So,
Oh, it's
anyways,
like an amp.
it's a Phantom Power. It's a dual, so you can plug in your mic and your guitar, or two
Oh, yeah,
mics or whatever,
that's
so it
an
has a
audio
stereo
interface.
input.
Yeah, it's like audio
And so it
interface
has
essentially.
input 1, input 2, and then you can put 2 MIDI inputs from the back. It also has a headphone out and speaker out from the back. It's a pretty cool device. So anyways, it was $100, and I found it for $10. I was like, oh my god, yeah, steal. So then I went back. I was like, okay, lucky me. I just waited on that microphone order because that one came with its own Phantom Power. So I was like, oh, I don't need that. So I'm just gonna get the XLR mic, and I'm good to go. So I was like, cool, man. So yeah, I'll be fucking around with this thing soon. Better sound good.
No one knows how to properly EQ a mic though. Like, if you
I
can
looked on
get
YouTube.
the virtual
You said the
EQ.
-6, right?
Well, there's like highs and lows, and like the way you want to gate your mic. There's more than just that, but that's just like the
the
general
profile.
understanding
Oh,
of
your
it.
sound. You talk about like
Yeah.
the sound profile.
So when you want to EQ your mic, you want to like take off certain frequencies and make certain frequencies higher. Like the lows usually don't come in very well, so you want to turn the lows up a little more. And there's more than just that's just to make the volume decent, but you do want to EQ it. There's like virtual
That box
EQs
comes with software. It comes with like recording license for a free license with like recording software and like software to operate it. So maybe I can fucks with the EQ profile there. I have not checked. I would assume so because it is expensive.
There's a filter like an EQ called a high pass filter, right? You chuck that on, and you just set it to say so it rolls off like under 100 hertz, because I think 100 is where a lot of the power. Say if you're a guy, right? 100 is where that low energy is, so you just cut out everything below 100 hertz. That's how I do it. 80 hertz, and I'll just set it to 80 hertz so that because all that can't be heard. Those lower frequencies can't be heard, but they take up a lot of the headroom in the mix, and it goes and then roll off 16K, around there, or it's called a low pass filter. So you put your high pass filter on 80 hertz, and then you put your low pass. Then you put your low pass on 16 to 20 hertz. 20,000.
Come on, bro. I know about bass mechanics. I know what a high pass and low pass filter is. I can make my own actually, capacitors and inductors.
It took
And
me
they did
so
way back
long.
then.
Yeah, it took me a long
Fuck yeah,
time
man.
to understand how these frequencies. It's like a pipe,
So you went with
like you
the
can
analog
always
route. Are you talking about like an analog device to plug in?
in digital,
Yeah, yeah.
digital too. Yeah, and
Digital too,
when
yeah.
it's inside, inside your DAW, you're about to record. That's where
Your
you want to
software, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
plug your EQ in there. But that's just to filter out the lows and the highs. You want as much flatness, meaning no EQ. You want that middle, that 1K to be there. That's where the voice will sit in the mix. So, like say the guitar takes up a lot of 1K, so you would EQ out. You would complement each other. You take out the enough of that so that the voice is not, so it's not busy. They're not fighting each other because the telephone is 1K, so that's catered to you.
Okay.
So it's about like carving out space for the vocals, to sit on top of the whole mix, but at the same time, you want the other instruments present. They have their own frequencies, like harmonics, and it's so awesome. The audio
Oh
world.
man, you gotta teach me what you know, lady. You sound like you know a lot of shit.
There's
I know about sound, but not
there's
music.
a video you should watch on mixing. It'll
Hit
explain
me with
like
it in the
the
DMs,
3D
please.
space of how music is perceived. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Then there's the Fletcher Munson curve. That's the one that I also use. I use a pink noise to get a static mix. You start turning things up because the pink noise follows that curve. So whatever frequencies, because you can't hear low frequencies. So when you try to turn up your kick, you don't know that those low frequencies are already taking up all the space. You know what I mean? So certain frequencies you're targeting. Yeah, it's awesome. I don't know how to explain.
No, dude, it's cool. Keep going. I'm trying to understand. Trust me. I just don't know what
Yeah.
kick is.
Yeah.
But I'm understanding everything else,
The
so I'm not
the
promising you to
the
ask me what the fuck is a kick.
yeah
But
the Fletcher Munson curve is how our ears, right, perceive sound. So there's certain sounds we can't hear, and each sound has a fundamental frequency. So say the kick, right? The kick, you can't hear the lows, but you need to hear that high, that snap, which is around 2K, 1K. So that's called punch. That's what you're listening for when you're listening to using the pink noise to get a static mix. The guitar, as soon as you hear that guitar over the pink noise, you stop. Barely hear it, you stop. So you do this throughout all the sounds, right? What you're doing is you're
okay.
balancing the fundamental frequencies for all these sounds. And when you turn off the pink noise, you can hear all of it. So then you can start
Oh wow, that is.
targeting. Yep. Go ahead.
So you have a pink noise track that you play and you do this manually, correct? Or how do you
So
do? Yeah.
I put the pink noise plug in. It's called it's a free one. Pink noise it's awesome. You put it on the master track, and then you load up all your sounds in the mixer, and they all go to that master track together, and they're all trying to get through. And then you solo each sound, and you turn it up, the fader up until you hear it, whatever frequency that you're supposed to hear, and then you do the next one, the next one, the next one, and then you take off the pink noise, and then all of the sounds should be present.
Bong.
Yo,
Did you ever
God
use
knows what I'm talking about.
Did you ever use the VU meter on the pink noise and test it and see what's up?
Right, that's different though. See, the VU meter, right,
No,
is what
the
you
LUFS,
use.
the LUFS, my bad, the LUF meter. Because
Yeah,
when
the
you
LUFS
measure,
meter is.
right? Because did you try
Oh man,
looking the LUFS? How much LUFS?
LUFS
That pink
is
noise.
loudness.
I
Yeah,
know. So
it's a new standard that they have.
I know when you
Yeah.
use pink noise, did you ever try running the pink noise in the LUF meter?
No, you don't. You don't. You run the
No,
mix.
just to reference it because what you're doing, like, no, because there's different types of pink noises out there. I have a wave file of the pink noise, right? And the thing
Just
is,
download the plugin. The plugin is easy.
no,
It's just got the right.
I can't. I tried, I can't find the stupid fucking thing. I just,
You can't. What?
I don't know.
Post a link.
I found the wave file and it's better. I find it's good. It works for me. What I'm trying to say is, have you ever tried putting it and seeing what the pink noise does to the LUF meter?
Yeah, Yeah, it takes up
No,
a
but
lot of.
no. It's actually really good to see what happens because you see at what level you're at with the pink noise, and then you adjust the pink noise to the level you want, and then you put
Right.
the tracks
Yeah.
over on the pink noise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't
That's
use.
kind of
That's not
irrelevant.
how. Yeah, that's not how we use it though. Here, I'll post the link. Here, everybody
No,
download this.
what do you mean that
Well,
you're adjusting all the levels on each
yeah,
track to the
no,
pink
but listen,
noise?
you can
And if your
adjust
pink,
the master
hold
at
on,
the end.
that's what I'm saying. If your pink noise is not fucking leveled off properly, and you don't have if it's and you're trying to reference it, and and your pink noise is off, then yeah, your shit's gonna sound whack.
No,
Too
because
low or too high.
no, you don't
Right.
understand. You can just turn the master down, and then everything's quieter.
Right. So let me just explain real quick, Vlad.
Talking about
Let me
that.
just the pink noise, right, is
I use the
it's the new
pink noise
standard
on
because the
fuck,
pink
I
noise.
know.
The lux meter, right, is before I
Yeah.
used to use RMS meter, the RMS meter. So 7 RMS, 5.3 RMS. That's pretty loud. But then yeah, they want us to use the lux meter to standardize stuff. But that's not how we use the lux meter after we've done everything, after we've done the pink noise, and then we want to turn up the whole mix. It's a mastering thing, not a mixing
I
thing.
understand that, Bong, but I'm just saying, have you ever ran the pink noise through the left meter? That's the only question I asked.
Yes, accidentally, yes.
Well, it's not. I didn't do it accidentally. I did it on purpose. I wanted to see what the left meter would do to the pink noise.
What did you get?
It's because it's always constant, right? It's always. So your
Yeah.
meter, your bar, it barely flutters, but it levels off to the VUs that you need. Not the VUs, but the LUFs that you need, right? And then what we're going to minus 14 dB LUFs all the time, and we're trying to standardize at 14, right? Minus 14 dB. And
I
so
yeah.
I adjust that pink noise because I have to because it's a WAV file, right? So I adjust that pink noise to 14 dB, and then
I
I
got a
start.
trick. I got
Gotta
a
do it
trick for
that way.
you.
I gotta do it that way.
I,
I mean,
I
fuck,
got a trick for you. Negative 14 is too low in my opinion.
I know,
I aim for negative 9 LUFS.
I
But when
know.
you aim for negative 9 LUFS, YouTube and all these Spotify are gonna turn it down. So the trick is on the limiter, there's something called a ceiling. Okay, for all you engineers listening, just bring it down to negative 1 dB. That ceiling. That's the trick. So that when you upload your 9 LUFS track, they're not going to mess around with it. Well, negative 11 is safe. Negative 9 is a bit too loud, but negative 11 is safe. That way your mixes are competitively loud and they turn it down. And the loudest words
Listen.
is
I've seen
still
some guys.
alive and well.
Listen. I've seen some guys go -7, bro. I've seen some guys do
Yeah,
-7. Do you
yeah,
know
I
why?
know.
Know why?
Freaking, what's his name? Bow, bow.
No,
What's his name?
but do you
It
know
was
why?
Skrillex.
Yeah, but do you
Skrillex
know
goes
why?
to zero. He goes to zero.
I know, but do you
I
know
can't
why?
believe this guy.
But do you know
I'm like,
why?
dude, you're
You know
crazy. People's ears are gonna bleed.
why? But do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why they do that?
Well, loudness war, of course.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's because whenever you upload it into SoundCloud or YouTube, they automatically like adjust that sound to the level they want it to, right? So if it's too loud, they'll reduce it. If it's too quiet, they'll actually bring it up for you. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. It has
So these
done
guys are
nothing in my
tricking,
opinion.
they're tricking that by like I know a guy he does it to -7. He's like, okay, see, they were like, oh, -14 is pretty good, but that's what they bring it at. So if you bring it to 14, it's just gonna sound like flat the whole way through. So he's like, bring it down to -7. I'm like,
Yeah.
whoa, this guy's because I remember you told me right in the beginning when I started using the love meter, you want to be around 14. I'm like, okay, so I started adjusting all my tracks to 14. But then I go watch this other guy. He's like -7. Fuck all that shit. You know what I mean? Bomb.
Well,
Because it
yeah,
lets
I
you know
know, but
if that's
the,
the kind of sound you're going for. You know what I mean? If you want
right,
something really kicky and punchy, you need to go. You need to go -7 or like -9.
but the loudness of a mix is in the mix, not in the not in the mastering. It's about how you compress things and
Are you
mix
gonna play
things.
these mixes in the club? Are you gonna play these mixes? You know what I mean? It depends on what kind of song you're making too, right? So Skrillex is making crazy fucking music, right? So obviously he's gonna have
Nah,
the crazy shit, you know.
he's done.
And
Nobody listens to
he's
Skrillex
garbage.
anymore.
Yeah, he's garbage. I mean, dubstep's pretty much over, anyways. It's all garbage. But
Crazy people.
well, I mean, no, there's still some liquid step, some love step, so some of that smooth, fucking like mellow, like slower type I still listen to that shit. It's really good. But apart from that, like that crazy dubstep, yeah, no, that's all garbage. I never really listened to it. I never listened to Skrillex. That guy's a shit from the beginning.
There's some
Yeah,
good
I
stuff
never
out
liked
there.
him.
It's so every pop song you hear nowadays, it's technically electro pop, which is basically EDM and pop mixed together.
And trap.
Yeah, it's
mixing it.
gotten so muddy. It's right like EDM
I
or like
hate it, dude.
dubstep.
Like,
That was
what
reggae music. It
what
branched
the
off. It all
hell?
branched off from reggae.
Yeah, it's like all the real musicians and technicians got old, and all these new noobs are taking over, thinking their
Well, yeah,
music
they're
is
using
hot. It's like,
electronic music now. It's all from the fucking computer, bro. Obviously, everybody makes
what is
music
this
now.
rubbish that everybody's loving so much? Who
Everybody,
loves the rubbish?
the kids, they always love.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I wonder what song is doing good on the WAP. Never mind. I'm gonna go back to my Eagles.
I love the Eagles.
Ding, 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 ding,
I
ding.
wasn't even born. The Eagles were fucking popular as fuck. I wasn't even born, but I still love the Eagles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's gonna go back to my Lying Eyes song.
I wasn't even fucking born.
That's my favorite Eagles
Pink
song.
Floyd had like fucking
Lying
5
Eyes.
albums. I wasn't even born, and I still love Pink Floyd. You know what I mean? Shit.
You guys know that song? Oh, I forgot. Goes like this, and then.
What, you trying to be the next Sunny guy? What's wrong with you, guy?
What's
Yeah,
the Eagles song? Is that one of these nights? Oh man, I love that song.
on the dark desert, cool wind in my hair, the warm smell of colitas rising up through the air, right? Hotel California, no?
Yep.
Right? Do you know how to do the guitar?
I practice this song so much.
Well, you practice one song, guy.
No, I know. Welcome to the Machine.
Oh yeah, I like that song. That's one of my favorites. It's really good, but it's depressing.
It's
But
not.
still good. Yeah, man. It's a great fucking song. Yo, Bong, I have like 5 more characters to level in World of Warcraft, and I'm max level again. Because the expansion came out, right? Now I have to level every other character 10 more levels. And like,
Thank you, music, for soothing our souls.
Music's from the devil.
And then when I finish leveling all my characters to level 60, I'm gonna start making music again. But before that, I gotta finish the World of Warcraft thing.
I think I'll learn how to make music, then school all you guys.
And Bong, yeah, good luck, buddy.
Oh, careful, bud.
It ain't that fucking easy, bro.
Hey, maybe I'm talented, right? That's the difference, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Maybe I have the JS Bach within, and I do not know.
It's about the technicalities of it, and you have to like understand the DAW very well. The system that you're using.
I can deal with technicalities, right? So it's not terrible. Like software shit. Like I was using like the Sony like SoundForge and like Acid Pro and whatnot when I was like.
It's not 14. Like, I mean, yeah, I understand. Like, you can be good in Excel, right? But can you program Excel to do fucking like a game? Like, can you make Excel make Mario? You know, like that level's of fucking, you know.
Yeah, right.
There's levels
I mean, I can do if functions.
It's called copy and paste.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I understand that.
So what do you think?
Google and copy and paste.
Yeah. You think it's easier, right?
Bong,
I don't.
we all
I
know
don't
that.
think I could write music
Everybody
from like
cheats
zero.
and says,
There's no fucking way, man.
Dude,
if you're
I
not
write
cheating and
Bro, what are you
stealing,
talking
you're
about? Hey,
losing. I'm just
Bong,
saying.
Bong, Bong.
Not
Serious.
electronically.
No,
Not electronically.
all my songs I've made, all the sounds are from a single note instrument. Like either I choose a piano or whatever. All the fucking music I don't sample shit. Unlike
Okay.
Bong samples everything. Bong's a sample master. That's why his
No, I
music
don't.
sounds the best.
His music
I
is
don't
good, man.
sample
He's
stuff.
got
I tell you,
he's got talent.
I know Bong
I
has.
sample sunny stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like sampling stuff. Yeah, if I sample something, you're gonna know it's sampled. I'm gonna give it that effect. That MPC sound. Like that.
All right.
I haven't really messed with sampling, much.
I don't like sampling. No. I mean, like, okay, what kind of sample I can do? Okay, I'll take, let's say, if there's a sound inside like a track, but I want that specific sliver, and then I make a range of notes out of that sliver, and then play piano keys out of that one sound. Yeah, that's a different type of.
If I grew up in the East Coast, I probably would have been a sampler. But because I grew up, the West Coast. That's most of my influence comes from the West Coast. Dr. Dre starts bringing instruments into the thing, funk, and I'm like, oh, screw sampling. I'm gonna let funk, boom, boom. You know what I mean? And that's you get lost doing that music stuff. But if you grew up on the East Coast, I think you'd be more into sampling because that's your sound there. That boom, boom, that boom bap sound.
Yeah, that boom bap sound there.
Hip hop, boom, boom.
I know. I don't.
that.
I don't give a fuck about the culture though. Like so much. Like I don't give a fuck, bro. I just don't care.
Well, you can create culture with music. That's the crazy
That's what I'm
thing,
saying.
man.
No, but that's the thing. And then they create some bullshit out of what fucking all of that. It's just garbage, bro. I hate
Yeah,
it.
and then we create not bullshit out of it. We
Yeah, I
create
hate
real
fake
stuff.
studies. But then there's posers, and then I fucking hate the posers even more, bro. Fuck. Anyways, why does the world suck so much nowadays, bro?
Yeah.
I'd rather play World of
Because
Warcraft.
of the internet.
I'd rather play World of Warcraft. Fuck.
Not everybody sucks though, but yeah,
Hey,
I
listen.
get you.
But on the real
Find
note,
coconut tree.
on the
you
real
don't suck.
Bong, for real though. Remember when I said Genshin Impact? That game, bro, Genshin Impact, bro. I swear to Christ, that game is so fun, and it's free. It's one of the funnest free games I've played in a long time. That's really good. It's like if you guys ever played Secret of Mana for like Super Nintendo or like Secret of Mana 3, if you guys know what that one is, it's like you get to create a team of characters, like 4 characters, and each character has its own special powers and shit. And then you fight big bosses and whatnot. If that's your thing, No?
I'm right now at the moment. I'm playing chop up Sonny's guitars.
I know. I know
Got bass lines
listen, I understand that though, but it's either one or the other. Because when I make music, I don't want to do anything else. If I'm not making music, I'm doing like games. That's it. Like I'm really like.
I'm always doing music, dude. Like it's always.
You're gonna have to take me from the beginning one day, Bong, and just walk me through it from A to Z, like, and just screen
Bro,
share what you're doing.
Start learning chords, serious.
When
Start
FL
learning-
Studio was Fruity Loops, that first one, I downloaded the demo and I realized the work I had to do what I need to do. And that was one, studying frequencies. That was the first thing I had to do was understand how the ear and frequencies, the range, where the bass, where each instrument lives and where the voice lives. I spent like a whole year just reading stuff, downloading, reading, searching down, reading, learning about sound and all that.
Understand chords and scales. That's the first
Oh,
thing.
the music, the music
Right.
thing is different too. Music theory is different from the actually producing
Sound.
it.
No, it's
Yeah.
the same thing. What are you talking about? It's the
Science
same
stuff.
thing. It's intertwined because all your scales, let's say the C, the E, okay, any of those notes, they all have their own frequency. You know
Right.
what I mean? They sit in their own
And I understand them in frequencies and not
they don't move.
like
They don't
C
move.
sharp and all that. Like what the fuck that is? I'm sure
Right,
the
and then
frequencies
and then the
tweaked a
following
bit. That's
harmonics
my
and
mind
how they
says that.
work. You know what I mean? And how
You don't have to.
work and shit. You gotta
Yeah,
understand all
but you
that.
don't,
It's very important.
you don't have to know music theory though. I mean, it helps, but you don't have to be
A lot.
like an expert musician to be a really good sound engineer.
By
Vice
music
versa.
theory, you got to
Right?
understand how your scales and your chords are related, and when you understand how all that shit works and how you can just your
No,
octaves, and then you can just build music easily. Yeah,
no,
man, it's
that
that easy.
Yeah.
listen, no, that's just obvious. Everyone knows a bass note is you know,
All
Right.
you
C3.
It's not
Everyone knows
not
that.
everybody. Not everybody that does no fucking music theory. People that never fucking studied that shit,
No,
they wouldn't
dude,
know.
bass, it's in the name. Like everyone knows a bass line is just gonna be
Nobody
lower
knows what.
octave
you,
note.
If
Yeah,
you
it's
haven't
in the
done
name
music,
of it.
you
You can't, it's literally in the name
wouldn't
bass
know.
line.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, dude,
What's
all
your
you
Hey,
opinion
bass
on
is
this,
new,
Carl?
right?
traders know this.
Guys,
it,
it's like you're telling somebody that's never
I,
done something about that, and they don't understand the name. They're like, obviously, they're gonna say, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
the thing with low frequencies is it's really hard to make them sound perceptive to the ear, right? So when you look at speakers, it's like, all right, bass comes from these speakers, but in the real world,
Relevant
a
to the
bass
conversation.
guitar or a cello or that's what we call bass. Like, the voice, you know what I mean? But these frequencies we're dealing with, when it comes to speakers, is like weird to me. It's like, well, you need a speaker to reproduce this. You know what I mean? So when you think about a
um
natural sound versus a electronically
right.
produced sound pressure. So it's like, yeah, if you play the guitar, you would probably
That's like the biggest thing.
by ear, all right, this doesn't work with that. It's clashing because they're in the same frequency. Of course, naturally, you would know that. So you don't play the same part as, on the same frequency as that. You would probably move an octave down. So that's in that way, a musician knows where to play sounds. But when it comes to the studio, now you have to go into the science, and all that crap. It was a big learning curve for me, but
That's what
I
I'm
had to
saying.
do it.
Scales and chords, very
You're gonna have
important.
to
Learn that
summarize
shit.
it for me, Bong.
Chord progressions. Learn how to do chord
I'll try.
progressions.
Um
Very important.
You better,
hey,
motherfucker.
Cyrus,
Yo.
there's two dudes who make the best tutorials, Bro Beats TV and Finna Finesse. They have like by far the best tutorials, like producer tutorials. Like just watch them. I can send you their channels.
Yeah, please just DM me just the channels, and I would love that. Because
Right.
I just want to learn for like curiosity's sake. Because that's like I said, when I was like 14, I got into car audio and for
Same.
years, and I left off at like the music mixing and making part. I didn't keep going. You know what I'm saying? So I learned a lot of initial stuff
I
on
watched those
sound.
guys too. But they're a bit not as advanced as some of. Here, I'll post a link. I watched this guy. Check him out. He's really good. You'll learn a lot from him. Sean Devine.
Like he's beginning, Bong, man. Let him start off like at the basics, man.
This is good. Yeah, this guy is good.
Well, I
He'll
understand that, but I'm saying like,
he'll
you don't want to fucking overload the guy at once,
and then
man.
No, don't.
and
My
here's
guy,
the other
come
guy.
on.
Here,
If I
and
spit calculus, like this is not gonna be that bad, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Calculus is easy.
Calculus is nasty.
Okay,
Calculus
and
is
here's the
easy.
pros.
But
Here's the
it's
pros.
lost, yes.
This is the guy I learned from since 2006 or 7. I don't know. But this is the guy. He's a legend. So Dave Pensado, yeah, he's got all the cool tutorials.
All right.
And
I subscribed
Waves.
already. Oh,
Yeah.
who's that guy?
There's the Waves. These guys that make plugins for producers. They're all
Oh,
that's
wow. Okay.
Rovers. Yeah. And then there's this other guy, Ken. I'm just just YouTube. I just go to YouTube and browse around, and I think, gosh, I wish I had a real producer and engineer that I could, be in the studio with and learn from. But hey, that's what the internet is, man. The internet will give you way more than that, So that's why I just dove into
Hey,
the
man,
internet.
I picked up a TIG welder, and I was talking to Boof earlier about welding. And it's hard, and it takes years to learn how to weld well, and it's
Cool story.
But the internet is here,
Listen.
Yeah, cool story.
What I'm trying to tell you is, Bong's guy's awesome. The other guy that said something awesome. I've learned also that if you take, like, everybody has their own techniques, and if you like look at multiple different producers and how they do shit, you'll pick up your own shit and what you like and what you don't like. You know what I mean? Everybody has their own different thing. You know, nobody's set in their own ways,
Right. Their own
right?
style.
Everybody has their own style, yeah, that what they do, and
Yes,
depending on what kind of music they're producing too, right? Some people produce like music for like dancing. Some people produce music for like fucking TV shows or like just ambient noise. All kinds of different like music is all kinds of different shit, right? So, and there's all kinds of different styles you go into. It's just when I'm telling you, learn the basics, the keys, your fucking C, D, E, F, G, fucking all of that. You got to learn that and how,
Right.
why it's there, and what frequency sit, what octave sits in what frequency, and all that shit. It's really good when you learn all that.
Music theory. That's called music theory.
Yeah,
Right.
and how it sounds when you press it all together. Let's say you're pressing four keys together. Why did those four keys sound good together, and why pressing the other four keys doesn't sound good at all? Why? Because they resonate properly, or some doesn't resonate.
Or
Which
harmonic, right?
yeah, harmonic frequencies. Yeah, there's a reason for that.
The dissonance and consonance.
Yeah, something. See, I'm not really good with the words, but I kind of remember those words.
Well, the thing is, this is built into every single person, unless you're what is it, tone deaf. Everyone knows, like just by listening to something, you can sit there and trial and error your way and make it whatever you want because you know what's going to sound good and what's going to sound bad. Your ear will tell you. You don't. No book is going to tell you what sounds good or bad. You can literally go off just your ear.
Kind of. Some people have really bad taste in music.
Well, yeah, those are like the borderline tone
Yeah.
deaf. Like they don't understand why. Like they probably shouldn't make anything.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like there's just some people like this type of music. Like I'm saying, like I like all
That's why you
genres.
ask people what kind of
I like all
music you listen
genres
to.
of music.
Right.
No, but I'm saying I like all genres, like from heavy metal to like deep house, like, and then in all kinds of in betweens, like fucking down to indie shit that nobody even listens to, and I'm saying like, but even in those genres, there's music that I wouldn't like. Like there's some heavy metal I wouldn't touch at all because it just sounds like shit. But some people listen to it. It's just, how do you guys even listen? And they have millions of followers. It just sounds like shit to me. You get what I'm saying? So everybody has their own different taste.
Oh, for sure.
It's always like that.
That's why classical music is subjective. I mean, objective. I'm sorry, not subjective.
Well, yeah, I mean, like,
just
some
instrument.
classical music, yeah, I know it's just instrument, but you can play an instrument like shit, or you can play it good,
Oh yeah. Did you go like pre Handel, pre the days of like before Handel? Handel and like before his days, like music was like kind of trash. Then polyphony came along with like I think it was Handel, and then that forgot the one priest made it like popularized it, and then Bach mastered it, right? Polyphony, polyphonic, because before it was so like that's what music was like. It was trash,
Yeah.
It wasn't great. And then Bach actually, like, his stuff went to the trash. I think it was a dude named Albert Schweitzer that pieced his stuff together, and literally went to the dump. So, and today he's like, oh, he's the greatest of all time. Or no. So it's interesting how people perceive like at the time where they thought Bach was trash, but he was killed like organist, so he would test out like the organs that they would build because he was like extremely talented like organist.
Still can't believe I almost fucked up that guy today. I mean, I'm just fucking still thinking about that. It's crazy.
What happened?
This cocksucker
You got
told me
heated.
I should wear a mask. I almost fucked him
Oh
up.
no!
I almost ripped his fucking head off.
Oh
I'm
man, you
already
gotta
over
calm down
that.
there.
No, but I'm saying,
That must have really got to you, man.
buddy, I swear to God, I've been rolling after that. I've been rolling spliffs one after another. And I'm talking about these are double papes and these are massive cannons I'm smoking. I'm trying to cool off because I literally that cocksucker pissed me off to the point I had my hand raised and I was about to grab his head and fucking buddy, I was just
Knee his
dude,
ass. You just
no,
fucking clinch him and just
no, he was
eat some
gonna
knees.
he was just gonna fucking drop in seconds. Like I'm not when I fucking if I ever hit somebody, it's people fucking drop. And that's the one thing. I just don't do that. And I was so close to it, especially with the cocksucker with his fucking bitch ass faggoty voice. You should motherfucker, man. And I'm like, what did you fucking say? And then from the fucking, we should be wearing a mask. You're taking an elevator. I stopped the elevator door. I fucking walked to race to his fucking face. What the fuck did you say? Buddy, man, I was gonna fuck him up.
Man, you gotta calm down, man.
Yeah, no, there's cameras everywhere. I was cameras everywhere. I'm like, no, I'm not. I literally, no, literally, because I couldn't touch him, right? I literally, my mouth was right next to his ear, and I was screaming, "You fucking cunt! You fucking into his ear, so fucking loud." And I had people, like I was outside my building, right? And people, there was construction workers looking at this shit, and I'm like, and because he's wearing a mask too, and I'm looking at, look, everybody, it's a fucking sheep. He's still wearing a fucking mask by himself outside. This stupid fucking cunt is telling me to fucking wear a mask, motherfucker. Buddy, I fucking made a fucking mockery out of him too. And guess what? You know what's funny? I walk back in and I'm chilling. I'm sitting on my fucking, and I'm, because this happened right outside my balcony too. And this cocksucker's getting yelled at, or he's yelling at the fucking construction workers, because construction workers ain't wearing masks, and they're fucking laughing at him for being a fucking bitch. And now he's yelling back at, now he's starting to fight with the fucking construction workers because I fucking bitched him out like a bitch he is. Isn't that crazy? But he wasn't fighting. He was rambling on like he got bitched out. You know those guys that got really fucking bitched out, but he doesn't know what to do, so he just paces back and forth and just talks to himself. Well, he's exactly what he's fucking doing. Cunt. I was gonna fucking rip his head off. I swear to God.
It's those guys. They never get told no. They're power hungry. They mostly like the entire time they talk to another dude. They always comply with what he says. They never expect you to actually come out and do anything.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
funny
no.
when you do.
Fucking buddy, dude. And I hope more people start doing this shit, especially with these fucking twats, because guess what? In Canada, the Supreme Court fucking told these cocksuckers that their mandates, those masks and vaccines, are illegal since fucking the 9th of June.
Oh, you know about that?
The
Yeah.
Supreme fucking Court of Canada did this, and no cocksucker in Canada fucking they still wearing fucking masks because they're dumb sheep watching fucking TV.
Question.
They're
I have a
scared,
question.
man.
Fuckers, bro.
They
You
took away
reckon-
their emergency
bro.
declaration.
Bro, I'm losing my
if they-
fucking mind here.
If they declare martial law, do you think the mask wearers are gonna go after the non-mask wearers? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's crazy,
that's how
right?
they do it, bro. That's how communism did, bro. And I'm telling you, when it's time to fuck up some people, I mean, it's gonna be kind of. And get ready, bro. You gotta fucking be in tip-top physical shape. You don't fuck it around.
So
Did you guys see the scripts
Look,
they're gonna read to you when they go door to door? Have you seen that yet?
Yeah, I dare them to go door to door.
door to door.
So they're gonna go door to
yeah.
What does
door,
it sound like? Yeah.
and someone leaked the script that they have of what they're gonna say to you and how they're gonna present themselves, how to act. Like it goes over the whole shebang. It's pretty cool. Maybe I can find
Like
it.
a sales pitch, right?
Well, the funny thing is that you can't sell, like you can't knock on someone's door and sell them something or something along those lines. So what they word it as, we're not here to sell you anything, but you are. So it's kind of weird how they try to play this word game.
What the fuck are they
Trying to sell you a lie.
Carl, tell me, what are they doing door to door?
They're giving
sell
you
you a
the
lie.
Jab ya?
yeah, they're gonna poke you.
They're gonna try.
Ah.
Is that what
This was announced in the U.S. I don't know if
Just
they said
say-
anything in.
Vlad, just
Never in
say
Canada,
thank
bro.
you, but no thank you, and then close your door. Don't go off on them.
Well,
Just
no,
go.
no.
Don't even
So
fucking open
you're
my
Close your
you're
door.
not even supposed to give them any information at all because here I'll show you. I think I can find it. It says on there that it has like an address
I'm calling
form
it
where they will write
fucking
down
right away.
where you live, how many people are in the home, Like it's
they can try.
creepy. It's weird.
They can
So you
try.
want to give them the least amount of information as
You don't
possible.
talk to them. You don't give them anything. You don't.
Yeah,
talk
you
to them.
just
Go
I
fuck
know.
kind of
off.
want to ignore them.
Fuck off. Wait, hold on. Fuck off. Oh, you didn't understand me? Fuck off again. And for that point, if on the fourth fuck off, they don't fucking
Fuck off! I'm playing
understand.
WoW. I'm
Buddy,
baiting.
I'm calling the
I'm
cops on you
baiting.
right now if you don't fuck off. That's it. Like, but if
Kill
it's
the
fuck off,
accuracy,
you
bro.
don't get violent with them. No, you get
Yeah.
belligerent. You get up. You get fucking up. Like your words are your weapon, right? And you get the fucking sharpest words you can get. And you fucking start stabbing these motherfuckers with your words. Because that's the only thing you can do. No physical violence. I guarantee you, man. You have to use the words. And these words have to be fucking really sharp. And when I'm telling you fuck off, and by the fifth fuck off, if he doesn't understand, you tell him I'm calling the fucking police, you fucking communists. And you call them communists right away. And then they'll know who the fuck they're talking to.
I'm gonna make them sign something,
Bitches.
or like approach them with a paper. You know, like reverse the role.
Yeah, you can
Come
do
at
that.
them with their own
Yeah.
garbage and be like, "Here, sign this." Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you're like,
any
"Whoa,
adverse
whoa, whoa, I don't want to. I don't want this
if
paperwork."
any adverse effects happen or I fucking die, you therefore owe my whole fucking family. Your whole family's in debt to my family fucking billions of dollars for my life, bitch. Because
Well, I
there's
was thinking,
Just like,
I was thinking you can have your own needle ready for them when they come in. You say, "Here, I need to give you this."
Here, we'll trade. We'll
What?
trade. Here, you
What?
give me one, I give you one.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
But you
Yeah,
get
give
mine
me-
first, right? You do mine first, and then I'll think about it. Go ahead, here, sign me up. And see what
I
they say.
linked
Yeah,
it.
man.
What are you trying to do to me? What are you trying to do to
Good
me?
one.
Exactly. Thank
Good
you.
I want to
one,
read
Mark.
it.
Well,
I
or
put the
close
link
the
in
door.
there.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right, Bong? So there you go, man. I'm gonna tell him, listen, I'm Old
Two can play
Testament.
that
Like, I
game.
believe. Yeah, I'll be like, I believe in the Quran, man. I'm sorry, and it says eye for eye,
Right.
tooth for tooth, ear for an ear, and so you're gonna poke me. I gotta poke you too. You give
I'm
me the
glad you
serum,
know,
I gotta
right?
give you the serum, man. I'm
Or let
sorry.
me
It's
poke
just
you first,
that's
and
my
then
religion, you
and
know.
you can decide what.
Yeah. And since you're gonna
It's same
poke me, then
logic.
let me go
Yeah.
first, you know.
Yeah, this is logic, right? It's like,
I'm
all right,
sure
does this make sense to
run
you? Right?
fuck out. They're just gonna run, man. What the fuck? Crazy
Yeah.
dude now. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. And like, what? Religious nut. Get out of here.
You got your chemistry lab behind you. They can see it. You got your mask on and your white lab coat, and you open the door. Hi, been expecting you. We
That
give
would
it
be
a
great.
shot. Your shot. See if that scares the
funny.
crap out of them. Like, oh, now you know how everybody else feels. Come here, don't be afraid. This is actually going to help the
So what you do is you
coronavirus
say,
stay away.
"Hey, I'm running an experiment right now. You know, I have this study
Right?
going on. You know, are you willing to be a part of it?" And you just keep flipping the words back on them.
Yep.
I'd pay to see that.
Yep. It would be
Dude,
so funny, the reaction. Just record the reaction. Have your camera ready,
So-
rolling.
I used to never wear a mask in the beginning, but then because of work, I worked in the public. I'm always in a grocery store, and they had these one-way markers in the aisles. And the funny thing, this was witnessed by like the manager. I was just talking there. I was just talking to the manager or whatnot. And this motherfucker, man, he's like, "Oh yeah, that's why people are getting sick, because not everyone is following the rules." he's like barking, and he's like far away indirectly at me, and he's getting really fucking mad. And I just started looking at this man. The manager's like looking at me like, "Oh my god, what the fuck is this?" And then I see him in the aisle over, and I'm going the wrong way again. And this dude just starts. He seriously like wanted to fight, and like this, he was like a cripple. Like he kind of like walked with like a crippled limp. Like, and he was like 50, and I was like, man, like for real, like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't even like, I just didn't acknowledge him. I looked at him like, if I engage right now, it's like the consequences are severe. Like I'm armed. I don't know if he's armed or not. It's like, okay, no. Like I'm just gonna ha. Have a nice day. Go fuck off, man. I'm not gonna allow it to get to me because consequences are severe. Like I do not want to engage like at this age. Like I this is not a bar fight. Like I'm gonna fuck for my life. Like I do not know what the fuck you carry. You know, so it's like you could be carrying a piece. Like I don't fucking know. Like why would I even entertain that shit?
Just
And
smile
it
at them.
happened twice, man. So it was just the civilians, not the store managers or anything. It's because of the fellow man. I decided when it happened a second time with someone else, I was like, you know what, man, I'm just gonna wear a mask to avoid the fucking altercations because
Not me.
they're
I want the
scared for their
altercation.
life, man. They think
Yeah.
they think
I
you're
want
gonna
them to
fucking
look
kill
at
them,
me.
man.
I want them to look
Fuck.
at me without a mask, right?
Man.
And I smile at them and say, you know, and see, because one, you're smiling. You know, that's the first thing. The second thing, well, it's gonna piss them off even more. But the important thing is you are smiling. That's important to me. You know that you smile at people and say, "Hi, it's all right." You know, it's all right if they lose their shit. You know, it's just amusing to watch it. It's like, well, everything's all right. Calm down, man. Everything's all right. Nobody's dying.
Well, I would be in there the
Smile.
whole day, right? So it's not just one time and then I'm off and I'm back home. No, I'm in there again like the whole day. So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
or
but
most of the
I
day
try
at
to
least.
minimize though. Yeah, I try to minimize going out.
Yeah.
But
You ever
Well, I
spun
was
it
always
back?
out. That's where I work.
Have you spun it back at them and said, "Yeah, I'd want to wear a mask too if I supported genocide and child suicide. I wouldn't want to show my face either." And they go, no, no, what? No, I don't want to do that."
Exactly.
I'm a hothead like Vlad, but like I'm quick to pull the trigger. Like I have no problem hitting you first. Like I would like to hit you first. Like you know, it's kind of like I would rather hit you first. But then I gotta pay for all the fucking bills if I do that. So it's like fuck. I gotta get hit first. It's like, but I'm gonna hit you first. I'm not gonna
I
even say anything.
prepare.
I'm just gonna hit you. It's like
I'm always aware because if an old man pulls me up and we get into like a yelling match, well, the guy behind you is gonna just walk up to you and do something to you. So I'm always trying to like be aware of crazy people, who think that assaulting you because you don't wear a mask is justified. I'll knock him out. But that's why I minimize going out and try to be aware of the
scary,
people
man.
around and the way they're reacting, the way they're behaving. Keep yourself safe, awareness. That's why I tell people
Buddy,
when they want to learn
I
Wing
will
Chun, I'm like,
I fuck those people up. You don't understand, bro. I will just listen. Those cocksuckers can. Listen. I don't know how, buddy. I lived a really fucking hard life, bro. And I had my life was turning up in a better fucking like last year was supposed. And then after all this shit started fucking up my life again, buddy. I will fucking destroy these communists, bro. I will fucking rape their face. You don't even know, buddy.
Damn, man.
but
Listen,
violence
yeah,
only goes so
sure.
far.
fuck
Violence
them
only
up.
goes so far, and then you
I
are
know.
stopped.
Yeah, but
Right?
I'm
So
with
you
you, Vlad.
gotta.
But then you end up
I'll
in
let them
jail.
hit
That's
me.
the problem. Man.
I'll let them hit me first. I'll let them hit me
Okay,
first.
yeah. All right.
Trust
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
That's why I was
But they're
right up
still
Fair
in his
gonna
enough.
win,
face,
though,
Fair
right?
enough.
They're still
yelling
gonna.
at his face that he's a
No.
cunt. I didn't hit him. I told Wong, listen, he was fine. He was perfectly fine. He walked away. He was unscathed. He was not harmed. All I did was I was in his face calling him a bitch and a cunt right in his face, waiting for him to try and do something. Fucking cunt.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing, trust me.
Yeah.
I'm very
And
smart.
they
Just
won't
watch
they
your
won't
back.
hit you. You're
When
right.
it comes
Yeah,
to
You're right.
just watch your back, man.
buddy, I know. I know where the cameras are, everything. But before I walked away from him, buddy, I scared the shit out of him good. You know what I said? I'm like, yo, buddy. And I also started swearing at him in Russian too, which was even better. Because that's when you really get scared when the guy fucking starts going in his mother tongue, guy. and this guy became a racist at that point. Literally, he became a racist at that point. He started saying,
Well, those
blah,
are the
blah,
kinds of people.
he
Yeah.
started trying to repeat my shit. You know what I mean? But he didn't even know what the fuck he was saying. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? You're trying to be a racist to my face right now? What the fuck's wrong with you? Anyways, so before I walked away from him, I told him, listen, because he lives right in my same building. I see him every day. I'm like, yo, all these cameras are watching. I ain't fucking gonna touch you, motherfucker. Yeah, I'll fucking see you down there. I'll see you around, motherfucker. I'll see you around. I'm looking at his face. I'll see you around, motherfucker. And then I point the middle finger at him. I'll see you around, motherfucker.
Let me catch you outside.
Buddy, I
You better
told
be
him,
gone when I come back
oh,
down.
oh, I want to catch you outside. I told him, I'll catch you. No, because oh, buddy, you're gonna be fucking taking a shit every time you walk down these streets now. Because, buddy, if you don't, you're not gonna see it coming. But you know, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm a very peaceful. It's just, at least he understood. They put some fear into the cocksucker. So next time he thinks about fuck twice before going up to somebody and telling him to wear a fucking mask. You know.
Yeah.
I did a good service for the good people, trust me. It cost me a lot of my fucking nerves, but it was worth it, trust me. Because that's one less cocksucker in my neighborhood that was gonna tell anybody about a fucking face mask.
Wait, can I guess it was an old man, right? It's always an old man.
It was in his 50s.
Yep.
You know,
It's always
50s,
an older
in the
man.
50s.
Yep.
Sucks.
It's never a
Not too
woman.
old and not too young.
Fuck 'em up.
Oh
man.
no! Oh no! Oh, bro, I've gotten a Karen. Oh my god! In the parking lot while I'm loading up groceries in the car. Oh my god! I saw you in there without a mask. I was like, oh, holy shit! Here we go. I was like, this is like before people started getting hostile, right? Like that
Yo,
guy. That was just hostile. Like he was
I
just like
wish a
he was like I was
motherfucker
like, what
would.
the fuck is this
You
dude?
know, like it's been a while. It's been like over a year. I haven't been in a good fight. I mean, the last fight I was, and this was, I still remember. It was like a year and a half ago. I fucked him up, and that's what I'm saying. I wish a motherfucker would, because after that one, I wish a motherfucker would again. Because, buddy, now, especially in Toronto, after living in Montreal, is a peaceful place compared to Toronto. In Toronto, it's fucked. I don't know. Liberals are crazy. I wish a motherfucker would.
Yeah,
'Cause that one guy,
they're cool now, man.
tried to
They're
fuck 'em
all
all
right
up.
now. I don't know how it is in Canada, but
Business
I'm in a
cocksuckers.
blue state, man, and they're pretty
No,
chill
buddy.
now.
No, they're not. Fucking
Oh, I'm in a
small
small town, so I don't fucking know.
Oh, yeah, I'm in a major city, man. Gun crime's out of the fucking. We're in Canada. There shouldn't be any guns, but gun crime's everywhere. You know, the people that can't carry the guns are the fucking normal people. You got the
No
fucking
shit.
dumb idiot cops that shoot everybody that fucking have the guns, and you got the fucking criminals that shoot fucking everybody that have the guns. The only people that can't protect themselves are the normal citizens. Welcome to fucking Canada. It's the ass backward state. Full of fucking pedophile liberals that run the country. I fucking hate it, buddy. You don't understand. Fucking pedophiles. Well, that's the next fucking stage. That's another thing. You can fucking. We just talking. This whole fucking subject was just one sliver of what the fucking problem is. Now we can go on another one, and we can talk for fucking hours about this shit and how we want to. Oh, buddy, don't get me started.
Well, isn't your like
Yeah.
one of your political? Was it Canada? One of the political? I don't even know what they're called, council members or whatever. They got caught fiddling like a little kid on.
Yeah, it was a fucking general or some shit. They're all caught for fucking that, bro. They're all fucking pedophiles, man. All the fucking everybody in America, all those fucking politicians in America, they're all fucking pedophiles. Every fucking they're all in the same fucking boat, bro. God damn.
I think that's how they
Yeah,
initiate you, and then you just kind of get
exactly.
sucked into it.
They have no choice but to perpetuate the lie, because if those guys are outed, you're outed, right? So now they're in a cult and they protect each other, and it's a massive fucking cult, and they're all fucking Jews. Ha. That's another one. They're all fucking Jews. Can't believe it. Welcome to the world. Oh. Bullshit, man.
And you're working on new music, Bong?
Yeah, bro.
Nice, man. Man, yeah, man, your shit is fire, man. You got some good beats, bro.
Do you have like a YouTube channel or something where you put it or post it?
Oh, not these beats. I've got a YouTube channel, but they're all like, nothing beats,
What do you mean?
easy,
What do you
crappy
mean? What do you mean,
beats.
guy? What do you
Oh,
mean,
okay.
guy? Bon, you have some badass beats in there. What are you talking about, guys? The 219ers, guys. The 219ers on YouTube. It's really good.
I
That's
took
some
them
good
off.
beats
I
in
took them all down, and I'm bringing them all here, the good ones. And whatever YouTubes I have is just to make money, bullshit beats.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, good beats
Just crappy
anyway.
beat.
It doesn't matter. You
You
get good beats
you
anyway.
sell yours, yeah. You sell your beats, yeah. The good shit.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
beat stars. Beat stars. Yeah.
I mean, but they're all good, Bong. They're all good. They're not like fucking all bad. I mean, they're all good. Everybody, if anybody puts any lyric on any of those beats, they're good, bro. I mean,
True.
you can listen
Thanks,
to
man.
them like
Thanks.
without the. You can listen to them without the lyrics, but I mean, obviously they're hippity hoppity beats, so you have to have the lyrics. But you know, I get it.
God
thought
gave me
about
this talent, and I'm giving it back to him. Yeah, there we go.
It's a good way of looking about it.
I thought about making like two like producer aliases so I could upload like my best beats to one like have one name and then have all my best beats under that name and then have like another name and just like the decent beats so I could like just
A lot of
because I
people
feel
do
like
that.
yeah.
It's Toyota and a Lexus, yeah. A
Yeah, that's
Honda and
good.
an
You
Acura.
niche it right down. You can have 3, 4, 5. Just as long as you're attacking that niche only, you'll be
Yeah.
successful there. And then you can bring them all to one store on your Beat Stars or wherever you're selling it, and you set up your playlists there according to your channels. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I hate about the niche? You know, it feels like I'm copying these motherfuckers. You know, that's what I hate about the niche. You know?
Hey, okay, Beethoven. Okay,
No,
Mozart.
but
No,
you
just,
see
I'm just
my niche.
kidding.
Bong,
That was a joke. That
Bong,
was a
you see
joke.
my niche.
That was a joke.
100% originals. I mean, my melodies are my melodies
I
from the
know.
soul.
I
Even though they're beginner melodies,
know.
they're still
I
from the
know.
Oh my
soul.
god.
Man.
It was
You
a
know?
it was a realization I made. It's like I'm not Beethoven and I'm not Mozart. I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. Things are working, right? And whatever's working, I have to make that, or else I'm not going to make any money. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I have to either build a brand new company, it'll sound, or just use the wheel, that's been already created. That's what niches
I
are.
mean,
It's the market.
yeah, I get you. I get you.
Use
I
the
get
wheel.
you. I get you, Bong. I get you. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to.
it's one of those.
I don't need to make an album
Right?
soon, but I need to precise it.
The
I
amateurs copy, right? Amateurs copy, but the best steal if you know how to steal. So there you go. I mean, we learn from people, right? We learn music from people. So there's really no original, no such thing as an original. I think what you are expressing
Bong, well,
is
listen
the
to
original.
my number 14 again.
And I think it's in the
Listen, Bong, how
words.
much times have you listened to 14? Listen, Bong, how much times have you listened to 14? My hip hop 14. Like you've listened to it like once,
Maybe.
right?
Yeah.
Go listen to it again, please.
Can
Come
you chuck
on,
it in the
man.
lobby? I mean, can you chuck it in voice text for us so we can all?
Yeah, I'll check it.
Is that
Well, I mean,
your beat? Is that your beat, Vlad? Number
no, what?
14?
Oh yeah, I'll put up my SoundCloud. Yeah,
Enough,
you don't know I
enough.
have a SoundCloud, bro? How do you not know I have a SoundCloud?
I do, and we've done this before. I think that's the
Okay.
one. You're like most people
No,
like
I
this
know,
one.
I know exactly. Most people like this one, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, the thing is like, because one thing I've noticed, like, there's certain tracks, right? I could listen to a track, especially if it's new. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But then I wouldn't even care, you know? But then after like a few more times, like I start liking a track more and more. You know, get what I'm saying?
You don't hear everything all at once. Your focus is on
Yeah.
a different layer of the sound each time, and you pick it up little by little.
Like an onion. Yes, indeed.
But you got to be careful doing that because what's really happening is you're losing perspective. This is important, right? You're losing perspective. This happens in mixing, and this also happens in when you're creating music. Like you might start off with something, right? Like when you first hear it, but if you keep playing it, right, your ear is gonna adjust, try to like it, and then when you compare it to something else, it's like it's like resetting,
It's not like that for
mixing,
me. It's not like
and
that for
making
me.
music.
I
Normalize it.
No, but it's
To
not
the-
like that. No, it's not like that. No, because when I put like, let's say I put a track and I choose an instrument, I gotta like the instrument from the beginning before I even start making the melody, right? I'm not gonna just make shit out of nothing, man.
Or you could also do the opposite. Have you tried making a melody with the worst sound you can find, and then trying to find an instrument you like?
No, I hate doing that.
Dude, it's great because then
have
when you put a
over
good sound on
50,000
it, it's like,
instruments.
whoa.
I know I have over 50,000 instruments. I've done that before, and yeah, there's like, oh, I hit an instrument, like, whoa, but it's only specific to that instrument that fucking track gonna sound pretty good. But is that instrument even gonna sound good in my fucking track or in my whole mix? No.
No, you're trying to get the melody to sound good. So if you have a good melody on like the worst piano you can find, and then you switch to a good piano, and then you mix it in, and you mess with it a little more. You already established that what you had was really good with the worst sound that you could find, and then yeah, it could only get better.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, let's say if you flatten out your piano, like, to completely have the flattest fucking note keys, and you just plung plung plung, and you make that shit sound good, yeah, and then you fucking put some reverb, make it colorful, and then fucking have a lot of tail to it, yeah, sure, it's gonna sound phenomenal.
Talking about the sound, talking about the melody.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because you can adjust the whole fucking every note, you can add all that to it, right?
You could have the best sound, but the melody sucks. The whole thing sucks.
Yeah, but I when I do my melodies don't suck. That's the one thing I know. My melodies are not shit. My melodies are good. It's just they're placed in the wrong position. Dude, that's
Oh,
number 14. That's
really
number.
hard to do. Arrangement, yeah.
Well, yeah, kind of like that's the one thing I'm at the point where it's I have to start removing sound from my mixes. That's the
You
thing.
know that is very important. Silence
That
is
is
one of
the
the best
one.
sounds. You ever heard that?
Exactly.
Silence is one of the best sounds that
Exactly.
you can have. It's more powerful than anything else
That's
in a lot of
that's
cases.
exactly at what point I'm at right now. Right. So like and this is what happens when you do because I only started going really hard at this production thing like a year ago. I did some DJing, let's say using a mixer, like a deck with turntables, right? Like I did that for like a year or two prior, but like I mean I had my mixer for like years now, just for fucking around, right? But I got tired of mixing other people's songs, and I'm like, fuck, this is not me. Like I like mixing, it's pretty fun, but I want to mix my own music. So I'm like, okay, well I got to start producing my own music. So I got the whole Ableton set up, right? And now once I got the Ableton set up, it's been a year. I've been like really on it, pretty on and off. But when I'm on it, like I'm on it for like fucking 16 hours a day every day, especially with this lockdowns. Yeah, I made like fucking how many 20 tracks in less than a year. You know what I mean? But I mean, like you can make more, but for a beginner, right? It's a lot for a beginner. It's 20 tracks is, you know what I mean? Especially if the way they sound. Trust me. And I was like
Man, I lost like
procrastinating a lot.
hundreds of awesome beats, man. And when my computer crashed like a long time ago.
Yeah, but you've been
I was
doing
the
this for
same.
5 years, Bon. You've been over 5 years of music production. So yeah, so you have years ahead of me. Well,
I was just saying, back up your beats.
yeah, I do,
You know
man.
what I'm
They're all backed
saying?
up.
It's like,
Everything's backed up, bro. Trust me.
yeah, because
Hard drive everywhere.
as you get better, you'll go back to your old beats and you'll hear the idea you had, and then boom, and then you can
Oh yeah, I
take it
know.
to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
When you start
I know,
off, it's
Bon.
hard to get it there. Yeah.
That's what I've been
That's it.
doing. It's so easy to make. Like I can just go back in my old beats. Like I have like fucking hundreds of them, and I can just make a beat like perfect my old beats in like 10 minutes and
Yeah.
make it like way better.
Yeah, yeah. I've lost so many beats, and that was a big argument discussion in the beat making community. It was like, dude, how simple people want simple beats, like the simpler the better. And then it was like, well, how simple is simple? And everybody starts talking about like, minimal, instruments. Like, well, if you only got a guitar, that's good, or if you only got a melody, that's chords. So. And then there's memes about it. Here's my simple beat.
Cowbell.
How simple is that? Cool. Hey, it's like total silence. Like memes, the memes, bro. Trying to figure out what the customer wants, right? It's like, man, this is like marketing on some bullshit level. Like creativity is not even a thing anymore. It's about mass producing trending stuff, and who's controlling the trends? Like WAP? Like what the hell? Like I'm not making that crap. You know what I mean? It's
Bon,
like,
did you listen to the 14 again?
Yeah, it's pretty good. You gotten better, dude.
But I mean, this is number 14. This is like I have 6 ahead of it now. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I understand, but I'm saying, see, if you listen to it again and again, it sounds better and better. I think.
No, I don't like it that much.
The fuck you say?
I need Bong. I need Bong to translate for me.
You're a Pisces. Pisces
Wait,
and
it's
Aries.
better than his
we
old
have a
stuff.
com-
tell
That's
you.
what
we
I'm
have
saying. Yeah.
we
bro,
have completely
he
different frequencies. You're on some weird
no, no,
cold
no,
wave. Yes, Pisces have weird taste in music.
no way.
Yes, they
I
do.
don't think so.
Oh,
Yes, they do.
Bong saw. I was listening to Bong's tracks, and I was critiquing it. I think in a weird fucking language that only I understand, and he made sense of it. Did you write Bong? Right?
yeah, the distortion. Yeah, I put it on the
Like
808 on purpose just to be louder. I was gonna fix it later, but you picked it up, and I was like, damn. So I was like,
yeah,
nah, that
there's
didn't work.
like we were agreeing on some stuff, and like some songs were like it's like you're like it's too clean, that one I like, but
Yeah,
in the beginning like it's too empty, like it needs more
dry. Yeah.
more action. So like he's understanding the wavelength I'm talking about. So it's like yours just sounds monochromatic. That's it. That's what it comes across. Like that's the word that's coming. It just and the overall like tone is like it's a dying animal of like you know what I mean. It's like it's a call. It's like like the it's like when you're hunting or something. It's like like a deer call or whatever the fuck it is. Like something that's like dying. It's like it has that
What a
the
fucking
tone.
amazing. A dying animal. The song is The Dying
It's
Animal.
fucking
Hey,
serious.
Nick,
It's it.
would you rather
That's
have him be
what comes.
dishonest, or
No,
you
no,
rather
no.
have someone tell
That's
you the
what
truth?
comes across my ear.
That's fine, and that's what I'm saying. Pisces
My
is
fucking
the
ear.
fucked up.
I'm
That's what I
I'm
said.
comparing it to my progress when I first started. That's why.
Bong's
Like
laughing.
I put
You're making
delays
me
on
sound like an asshole, man.
no,
Go
no,
on,
no,
just quit
right.
laughing.
No, I can relate to what he's going through because I went through it. That's why, and that's what people used to
Yeah.
do to my beats. They used to laugh because one of the guys became honest with me. He's like, "Bro, you don't put delays on everything. Like, why are you putting a delay on the kick? Like, you're kind of going the wrong direction here. You know what I mean?" I was just, God, what am I supposed to do? I don't know how to make it do that. It's like, then that's when I started reading. Like, all right, how do I use this damn thing? It looks like freaking,
You gotta
like, oh my
learn.
God,
Yeah.
what is this? Buttons everywhere, knobs everywhere. Like, I'm gonna go read the manual or something.
Oh
Take
yeah,
my
yeah,
time.
delayed kick.
Yeah. I put delays on kicks,
Why would you
reverbs on
put a
bass.
delay? Yeah, that's a question. Why would you
Reverb on
put
a
a delay
bass.
on a kick?
That's why I
Why
said,
would you
hey,
delay
you're
a
you're
kick
getting
though?
better, Vlad. You're improving fast. Yeah. So just keep going. But you're
Listen to
playing
number 20.
WoW, so that's
Listen,
your problem.
yeah, no,
I
but
might like your
no,
other shit. I don't know.
listen to number 20. Yeah, but buddy,
Yeah, I'll listen to your other shit.
no, you probably gonna like Darkness, one of my first beats, and it's not even that great, but you're probably
Okay.
gonna like Dark. Go all the way to the bottom. There's a beat called Darkness. You're gonna be like, yo, that sounds awesome. But
Okay.
whatever. That's like one of my beginning.
If I want to get better, I always criticize my stuff worse than everybody else. If somebody
Well,
likes it, I'm gonna say I don't like it.
Listen, Bong, I do.
Yeah.
The only reason I picked this
Because
one
I
out
don't
is
know if they're
because
just being nice.
my younger sister told me this one she likes the most out of all of them, and I wonder why does she like this one out of all of them? You know?
Bro, some of the beats that I never thought would do well are
Number
the ones that
14?
are selling hot. Like some of these beats that I
That's
hate,
what I'm saying.
I
A
just
lot
put
of
it up
people,
and people buy it.
and
That's
it's
why
Has
it's
a
a
on
really
seller.
different
Yeah, it's
ears.
has a
crazy.
sad note to it, man.
Well, what if
Has a
somebody
really
wants to listen
sad.
to it? Well, what if somebody
Exactly.
wants to listen to a
Some people like
sarcastic
it.
song? There you go.
Some
There you
people
go.
like it. Exactly.
I
I know that. Some people
Buddy,
love heart wrenching music.
go look at
I know.
Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd make fucking albums, and all their fucking things are depressive suicide music.
When I
You
was
know?
like starting out producing, like making beats, me and my friend we'd like smoke weed, and I would just play my shitty beats, and we'd like smoke weed all the time. So he saw like my progress the whole time, and I like played him a beat, and I didn't even think it was that good, and he said like it was my best beat by far, and I was like, what the fuck? Like it's just weird how people like how you just don't realize like what people are gonna like. It's kind of crazy.
Everybody has
Like
their own different frequencies they pick up. You know, all the ears,
Yeah.
all their drums, they're all fucking different, right? So everything you're picking up's different, not the same.
And the other thing is about working fast. I used to take forever to do things because I'm being so pedantic, like with the bass, like tiny little different. But then I end up losing the big picture. So I try to work fast when I'm creating the music, so you don't lose the idea, right?
I realized too much fucking turning knobs is too much. Like once you
It's
get
distracting, yeah.
if you put the kick in, okay, you find a good kick. Don't have to add too much to it. Just make it punchy as fuck. And that's the one thing I'm looking for
yeah.
is that fucking patow right in your fucking face. It's hard to find that, man. And I've tried so many things, and then
Oh,
finally
you're supposed to layer
808.
your kick. Do
With
you
an
layer
808,
it?
I know, yeah, obviously with 808s.
Yeah, you
On,
can't have
not
both
an 808.
you,
What do you
you
mean?
can't have both the scientist and the creator in the room. Your hats. You gotta take off the scientist hat, throw it out, and put on your creator hat and just create. And then when you're ready, when you're finished, then you take it off. Then you can analyze and go into the mixing and all that. But that's what I noticed. If you spend too much time
You
trying
don't
to
layer,
create it,
so
you're
you,
gonna lose
Carl,
it.
you never layer your kicks with your 808, bro.
I don't. I mean, I use a sub,
Why would
so I
you
don't.
why
I
would you not
don't.
why would you not layer your kick with an 808?
I mean, you can, but if I use a sub, then that's just too muddy. Then the sub and the 808 would be
Well, no, but you're
would be
filtering
too
it.
close.
You're filtering out properly, bro. You have to filter it. You have to have a
Oh,
proper. You have
you
to, what do you call
sidechain
it?
it, right? But
Yeah, obviously.
I would. I don't know. That's not my. Like you can try other things too. Like you can put.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has their
I
own techniques. That's why I'm wondering why aren't you using because like I like my kick if you want to really punch and make it like a little rumble at the end, like a nice at the end, little go power, that the fucking that you need the 808 in there.
Well, a lot of people can't hear that though. Like you might be able to hear that, but most people can't.
It's
So where
not
they
about
get a
the
lot of the
hearing it.
kick.
You want to feel it because you
I
want that
get that,
808
but
to make that bass rumble when you're in the car
it,
and you want that fucker going. Brrr.
but
You
you
want
need
the
the
fucking
mid.
doors going. Brrr.
But you need
That's what you
the
want,
mid needs to
bro.
complement it too, so you can get like a nice layer in there
Yeah.
with
No,
something
you can
else.
layer
Yeah.
the fuck out of it whatever you want, but I'm wondering why don't you have an 808 in there?
So that the first time, so I started learning, right? I started learning, and I finally took a nice beat to the block because one of the boys got speakers in his car. And we put it in, and everybody's like, "Wow, bro, this got a lot of bass," and I'm like holding my face, like, "Oh shit, too much bass." And they kept turning it on. I was like, "Don't, take it out. Turn on the bass, bro. Don't. You're gonna
That's why
blaze
you
me."
have to luff it. That's why you have to figure out where your low frequency luffs are. That's what I'm
I
saying. So
compress the bass. Yeah, that's
when I look
my
at my
little
luff
thing.
meter, when I have my luff meter, I separate like my mids, my highs, and my lows, and then I look at the luff meter because when you put out the master, your luff meter will give you like the everything at once, right? And it's giving you an average, and that average is kind of shit because you're bouncing between the highs and the lows. But if you really want to know exactly what your luffs or your lows are at, you just put the luff meter on your low frequency tracks, and then you see the
No,
luffs, and then you
that's
you adjust the vol the highs and that's adjust the decibels to where it's not going to be fucking too distorted.
wait, Vlad.
Yeah.
So you guys heard you guys know what gain staging is? You start with gain staging. That's where you start. You know what gain staging is? You guys, anyone?
Explain gains. Well, I mean, like I might know what it is. I just don't know the name
Travis
of it.
probably does. Yeah.
No.
What's gain stages?
Oh man, guys.
Well, no, but what is
Oh
gain
my,
stages?
wait,
I've heard of it.
I gotta
What it
fix
is?
this,
I don't know
man. We
the
gotta fix
fucking
this.
name.
I've heard
That's
of it,
what
but I don't know
okay,
what it is.
let me explain. Let me explain because if you don't get this right, nothing is gonna be right. This has to
My
be the
music's
first.
fine. What you talking
No,
about?
no. Listen. This is for Travis too, and everybody else. Cyrus and you. So gain staging is the most important part of it. Okay, but when you load up the sound. Okay, the sound that goes into the mixer. Let's say you route the sound to a mixer one, right? Track one on the mixer. Okay, the sound that's going in there, right, has to be gain staged. So gain stage means there's input and output, right? So your input is called the gain. Your output is called the volume. The fader that's on the mixer that you routed this to, that's the volume, right? You don't touch that. You leave that at 0. But the gain that's coming into there, that's what you have to adjust. It has to be a certain volume, right? So anywhere
Yeah.
it's called full scale. It's called decibel full scale, right?
10 decibels.
It
Yes, I
has to
know.
be all the sounds, right, have to be perceived at the same level, meaning above negative 18 dBFS, which means when you look at your VU meter, right, When you load up your VU meter, it's going to already be calibrated to negative 18 dB. So when your kick is going into that track 1, you want the VU meter to be hitting 0. You know, this is the energy of the low end. The VU meter is reacting to low end more than the high end, right? Than the high frequencies. If you load up a guitar on that same UV meter, it's not going to give you the same reading as 0. So you have to match the volume that you're hearing from the kick to this guitar, right? So they're all at 0, but they all have the same energy or level that
I do
it needs.
that. Yeah, I do
Because when you do
that.
your processing, listen, when you do your processing, right? The processing that you do on each track, say the kick, you put an equalizer, right? When you take out the low end, like say 80 hertz, 20 hertz on the kick, right? It's going to affect the gain that's come in. So you have to turn the EQ volume a little bit up, so it's back at 0 dB, you know, on the VU meter. This is for the kick. So I start with the kick, make sure that the kick is there first, right? All the levels, and then the bass. So
Yeah.
okay, now that the kick is reading 0 on the VU meter, right? And you want to add the bass to it. So now you load up your bass or your 808, that too has to read 0 VU inside the track. But when these go out to the master, right? Those are the volumes that go up to the master. It's going to add up, and it's going to probably clip. So on the master, you want to load another VU meter there, right? When you load it up there, what you want to do is bring down the kick, the actual fader, right? Bring it down so the VU meter is at -3 or -4. You're now establishing the relationship between your kick and your bass. Once you got your kick at -3, -4 on the VU meter on the master, right? You start bringing up the bass that you've already gained stage until that VU meter on the master comes back up to 0. Now you have your kick and your 808 or bass, right? Hitting the master with the VU meter at 0. So it's 0 here in the tracks in the mixer, right? But together, when these two go to the master, it also has to read 0, right? Together, because these are the loudest elements in the mix. And then you do the same for all the instruments after that.
Why don't because I use the VU meter and I always do the zeros. I always do that shit to 0. Why don't I just do it all originally to 0 and I send it to the master? Why do I have to have a fucking second VU meter?
Because the first VU meter that you load in the mixer tracks for each. So I only do this for the kick and the bass, right? For everything else, I use my
You don't
ear.
do it for your hi-hats? You don't do it for like your
No,
hi-hats?
because those high frequencies, the VU meter is not going to respond in the same way because the high frequencies are more perceptive. That's why I use the kick and the bass and the VU meter, right? Set those first, the relationship, and then everything else gets mixed around that. Then you start using your ear or the white noise. Up to you.
Wow.
Right? I mean the pink noise.
I gotta look into that because I just put a fucking soft clipper on the master. Like I don't even.
Nah.
That's all I do.
That's what everyone does. Don't do that, right? Don't do that. That clips off the top, and you lose a lot of things. When you clip it, when you want to clip and get that sound, you clip it in the fader. I mean, in the mixing track, right?
Stop miking, bro.
Yeah. You clip your kick in there.
No,
you
I'm
clip
not.
your bass. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Mike? Did it work?
I was dropping
Gain
beats.
staging.
I wasn't hot, Mike, and try twice when you're.
It
Shit's
sounded
rolling.
like hot mic.
I'm gonna get a link for gain staging. I gotta get a link.
Cool.
Man.
It's a beat troll. Yeah, beat drop. It kind of sounds like that music that's playing in my head all the time. Got a little bit of that Jason sound to it, that Voorhees.
Oh, dude, the guy that I was talking to about the microphone, so the software does have an EQ in it. So, okay.
Well, you have to figure out what your microphone sounds like.
Yeah,
Because every microphone's
yeah,
different. You got to EQ.
I know. I'll get here tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll see how it sounds.
That part
That's one of the best ones of yours I heard, bro. That one's pretty hype. I like that.
I think so whatever microphone you got, I think you can look at a frequency chart to see kind of like a speaker. I'm pretty sure you can look at how it picks up sound.
It's a condenser. I mean, it's a Chinese one. I didn't buy an Audio Technica or something. Maybe that's next, but that's $100 just for the mic. So it's like, do I need it? No. So I just went with a cheap Chinese condenser that had good reviews. So we'll see.
Yeah, most of the newer mics are good enough. You can get a good
Not
enough
bad.
signal.
Yeah, yeah. Even if it's Chinese, yeah, they sound like quite decent. You know.
Should I drop a beat in the live stream? I don't know.
Yeah, man, dude, you're good, man. Your shit is good. Like I like Bong's beats, man.
Everyone's gonna steal it, but I don't care.
Oh, I'm stealing all that shit you put down.
Dude, I have a lot of your shit, man. I'm gonna start selling it if your stuff is worth a lot of dough, man. Thanks, Bob. yeah, I'm putting a lot. You gave me like an album, dude.
They be talking too much dumb shit. I want to call them bitch and tell them shut the fuck up. Where's the switch? Can I shut them off? These goddamn Glovers, we gotta haul them off.
What is this?
What is what? What science it? Well, what is question? How will we answer that?
All right, so I got this one beat here. I don't. Oh, no, it's not here. My bad.
Do that. Them strongman beats, man. A couple of them be flowing.
Man, I
Want me to
need a
load that up?
coconut beat. Like
You want me to give up the strawman beat? I'll put it in if you guys want.
Speaking of coconut beats, my sister made me cheesecake. I've been eating the fuck out of that.
some coconut cheesecake.
No. One with pineapple, one without.
Coconut cheesecake.
Grandma's recipe.
Yeah, man. I love coconut cream pie, man. You can't fuck with that, man.
This would just be normal cheesecake, but it's my grandma's recipe. I think my sister paid the most attention when grandma was talking about My grandmother was hyper fastidious about food, like we are about cars, the men. You know, everything had to be cooked to a certain temperature, maintain a certain temperature for a certain amount of time, and then cooled at a certain rate for a certain amount of time. So my sister got that shit down pat. It tastes just like my grandma's. I literally pay all her bills for the month that she just comes out here and cooks me a few of my grandma's recipes. I can do it. Where the kids say, yeah, that's good cheesecake, Dad, but it's just not like Grams. You know what I mean?
Yep. My mom makes a pie, and my sister's pies don't taste like mom's pies. It's like
Yeah, not saying that
nice
they're
pie though.
They're probably good pies, yeah. But yeah, like peach cobbler is just old peach cobbler, but grandma's peach cobbler is the shit. Nobody makes
like store bought peach cobbler is too sweet, man. It's like it needs. There's like a perfect balance where too much sugar will ruin it. You know.
Go to the Amish market, man. You ain't never had real peach cobbler till you had Amish peach cobbler. Yeah. Really.
All right, I'll look for an Amish market nearby.
And find you a strawberry rhubarb pie while you're at it. Oh, man.
Yeah, man, I love sweet. I love baked sweets, man.
You're gonna get nature's form of sweet, and not a whole bunch of artificial sweeteners, bro.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get nutrient with every bite, and it'll probably be the best shit you ever ate.
Nice.
They're peach. Oh man, they're fucking peach cobbler. I'll work all day for. So my neighbor's name is Jacob, and his wife is Rebecca. And I always tell her, save me some work so I can barter for that cobbler. You know what I mean? Save me some work over there. Set me aside the dirty shit. Say, this is Mike's list, and this is how much cobbler he can get for doing it. And I'll go work for them motherfuckers for a couple of days to give me some cobbler. It doesn't bother me. They don't talk a lot. They're not people of a lot of words. So when it comes, I come to get work done. I get my list. I get instructions. I pay attention. I ask questions. Then I do the work and collect my cobbler and get the fuck on. You gotta love people like that. They don't need to be boosted up or appreciated. It is what it is. We are what we are. We're people. Get your damn cobbler, do my work, and get the hell out of here.
All right, I'm giving this beat away. You guys, damn. Oh well.
Giving it away.
I'm gonna drop it. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it where
You
people
never
can
released
download it. Nope, but I've tagged it though. You guys want it? Should I drop it here or should I DM it?
Just play
It's up to you,
that.
man. Just drop it if you want.
Oh well, there you go.
Get some publicity.
I think you guys are
hey,
right.
listen,
That one.
I'll collect the royalties for Bong Sound and I'll deal with him. All right.
Just meet me in Just meet me in American Samoa, bro.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'll take care of you, bro.
Build a house. Yeah, just bring it to Samoa. Build your house. Yeah, this is your house.
Fuck yeah, man. Buy an island over there.
What's our beat? Yeah. Yeah, bro. If you ever make a lot of money and want to come down, I'll come down and.
Hell's yeah, man. All right, let me turn on my sound system. I'm gonna fire up that Denon receiver, man. Hold on. Let's see what you got here, Bong.
Funky. Summertime in the sun.
Oh, what happened? Yeah, play it. What's going on here?
Oh my God, this is bassy. Holy smokes!
We have a new member in the room, Grenade Head. What's up, Grenade Head?
Myself.
Hey, how you doing? I just listen to you guys while you drive to work.
Okay, cool.
So.
And what do you think, Grenade Head? Do you think you're on a spinning water ball or?
Oh, I don't know. I've been listening to this conversation about a year or two. I don't know. I get feelings both ways. I don't know.
Yeah, that beat's really good that you linked. The mixing is fucking good.
I did that in my kitchen when my studio was broken. I just took it to the kitchen.
I'm telling you guys, this guy's got beats, man. I heard his stuff, and I hold up JS Bach to a high standard, so I'm picky with my music, man. I like his stuff in general. Like, I like his style. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everyone does have a style. I like his style.
Yeah, I sent it to Drace.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I just sent it to Drace.
I'm not sure if the gain is turned up on my sub pretty fucking high. I should check, but I'm not sure if your bass is too high on this one too, man. I would have to listen to it like through my headphones.
Yeah, it probably is. I mixed it in the kitchen low with earplugs. with
Okay. Well, it's me though. It's my sound system is without the sub is really it's flat, right, and it's designed to have a sub. So, and depending on the song or whatnot, I do have gain issues with this amplifier that I'm using. So I'm always running back and forth to adjust the gain so it sounds perfect, right? Because I like proper punch. I like that. You know, I used to like SBL, back in the car audio days, but I've grown out of that. And I'm all about the SQL, it's like I want that quality bass single punch over that fucking flutter 60 hertz. It's like, no. I want that, that clean, crisp, no other notes playing with it. Like, the oomph. Yep. So it's, I'm always adjusting the gain so the bass is just right. It's powerful, but not all over the fucking place.
Yep.
Man, great beat, man. Yeah, I haven't, or did you give me this one in the DMs? I think. I'm not sure, but this one's great, man. Love it.
Yep.
what is it? Summer beat, summer vibe.
Yeah, I didn't know what to name it. Sounds like a summer drive type of beat. So.
You're right.
It's summer there, so have fun.
I like
yeah.
it.
Like some Flat Earth albums.
Oh man, it's really good. So okay, I mean, so you need to apply whatever methods you've used in this on Vlad's number 14, and just let's see what you can come up with. Just can you download that and just apply?
He has to
same
send me
tactic.
the stems for each track, and I can do it. Vlad, if you can burn out each wave file for number 14, I'll have a go at the mix. So you can hear what it would sound like, if I mixed it or if you had your skills up.
Vlad.
Whenever you're not on WoW, whenever you're not fighting a boss or in a raid. When you guys are buffing up, just send me real quick. Everybody's outside buffing up. I used to play WoW, dude. I used to love WoW, World of Warcraft. The story, of Arthas, King Arthas. A good man gone bad. Walter White type of story.
Okay.
Love those stories. The story of the devil, like fell from grace.
Yeah. Sure.
But that's what sucked me into WoW. And then I realized, damn, is this what the world would have been like back in the day if there was giants and stuff? It's like exploring. Like, where do these people get these ideas from, man? From the past. WoW's got some good music too.
Who?
World of Warcraft. The
video game.
Yeah, they've got these
good soundtracks.
Soundtracks, and I watch these YouTube videos, orchestras and symphonies performing it. It's like, wow.
I love that sort of thing. That's like, I don't know enough to like know anything about, but that's like real music to me for some fucking reason. I don't know. That's orchestra sort of shit. It's like the instrument. I don't know. The presence of the instrument is different. Like when you're in that sound region where it's like, oh man, this is powerful.
Soundscape. Yeah, the soundscape. The power of.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I don't know. I'm telling you, man, music is dangerous. You're anti-technology, motherfucker, but look at you and your mixing skills, huh, asshole? Hey, there's this and that technology, and you're like whooping Vlad's ass and like mixing. You're like, oh fuck, I like coconuts and I like nature. Fuck technology, and you're like whooping ass. Fuck you, man.
Coconut crabs. Like if you form a weapon against me, I might use it. I might use it against the guy that formed it against. I'm just saying.
Good one, dude. Good one. I got you, asshole. You can never ever use that line again, man. None of that technology or shit.
I know.
What
No,
happened to
but
the
I
new
do
guy
believe it.
already?
I do believe it.
Is the new
Hey,
guy
new
done
guy.
already? Grenade
Oh
head?
no, there's Royce.
He's here.
Royce, Grenade head. Royce
Oh,
just
he left. You scared
What
him
a-
off, dude.
What a punk.
Oh, I know.
Punk ass man.
Grenade Head is here. What's up,
Just
Grenade
got
Head?
Coliseum, Grenade Head.
Oh, he already said hi. Yeah.
I'm driving. Wait a minute.
Driving in
Oh yeah,
my
he did say hi.
Turn on the radio.
I like
Man,
Sonny's
it's
blue.
late in Michigan, but
I'm just using you guys radio. I'm sorry. I'm just listening. All right.
I do the same, man.
Yep,
Oh, you
I do the
just got
same.
off fire. Same here, man. I do the same.
It's the
It's good
best, the
entertainment.
best time.
It's
Yeah,
fucking
the
awesome.
best time to listen is when you finish work, right? And you're walking out to your car, getting ready to drive home. That's the most enjoyable for me because it's like, oh, F work. And then drive home
I'm
listening
out
to
of
the
here,
debate.
bitches. Right?
Time to do some real work, yeah.
Fucking
I know
out of
that
here.
the job is done. Shit, I'm sick of it. And jump on flat earth, like, what up? Yeah, it's the best. I used to enjoy the drives home listening. It made it less boring, you know. It's so boring driving home and stuck in traffic. Like, I tune in. And Sonny's got this bluesy sound. Hey, this bluesy rock sound. I'm trying to.
He does.
I like it. Yeah, I love it. It's like, holy crap, what am I gonna do with this? Like, so many places to go. Rock, blues, hip hop, rap. What to do? Pop. You know, so many things to do with it. Gotta limit your options, eh?
Focus.
Limit. Fuck no. Expand.
Just make it all.
Expand your options. Focus. I guess.
Damn Skippy. Fuck
Do a
limited.
rap album, then do a country album, then do a Motown album.
Mm.
Have fun.
If I want some Motown, I'll drive for 45 minutes. This shit's right up the block. That's a country ride.
And Motown Records had this quality and assurance way of well, they have a group of people who would listen to the music like critically and then say, yeah, that's a hit. I kind of don't like it, but it's a hit. You know what I mean? These kinds of feedback. That's why their sound was so consistent. You know, because they had that Q&A process. I was thinking we could do the same. You know, where
Yeah.
each other
Detroit
feedback. You
is
know.
Motown, yo. You can go to the Motown Museum.
Yeah.
Peer reviewed. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. That's it. That's exactly what it
Yeah.
is. Yeah. So it's the consistent. Yeah.
It's on
like,
West Grand Boulevard.
Like, what if a Flat Earth song sounded so professional that people want to listen to it because it sounds good? You know, I was like, yeah, that would be right. I think ODD sounds good. I mean, his sound is good, clean.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I like ODD's sound. I've always wanted to work with him, but I think I pissed him off when I came here, trolling people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, who's that? Who's that bone
we
guy?
all
He's a
did.
troll. I was like, oh damn.
We
Because I
all
kept
did,
telling
bro.
people, yeah, I kept telling people to stop using religion and God to try to prove that the earth is flat, you know, and I was wrong because I think 2 months later I was like, they're hiding God. Like, oh wow, they were wrong.
Listen, I just try to debunk that natural bullshit, and I hope it leads them to it.
Yeah.
You are right. We're not going to get a bunch of science nerds with their hiding God. You got to let them come to their own revelation.
Yeah. But I think ODD's doing
Revelation
good.
is a sudden understanding, a revealing of a sort.
Yeah. The realization, the eureka moment.
Yeah, it's like getting smacked by the epiphatry.
Cole getting flat smacked.
You know, Homer. I don't like the epiphatry. I want to go home.
Homer isn't he like some kind of genius that's acting like
He
an
was a
idiot?
philosopher.
He's us. Homer is us. We are Homer. You know, just a dad trying to
epiphany.
Figure out what the world is about. Yeah. Oh.
Bro.
You guys remember Rick and Morty when that alien came to destroy the Earth, and you had to play the best song? You had to play the best song to convince him not to destroy the Earth.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was like, "Yep, they should have played Gucci Gang or WAP."
Back that
That's
thing
what he
up.
played.
You fine motherfucker better back that thing up.
Yeah.
After you back it up and drop it like it's hot.
That's that St. Louis bounce. Boom, boom,
Yep.
boom, boom, boom.
St. Lunatics. They were straight. Original country boys ride V12 horses, saddle up and put spurs on their air horses. Back porches made for hide go seek. We got space out here. We gonna ride and cheat.
Aye.
That's the one thing I like about the country. You can drive 15, 20 minutes, sometimes an hour without seeing another car.
That's weird.
Plus, we got all them S-curvy roads. You know, I like to bang gears through them. See, can I drift them?
You guys know that the end of the road? You guys know that song? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that song. Oh man, I love that song. Dude, I bump it in my car. Like some old guy, I passed by him and he looked at me like, it's like, "What's up, dog?" Like old guy. It's like he's looking at me like, "Are you bumping that?" I was like, "I don't know why." Yeah, it's all it's that train feels, like that the trains, the Johnny Cash.
Talking about Boys to Men?
No, I'm talking about that sound of the train, that rhythm of the train that they use, in their music.
No, I mean End of the World. You talking about Boys to Men?
End of the road, you mean?
Yeah, End of the Road. Is that a Boys to Men song?
Yeah.
It was
I know all
either
the
that or
words.
Justin.
Boys to Men, yeah. And now today they're just boys to boys, like there are no boys to men anymore. It's just grown ass boys playing with their toys. Hey, what's up? What's that? Hello.
Bong be all like,
Who goes there?
we belong together. And you know that I'm right.
How could you? How could you love me and leave me and never say goodbye?
Yeah. Roar. What's up, Roar? Roar.
Wow.
Ruff, ruff.
Oh my god.
Ruff.
What were you expecting?
We should change your name to Mrs. Giggles.
What were you
Oh my
expecting, Roar?
god.
Were you expecting a bunch of like crazy people?
Treat her like she's on the 1-800 number. 1-900.
Oh, welcome to the flat Earth.
Hello.
Thank you.
Can't hear anything you're saying. Can you speak up?
Oh, this is how you usually speak. Um, I
Excuse
don't know
me.
what to do about it.
About what?
You can't hear me that well, I guess.
Oh, I turned your volume up so I can.
You're coming in better now.
Oh, since the giggles quit, yeah. So what's up?
What do you mean?
I'll take shit that never happened for
Alex, I'll
1,000.
take.
Alex.
I don't know what the fuck she said for 2,000.
Make that 3.
Audio Daily Double.
Flat Earth memes are dank, man. Vicious, savage.
I think she
Savage?
just here to listen. Savage.
Vicious. Yep.
What the?
Savage, like don't give a damn. Yeah.
Like how
No
I use
F's
them
given.
two together. The Minecraft, there is no curvature. And then the mod fight death battle. That's a mod fight, man. I'm talking. No, you're not. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm trying to moderate here. I'm the king moderator. I win.
Akuma wins.
Right. First time I seen that, I was like, fuck, that's our moderators fighting to run shit. Okay, next meme, next GIF. Awkward.
Huh? What?
I think she's staring
The dog. Oh, this is awkward.
That is super awkward. What's going on here, guys?
Yeah.
Come on. I want to hide. Awkwardness is overwhelming.
Are they still looking at us? They know
no.
They know we're stoned. They all know I'm stoned.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, she's with me. I heard that. You're stoned too. I think the giggling
No.
gave that away a minute ago.
I swear.
You're just sitting there with your cup of Kool-Aid and your bag of chips, and probably got you a Twinkie and a ho-ho and a king dong, petting the kitty. Like, these guys are funny as fuck. I wish I could stop laughing. I'm glad. So,
Man,
are we?
you're real funny, Mike. Damn, man.
Oh, I'm a funny
She's
guy,
giggling.
huh? Oh,
Yeah.
ha funny
What?
or funny? Which kind of funny?
Well, funny like a clown? What? Like I amuse you?
Yeah, like a clown funny. That's right.
What do you mean
Fucking
funny?
guy. Fucking guy. He says
Well, yeah,
I'm funny like a fucking
just
clown.
kidding.
From
I'm a funny
Casino,
guy.
right?
What's up?
I like that movie. Great movie.
It was.
Yeah, it's a classic. Goodfellas is a good one too. Real good.
Yep.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Movies. That was a movie reference from from Casino. Have you seen it? You should watch it if you've never seen Casino. It's really good. I like it. One of my faves, like really all-time faves. Are you crying?
Who?
Bronx
Oh,
Tale.
okay. Or I thought,
Yes.
oh my God, man, yeah, I love that
Yes,
movie.
yeah.
Bong, damn, man. The choices we make shapes our lives forever. It's a good one from that movie. Yeah, that's right. I got that one from the Bronx Tale. It's a good one. That's almost like my number.
A Bronx Tale is a good one.
It's really good. Shawshank, yeah. Shawshank Redemption. Of course. It's really good.
Andy crawled through a mile of shit to come out clean on the other side.
Fucking Dufresne, man.
Dufresne was a tall, lanky, quiet guy. I'll cast you down with the sodomite.
Well, we're all those we are all those prisoners, eh? And had some kind of religion. You guys see that? Like I saw a video that talked about it. It's like almost like Jesus. Yeah, when it came out, like I saw a documentary on it, but it's pretty cool how they compared it to being born again and the whole gospel story. Read.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
They compared that to religion, the Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, they did a comparison, yeah, and it was pretty interesting. Yes. The idea of being born again. You know what I mean?
Baptism in sewage. Came out clean.
Yeah, the prison is like the world, we live in. I saw it on YouTube. It was a documentary. You guys look it up.
Well, Dufresne did come out a new man.
Yep.
Set all them accounts up. He had fake IDs and all that shit. So, hell yeah.
Up. Do it again.
Hey, Bong, what's your beat stars or like whatever?
I had the 219ers one, but I deleted it. Now I have a new one, but yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't. I'm trying to be Batman, so.
Yeah.
There are no stars in the cave, Batman.
Yeah, that's a funny shit, man.
I know.
Trying to be Batman.
Because I did share when I created the 219ers, I did share it, but then I was like, that's a mistake. Take it off. So I took it off. Like just do the anonymous thing and give the good beats to Flatterers, and that's good enough. I'm about to get off Discord and YouTube anyway, so waiting for them to shut us up and into the shadows. You know what I mean?
I thought it was out of the shadows and into the night.
Yeah, I don't even give it to my son because I don't want like YouTube. I just leave it because if you get people to
You
come
listen to
YouTube,
All for One too. I mean, you be rocking Boys and Men. You listen to All for One.
I forget their songs. I don't know.
I Can Love You Like That.
I can love you like that.
Yes, he does. That answers my question. Thank you.
To make you my And yeah, move heaven and earth if you were my girl.
You get drunk and sing that
Man.
shit to your wife.
Dude, I can't do. I don't even. I only remember when people tell me like, that's yeah. Listening to old school now.
Old men laughing at you while you're riding down the road.
Yeah.
Man,
The
my
hell is
brother
that?
used to always put some Jodeci in the fucking deck when it was just me and him in the car. I'm like, how the fuck you gonna listen to Lick Me Up and Down and shit? Two dudes, motherfucker, I oughta slap you. I took the disc out one time and threw it out the
Hey, baby.
window.
Oh yeah. Like,
I know
oh, what the hell, man?
dudes. Yeah, that's what
Hey,
I
what
was
are you
like.
doing? Man?
The chicks dig it. I said, there ain't no chicks in the car, man. What the fuck?
Why are you getting all uncomfortable, man? Shit, I just want to listen to my songs.
Hey, I threw that CD out the window. That motherfucker drove back with his Mustang and got it. Come out bumping my CD in his car radio like he did something. I'm like, that's funny shit, dude.
I bumped the weirdest stuff, the classic stuff that people don't listen to anymore and just don't care.
I do the same shit, bro. I'll be fucking listening to the Bee Gees. How deep is your love? I can't knock you. Boys and
Oh
Men is
yeah,
no different than the Bee Gees.
dude, the Bee Gees are like one of the best, man. Still the best. Play the Bee Gees today for some of these kids, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, are they black?"
How deep is your love? I see your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again.
Like that Nights on Broadway.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
My daughter be listening, laughing at me when I'm jamming that.
Damn.
Or Air Supply.
Warm grips.
All out of love.
You should be dancing. You know that one. Bam, boom, bam, boom,
I
bam,
like
boom,
that one.
boom.
Oh,
So
there's
funky,
another
man.
good one. Which one is it? Ah, shit. Tragedy, I think. Is it called Tragedy? Yeah. I like that. I like that one a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Bee Gees, man.
Yeah.
They wrote a lot of songs, for what's her name? That singer. Man, I forgot her name. Michael Jackson.
Dirty Diana. That's a Michael Jackson song.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think a lot of these people grew up on, after the war, right? The governments put out a lot of music programs in the schools to try to build, you know, it back up, and that's where all this music came from. And now, music, they took away that funding. Everybody's stupid again. It's like, the hell. I don't know. You guys know the agenda, right? You know how they use music to push propaganda. The whole Laurel Canyon, and now.
Yeah. If you look at the whole like gang and thug type of stuff
Yep.
they pushed,
Yep, gangster rap.
yeah.
That's why I really don't like Dr. Dre, because he's the guy that they went to orchestrate, and he influenced everybody that raps for him. Gets them to write about the worst, most violent, and
I used to
Eminem.
listen to. Yeah, I like Dr. Dre. Dude, that's all I used to listen to, like rap music, and now I hate it. Like,
Yeah.
it's
I still fucking listen to
hate rap.
I listen to the
I don't like it
trashiest
anymore.
shit of all time, like Lil Uzi, like leaks and shit. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, it's
Yeah,
all,
you
it's
have to,
all,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. You have to
Like,
know what's going on spiritually and musically, and yeah.
I just think it's good, even though it's it's fucked up.
Nah, I mean, I used to listen to Tupac too, like, but some stuff is still good, man. Like, let's still maybe like every here and there I've listened to like "Only God Can Judge Me" by like Tupac. Like, okay, I can do that. Like, but that today's fucking whatever this mumble rap or whatever the fuck you call that. Oh my god, that's really bad. That's like there's this is music.
How about the Dayton Boys? The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. You ever heard that?
No, don't think I have.
It's kind of gangster.
I have not.
Yeah, it's
I
weird
used to
how
listen to
hip hop.
Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah, I
No,
like
Bone
Bone Thugs and Harmony. Yeah,
Bone Thugs, yeah.
yeah, bro, yeah, Bone Thugs and
Yeah.
DMX. I still like DMX. You
DMX
know,
is
rest in peace.
but I'm so far away from that music. I just don't listen. But yeah, some cool DMX like
I love
from way
DMX too.
back.
I
Yeah,
love him because he came from the lowest. You know what I mean? Crackhead mom, everything. Like, if anyone should not survive, it should have been him. But because he survived, and he talks about Jesus, and who it was between him and Jay-Z. And guess who they picked? Jay-Z, right? So DMX stayed true all the way. He had some problems, but who doesn't?
of course. Yeah.
In his last days, he read the Bible. He would read the Bible, and try to
Them
respect that
dudes
man.
are from Flint, Michigan. The Dayton family.
All right.
Like, damn, man. DMX has been trying to talk about God and religion, and they won't play his stuff. It's like, damn, man. It's like
Yeah. It's almost like it's almost like there's all these ghostwriters and producers, and they just give like a certain person who's a part of the Illuminati or whatever, so they can represent. Like, they just give them their career. It's almost like we should.
It is. You're actually you're actually right about that. The songwriters, they dish out everything.
Right. Like, we should use that strategy and like mirror force the Illuminati, but with flat Earth. Like, we should just all conspire to blow up and like give an artist a bunch of beats and song like lyrics and stuff.
You can't count like that would work in a sense, but you can't do it right out the gate. Like, you can't even you wouldn't even want to say those two words in the same sentence. You would just keep edging people on, and then you'd wait till you're in the spotlight, and you still wouldn't come out and say it, but you just keep putting it in there somewhere. Like, you can't, because if you just come out and say it, you just get shut down.
Super like
sucker MCs to the edge of the world and push you over. Good luck. Couldn't find you in a 4-leaf clover. Like that.
Yeah, well, you know how these people like Tom McDonald, all these so-called woke rappers are using the same content that we're talking about, but they don't talk about flat Earth.
Small Town Saturday Nights. They talk about the Earth being flat in that song. Small Town Saturday Night.
What do they say?
Let me look it up. It says something about I told Judy the world was flat. People leave town and they never come back.
That's another way of saying I'm crazy. I told them I was crazy, right? I don't
Not
think
sure
like you do.
if Bob Marley was a flat earther or not, but he was talking shit about NASA in one of his songs, at least. And I didn't realize it till way later. Way later, after becoming a flat earther, even it's called "So Much Trouble in the World." It's the lyrics are very interesting. It's like, oh my God, he's talking about NASA? I was like, holy shit, man.
It says Bobby
it's like-
told Lucy the world ain't round, drops off sharp at the edge of town. Lucy, you know the world must be flat, 'cause when people leave town, they never come back.
Wow.
I think you can't say the Earth is like you can't actually say what you're talking about. Like you have to be like metaphorical, and you have
Yeah.
to like It's
Yeah.
like it
For
just
those who understand will understand, sort of thing.
right.
Which kind of sucks. Which kind of sucks.
Well, no, Jesus did it the best, right? Like he's like the best MC, right? I mean, he did that. You know, like parables. You know, like that's how he explained, so
Yeah,
that
he
when they
said
hear it,
render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and most you people thought that meant give Caesar his taxes. But if you really know the truth about the law, Caesar isn't owed anything. You don't owe him shit. You're born free. You don't owe shit to no fat guy that likes to have sex with all sexes and children. You don't owe him shit. Just like the devil couldn't offer him all the kingdoms of the world because they weren't fucking his. Render Caesar nothing.
talking about
What does Caesar own on God's green earth?
his body.
Nothing, because all man was
Not
given,
even that.
all
It was
man
given to him.
All right.
was given dominion over earth. All men. Ownership is
Like what?
it's not a natural concept.
Oh, you know how Jesus used parables, and he said, so people don't, you know, the only people that would understand are the people that perceive
The
the
faithful.
what's being said. Yeah, we'll have a context on it.
Yeah.
Say it that way.
Those who stay true to the law. It's like his son did. We're all sons of God. We're in the right to be called sons of God. He never once takes away anything he gave us in Scripture. Once it's given, it's ours. Access to the garden, that was taken away because the garden wasn't our abode. Earth was. We were meant to have dominion over earth. Nowhere else. That's how they're trying to lift their throne above the throne of the Most High. Trying to tell man they can go somewhere other than the abode that was created for him. Powers, principalities, and dominions, right?
Man, I'd rather, you know, when God came down, it says he'll come down and walk in the cool of the day, like he does to talk with Adam. I thought that was pretty cool. You know, like that would have been a nice existence. Hang out with God every day.
Imagine,
Yeah, that would be cool.
Imagine the question. Right?
You know, all questions would be
man,
answered.
Mhm. I think I would learn mixing pretty quick. You know, if that's if God is around, like,
Oh my God,
can you
dude.
just download that right into my head, God? Like, man, please.
Man,
God, could you make it just a little bit bigger? I am the first guy. Come on. Just a little.
man.
Some
When I was a
more inches.
Glober, man,
Some more
I used to think when I was a Glober, I was like,
telling him,
oh,
go. What's the difference between ooh and ah, God? About 2 inches. Might get kicked out of the garden for his jokes.
I'm trying to get this. I don't get it.
You don't get it? What's the difference between ooh and ah? About 2 inches.
Oh, no.
Christ, man.
This guy.
I don't get it.
That's
Come on, God. Throw him.
It's okay.
Throw a man
You
something,
don't have to
you
get
know.
it. Yeah.
Can I get a little 2 inches out you? Come on.
When I was a Glober,
I used to think, oh, when in the resurrection, I'm just gonna go hang out and like like just stare at a planet and make music, like because I'm gonna be able to fly around the universe and explore the galaxies and just make music for God. It's like that's how a Glover thinks, man. I was like, damn.
Raindrops on Jupiter.
Stupid thing.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds. How about that one? Remember that one gospel song? Somewhere in outer space, God has prepared a place for those who trust Him and obey. And obey.
Outer space, like aliens?
Yeah.
Outer space.
You never heard that song?
Nah.
Where's that at? Where in the Bible does it say that God created outer space?
I don't know. I never noticed. That was an Adventist song.
Outer space
Oh.
is heaven.
What are those
right?
guys? What's that?
Adventist?
Yeah.
Seventh-day Adventist? You don't know what an Adventist is? They're Christians.
No, I'm not Christian. Like, I know it's a type of Christian. Like, what's the difference between like them and I don't know.
Baptists?
A different type. Yeah, sure. Okay.
I don't know actually. I think it's just the seventh. They go to church on the seventh day.
No,
Saturday.
Adventists, we have a difference of opinion on a lot of things, like law. We don't believe the law was discontinued. We believe it was added to, expanded. Okay. So we don't believe Jesus came to do away with the law because he said he didn't. Believe not that I've come to destroy the law or the works of the prophets before me. I bring you a new law. That's like a revision, an added
addendum,
reinforcing
a new bill. So Seventh-day Adventists are Torah-adherent Christians who adhere to the rules of the Old Testament. We have a difference in belief on tribulation, rapture, revelation, times and periods, times and sacred times. We have a prophet, Ellen White, and her teaching.
There it is.
He's like, ah. There she is. I found it.
Yeah, you
There's
should read her
Joseph
prophecies.
Smith.
No, not Joseph Smith type prophecies.
What's one of her prophecies? That's like the big one.
They're exactly what I just covered, our beliefs and the teachings. So you go to the teachings of Ellen White or Ellen G. White and read up on them. She was a co-founder of the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
She was understood to have the spiritual gift of prophecy too. But her theology was Christ-centered, So
yeah.
Some of she's got evangelism is part of Christianity, and you've already covered that yourself. Tend to the poor, the needy, the widows. Evangelism wasn't always just getting on TV and preaching to people that couldn't get out their house. That's their form of evangelism. They're preaching to you from a studio in Hollywood because you can't get out of the house. But Christ said, go minister to them. Go to them. Right? So we wouldn't call it evangelical to be preaching on TV. Not at all.
I believe in the church that's in the Bible, that the Bible describes. That's the real church, in my opinion. It's a spiritual church. It's not an organization that men create or a building or doctrines. But
spiritual church. It's God is spirit. You must worship him in spirit. The Good Samaritan story. Yeah.
You know who
like
the Good Samaritan was, right? Jesus. Jesus is the Good Samaritan. He met Mary at a Samaritan well. He lived in Sumer, which was an Aramaic community.
I'm pretty sure he was Jewish. Because
I
the
wasn't
woman at the
talking
well,
about his ethnicity. That was a
yeah.
well in Sumeria. So
Yeah,
being Sumerian is citizenship. I'm not talking about his descendancy or his bloodline.
Yeah.
There's
I
those
think
that say he was a Roman soldier because the land was captured by Rome.
well, I saw the story like like the people who proclaim or say they're this and they're that, but then they don't do what they're. And then here comes a Samaritan or a person that's totally, but he does the will of God by looking after the man that was on the road. So it's like about people who go around. To me, it means it doesn't matter what your race is. What matters is your actions. How you treat people and how you. It's compassion and all that.
Yeah, so one of us our teachings is that there's one God, creator of all things, the Most High.
Yeah.
So we hold a different view of the Trinity than normal Christians. Normal Christians preach oneness and they say it's Trinity. So when you make the Son the Most High, you're preaching oneness. You're not preaching the Trinity. They're all one. If the Son's the Most High, then the Holy Spirit's the Most High, and the Most High is the Most High. So the Most High witnessed for himself after the Holy Spirit brought the way for the one. They all witness for each other, which they're all the same entity. So the law of two witnesses has been broken.
He said his father is the witness.
His father, yes. So that would mean they're not one, right? That his father
Well, he
looked
also
down
said,
from heaven and said, "This is my Father with whom I'm pleased." He said, "I and the Father are one," right? That's because
me and my wife, we are one.
yeah,
Right.
and me and my son were one. My son
Right.
is a mere
Yeah.
reflection of my principles.
Well, what I'm saying is, if we get together, me and you, right, and we work together in the same spirit, same goal, and we are one. See,
Yeah,
that's what I think
we're
it
all the
means, right?
same
But
spirit. You said it.
same spirit, yeah. I don't know, like, because he said him and the Father. If you see him, you've seen the Father. I'm not gonna question. I'm not gonna try and understand how God. I'm just gonna accept what he says. And when I tell my son not to do something, I say, why? I'll try to explain it, but best that he just obey me until he understands. Until he gets older and understands. So I think it's the same way. Go around trying to apply our science and our knowledge to things. This screws it up. Maybe God meant, maybe one day was like 1,000 years or something, right? Because it says one day. It's like, well, it did say it was day and night and one day. So why are you adding to it? Like, no need. You know what I mean? Like, people do that. Maybe God meant it's a ball because, science, like, well, no, it doesn't. Because the scientist tells you it's a ball, that doesn't mean God said it's a ball. Look again. You know what I
What's
mean?
up
Like,
with the 1,000 days thing? What's that? What are you talking about?
yeah, some people are trying to apply science today, right, to what the Bible says, the same way they did during well, it's why Babylon, took them away because they were starting to introduce all these stories from whatever they knew into God's interpretation. And like a million years evolution, and then inside the Bible it does say with God 1 day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like 1 day. So people are taking the science plus
Oh,
this thing and trying to.
it says that in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the Bible.
Oh,
But
that's
people are
amazing. That's
taking
nice.
it out of context and trying to apply it there as if, because in Genesis, God is saying it was day and it was night. And that was one day. So we should just take it as is instead of trying to reinterpret it. And when he says, "You see me, you see the Father," and you just accept that as is instead of trying to separate them and identify who's who. You know what I mean? It's the same spirit, like the wind. People who are born again, you know.
One day at the throne, like up there, you know, I call upstairs, right? You know, beyond the water, is equivalent to 1,000 days of what we count. So I was like, oh, okay, cool, cool to find it in 2 books. Like, okay, seems legit, you know. So if you're up there, a day up there is 1,000 days here. The hyperbolic time chamber, you know. That's where that comes. Yeah, that's where the idea comes from. So, because humans can't imagine, right? So they have to rob ideas from somewhere.
That was sonoluminescence thing, right? Sound and water equals
Oh, I
light.
love that. Yeah, I love that. Makes
Let
so
there
much
be
sense.
light. You know, the sound,
Mhm.
speaking the sound to the water, and then boom.
Big Bang Theory. I was kidding.
Big Bang fact. The Flat Earth Society model is still going, still people are still coming here asking about falling off the edge. It's that Flat Earth Society model.
I swear, man. Back in high school, junior year, you know, you still doing senior year. We had a teacher, Mr. Kohler, and I kicked myself for not fucking listening. This dude would try to tell us how Earth was flat. He was a young guy. He was even a football coach, you know. And I remember, man, coming by the lunch table, and we were just fucking laugh. We were laughing so hard that I'm trying to remember. Like, I need to reach out to this guy. What the fuck was he trying to say? Like, he was actually like trying to no, we would just laugh. You know, oh my god, like 2D. Like, I thought you were saying 2D. You know, like exactly what the fuck this claims like. Dude, the cog disc was so strong that I couldn't, you know, didn't even like nothing that he said just hit, you know, like registered. Like, we were just fucking laughing, man. But I could have been a flat earther since like high school. I would have fucking listened and not made fun of the guy. Crazy, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And everyone
That
knew
was like,
that teacher was a flat earther, man.
sounds like exactly what's happening today.
Yeah. So it's like, man, like I wanna like talk to this guy, but like, man, what the fuck? Like back then, like what did you read? You know, that was like back in what, 07 or something like that. It's like, did you grow up? Were you raised a flat earther, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how'd you come across this, man?
Oh, he's a teacher. I think he may have. Hey, it's long flat
Well,
earth.
he was old. He would maybe he was like in his upper 20s at that time. So when you know what I'm saying, so like when and the internet just like you know it was just kind of starting, right? So it's like, where did you, how, you know what I'm saying? I want to hear his story. Like, how did you come across Flat Earth, man? But of course, never got there because of the fucking this, man.
Probably the
Teenagers
internet
too
then.
stupid.
Yep. 2007, the internet
Maybe,
was already. Yeah,
maybe,
YouTube was pretty.
maybe he was
Was going
OG.
in.
Maybe he was raised that way, you know?
Try to track him down.
No, no, Not a serious attempt, but I will though. I actually will, because I need to get him on here. Because he was trying to tell us, man. He was trying to tell us, man. He's the high school teacher trying to tell the kids the Earth is flat. And he's a young dude. Like, it was like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what's the thing that was weird? He was a cool guy, and he was a football coach, and he was, the cool teachers and the non-cool teachers, and he was a cool dude. And all of a sudden, one day, people tell he's a flat Earth, and yeah, he just laughs, and he tries to get into it. Like, yeah, Earth is flat, yep, and I just start laughing.
Yeah. Wonder what he's doing these days, hey, with all this
Man, yeah, I wonder, man. I need to reach
commotion.
out.
Yeah.
I'll take another bong hit and go to sleep.
I'm about to work on some beats.
Oh, nice. Use just headphones or use studio monitors?
Headphones. Yeah.
For real, man?
Yeah, I've got monitors, but I don't have the room for it. Can't be bothered at the moment. But yeah, those big speakers because we moved.
You need
got
a
a smaller room.
certain amount of room space to even use a studio monitor because the
Yeah.
reflection and
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
you
You
know,
gotta set up. Yeah.
things.
Okay.
And the way you got to space them apart from each other and from the wall behind you,
Yeah.
it's just it's so annoying.
Exactly, and
Too
you're
much
hearing
work.
the wrong stuff. Yeah, it's too much work at the moment. Maybe when I move to another place.
So
more
headphones are
opportunity.
better, yeah, or they're just more
me,
convenient.
For me, it's
Depends on what you're
close enough.
doing because the low end isn't there when you're in your headphones, but
Yep.
it is kind of still there because I don't know. That's hard to explain.
I use reference mixes, like we're talking about Dr. Dre, 2007. I used that album, but now I use mixes from YouTube. I'll go listen to YouTube, find some nice mixes and beat makers. People making beats. I'll just use that to reference my low end and all that. But there's a program called Ozone 9 from Isotope. You guys heard of that
Is it
before?
really good?
Yeah, it's really good. Really good. Makes mastering so much easier. You just pop it on. Yep. But it's pretty much mastered by the time you're finished mixing, you know what I mean? Like, it's a matter of turning it up and matching frequencies with your reference, depending on the kind of music you're making. Yeah.
That's what they say, right? If you're not really supposed to spend more than like a half an hour mastering because most of your work should have been done mixing.
Yeah. It took me a long time to learn. But it's easier.
Like I know all these things, but I just need to do it more. I need to stop just keeping it in my head. I need to actually apply it and
Yep. That's the same thing I used to do. I used to, I know what I should be doing, but I never did it because I kept getting distracted doing everything else. But once I started doing that, everything was so much easier. Like, one of the things is you start, when you mix, you start from the master and you work your way backwards. You got your groups, your drums going here, your kick and bass going there, your instruments going there. And then it's like you work backwards, from the master to the buses. And then when you need to get into the instruments, you just filter them. I didn't do that for the longest time, and I was like, yeah. And then when I started doing it, I slapped my head like, oh my god, I could have gotten better a long time ago.
Did you
Gain
ever
staging.
change the volume in the and the channels rather than on its own.
On the mixer.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
because then you have to change it twice or like 3 times rather than just doing it once.
yeah, yeah. That's important though. That's what we were talking about. Gain staging. You know, when you adjust the gain, the volume, it's called the gain. You know before you touch the mixer, you gotta adjust those so they've got a healthy signal going into each mixer. Yeah, it all depends on the sound too.
That's one thing I understand is gain.
Gain is incoming. Okay, so easy. Gain is signal coming in,
Mm-hmm.
and then volume is output, signal going out. So what comes in, okay, is a certain signal has to be healthy, but what goes out has to be that exact same signal. So as you process, put your EQ, your compressors, and all these things, it has to you always got to keep adjusting the volume so it's at the same level as the gain, the input. So after you're processing, you should lower the volume so it matches the gain that was coming in. So that's how you maintain a consistent signal flow. You know what I mean? So when it hits the mixer or the master, you can now play with the faders. Then you go to the faders on the mixer, and then you mix there. You know. Does that make sense? Healthy
Yes.
signal in.
Yes.
Healthy,
Yes.
healthy
I
signal.
understand. Okay, so I don't know if this relates to what the fuck you're saying, but some classical music, certain very famous composers don't like their music that much because if you got it cranked up, all of a sudden it's just it's like holy fuck, and then you gotta like you don't have time to turn down the knob, and now my ears are bleeding, right? You know what I mean? Because it's so loud. Like there's this fucking impulse of really high amplitude. It's like calm the fuck down, you know what I mean? Like, but Bach's stuff is very smooth all the way across. I never have to fuck with the volume knob. Everyone else, I have to mess with the volume knob, and that's annoying. So like because I want to crank it up, you know, I want to crank it up to really listen. But you go ahead, go ahead, Pa.
Is the dynamic range. So the difference is like in the box, you have to bring that down, like limit the dynamic range. So everything, but in the real world, there's like so much. There's a lot of the dynamic range is a lot bigger, meaning quiet sounds are quieter and loud sounds are loud. You know, like an orchestra or a movie soundtrack.
You have more dynamic
that's
range.
big, yeah. Where in the box, when we're trying to make pop music, we want to limit the dynamic range for so everything is heard in that little space that we call headroom. Or it's weird. It took me a long time to learn that too, and now that I get it, it's hard to explain. Yeah. So the bass and the kick, you know what I mean? When
it's not that hard.
Yeah.
I get some stuff.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of frequencies and time and over and amplitude. So it's like I get some shit, you know.
Yeah, you know when you look at a waveform, there's a spike at the beginning, right?
What you're saying is I'm interpreting into waveform inside my head. That's it.
Yeah. You know how you get that spike at the beginning, and then it gets smaller, right? That's big dynamic range, meaning that spike is going to take up the whole space, and you're not going to hear the timbre or the actual tone of the sound, right? So you want to bring that spike down and bring this tail up, because that's where the tone and the timbre and the actual sound is. So that's what I mean by limiting the dynamic range. You bring down these spikes that take up all the room, right? And then you've got that nice solid sound. That's what a compressor does. You do that with your kicks. That's what clipping is too. You know, it's chopping it though. Clipping is chopping it versus attenuating it. That makes sense. But clipping is better, I think. Clipping is way better because that's a new sound too.
All right, yeah. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I know when
It's when you
amplifier is clipping. That's about it.
You know, when you turn it up, and it just keeps chopping the top off as it comes up.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're talking about the same clipping. Okay, shit, yeah.
Yep. Same.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah.
You get them all sounding You get them all sounding solid, like dense. Yeah, that's the word. The density of the sound of you. Some sounds you don't want it to be dense. Some sounds you want it to be in the back. And you just it all depends on. Oh man, it
Well,
becomes
yeah.
all.
How many years did it take you to acquire all this knowledge?
Started in like 2005, 4, and then in 2000, that's when I first started. And then I think 3 years of just nothing but learning. And then came to Australia, kept learning, I kept reading stuff. This would be way before tutorials were. The guy that I learned from, his name is warbeats.com and effects. Oh my gosh, that guy was the bomb. But it took me like 5 years to really understand the whole thing process. But still, I didn't get some things that are very, oh man, what's the word? Subjective or it's all preference. Yeah, it gets really weird, especially yeah, I stopped in 2014, 2013 ish. Wait, 2011, my ear went. Yeah, and I
Yeah,
stopped
but
making music.
But they talk about those 10,000 hours. Once you spend 10,000 hours on something, then you can start to really. Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh my God.
Good morning.
Good morning. God
Yeah.
damn.
I think 10,000 is like, I don't think you need that much. Like, I think if you spend 4,000, then you're going to be at like a master. 10,000 is just like, it's like
the saying is 10,000 hours.
Elite
because that's
master.
generally 3 years. So if you spend 3 years on something, then you would be considered at least intermediate or expert or approaching expert.
Shit. Yep.
Okay.
I agree
But-
that you could get it done sooner, but generally by the time you've done 10,000, then you're like,
totally.
you've seen most of the exceptions. And
yeah,
to me, I've just been wondering a lot, like how this music affects us. Bong, we were having a chat the other day about how when you find a key or a specific riff or a specific note or something, and it just resonates inside you, and you'll sit and play that over and over and over again because there's something going on inside you. It just feels nice, or that drop tone sounds like it hits a note or something. But there's a sound of silence, which is the sound of creation. It's that resonance that holds everything together. Effectively, everything that's matter is a state of sound or some kind of frequency vibration. And I often wonder if playing with all these additional sounds is either causing harm to that sound of silence, or whether it's creating conflicts in us by always putting other sounds in our ears. And when you see most of the young people these days, they've always got an earphone in, always listening to some soundtrack. It's kind of like putting a soundtrack to your life.
Yeah.
But those times where you actually sit in silence, a lot can come of that. And most people can't even sit for 10 minutes not doing anything, or 15 minutes not doing anything. That silence becomes almost deafening to them. Whereas when you're a music creator, you love to layer sounds, and then do you find that you spend the majority of your time always with additional sounds in your ears, or do you also enjoy the sound of silence?
I enjoy always listening to stuff because I'm always learning. But yeah, silence. I'm one of those people who yeah, if it's too quiet, I start thinking about all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, I usually have a smoke when I smoke my weed. Sound of silence. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, looking at the sunset. But when I was younger, like around 12, 11, 12, 13, we had a keyboard in our house. They taught me how to play the keyboard for church. But when I go in and play, it was like a ritual I did. Like whenever I felt, I'll go play something, and whenever I finish, it still happens today when I play the guitar. There's this peace that comes over me, and like it resets my mind and my soul and spirit, and then I'll go back and finish my day. It's like that's
Bach
what I
got
think music
started, man. Playing the organ at church, man. That's what's up.
Yeah, yeah. It's there's I think everybody should learn music because it does bring you that resonance you're talking about. Something resonates with inside you that brings this feeling, of I don't know if it's peace because some people use music to express their when they're angry but yeah.
You
Called
know
a
what's weird
mystery.
about that is we learn how to do everything and perceive everything in our day-to-day lives. Like, right, we learn what food is, how food is, like how to read the nutrition labels, how to buy products, what it's made of. You learn all these things in school and growing up, but you get the littlest amount of knowledge about music. They almost never go over in schools these days. It's like it's always an optional thing. You don't
Yeah.
really have to do it, and it's always more expensive. So you're always kind of offset by it already, and it's like the only thing that they don't promote. And it's for good reason.
Oh, yeah, and the music is one of the highest arts. Music is music, geometry. Music is considered frequencies in time, I think, or is it time, frequency, and time? And then
Music is
geometry is
frozen
is
architecture. And
no,
architecture is frozen music. That's another thing.
it's not,
Yeah.
I think they call it the quadrivium or something like that. I stumbled across it when I was looking into the quadrivium or higher learning. And when you
Ooh,
look,
yes.
yeah, when you look at people like Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, these are the skills they had: art, geometry, drawing. I forget what the other two was. Astronomy, and but they all had to do with time and frequency and I forget the quadrivium. But music is one of those higher arts. And geometry. Geometry is learning how to draw. That's your drawing and expressing. And I forget what the other two was. Astronomy is the third one, and what's the other one? I'm trying to remember. I should just Google it. But that's one. Yeah, I think they
Or language,
put it as
linguistic.
an elective. I think they use it as an elective to kind of dumb down the like you said, make it seem like it's not important, but it's one of the most important arts that a man can learn. Quadrivium. You guys heard of that?
Yeah.
Oh, they like also when you're growing up, like it's never easy to play an instrument. So some of the instruments that you're supposed to be introduced to should be very natural. There shouldn't be a lot of dissonance in the notes that you're playing. It should be hard to make a mistake, but instead they overcomplicate it from a young age to make it harder for you to attach to it. Because whenever you get negative response every time you want to try it, you're just gonna put it down and quit from the start.
Oh, here it is. Consists of
I
the
think that
four
has a lot to
subjects
do
of.
with the parent. Sorry, Bong. Just on the point about how difficult an instrument is. I've seen 5-year-olds who can play violin and 3-year-olds who can play piano, and it's got to do with like how the parents deal with that disappointment. If the parent is sitting there critically judging the child, then the child doesn't want to do it anymore. If they play the wrong note and the parent shouts at them because they got it wrong, it also discourages that sense of growth. I play piano and guitar, stuffed around on drums a bit, but I learned piano from a teacher and then I taught myself guitar and other instruments. But with my daughters now, they're still young. I let them play anything. They play Happy Birthday and they play Chopsticks and they play any music. I've got a rule that if they're playing the piano, it's not bedtime. So if they want to stay up, they got to play piano. And they go and they play any which notes. Now, my youngest daughter, the 3-year-old, I haven't taught her a single thing. And just by messing around with the instrument and not having a parent shouting at them because they're making a noise, the types of riffs it's very small pieces, but you can hear her finding sounds that sound good together. And there's this comfortableness with the instrument because there's no judgment. And I just sit there and I tinker away and I play these things. And when I'm done, I close it and I move on and come back an hour later and do it again. And my wife gets really annoyed. So when the piano's playing or it's loud, it's like, not now. But I always say to her, listen, let her just explore this instrument, because who knows, maybe at year 7, year 8, something's gonna click in her mind because of the comfort around that instrument. And that it's not, like you said, too much of a challenge, or there's like this really strict thing, you have to hit all of these notes right, otherwise, and see where that leads. And I'll also start their lessons very early. But like you said, that learning about an instrument it's actually life-changing, just to how you think.
Yeah.
So it's the same like teaching your child chess. I did chess and then I coached chess, and I loved the strategy. The idea of having to plan 40 moves ahead or 50 moves ahead and trying to predict what your opponent's going to do and then match that has followed me my whole life because of this ability that I learned when I was 5, 6, 7.
Yep.
And the music shapes your mind also in another way that I don't even really know how to quantify it per se, but like Bong was saying, that resonance, that feeling that you get, you go through your life having these little moments of absolute joy and fulfillment to a sound.
Yeah.
And other humans say, oh, I didn't even hear that. What were you listening to? And, it's kind of robbing your experience of something greater.
Yeah, and it enriches your life, your thoughts. It gives you so much more to draw from. Especially music is so.
I found one thing that discouraged me the most was when I encountered a real talented musician. So when I got to like grade 6 on piano, and in my general world, I'm really good. And then you meet someone who makes you look like a child. And then to know how much further I still had to go to even remotely match up to that genius on that instrument almost discouraged me. I was like, holy shit, I've already put 10 years in and I'm here. To get to there is probably another 20, and that I found was, so once again, the comparison, when someone's telling you have to do it like this, it like sucks away the passion for something. And I think that's where guys who synthesize like Bong does, create his own music, that's where there's no comparison. You're not trying to compare or compete. It's just you and your song and how you want it to sound. And in those moments, there's pure bliss. But when someone tells you, I need a 3-minute 30 song and it needs to be 4 beats per bar and I need X, Y, and they put all these restrictions, then suddenly it's like, I don't even want to do this.
Yeah, especially when you're new to any topic or subject, or it's always going to be harder because it's brand new. And like he asked me when I first started, I knew that when I looked at frequencies, I was like, oh my god, this hurts my head. And I told myself, well, that's because it's new to you, right? And then once you get familiar, like mucking around, playing with this here and there, like that's where the familiarity starts to build, and then it's not so hard, then it becomes a thing, and then it starts opening up. And I think at first it's always hard to start, but if you're consistent and just stay consistent, like your learning
That's the
will
word. That's the word.
consistency. Yeah, your learning will boom. Either you're gonna hit somewhere where things will just open up, and then you're like insignificantly improve. But then once you've gotten to a certain point, it takes a lot to improve things just a little bit, and that's when I think it's not worth it. All right, if I'm just gonna improve just a little bit by just doing this little thing here and a little thing there, and it's costing me a lot of time and effort, then I don't think it's worth doing it. But if people notice, then maybe I should do it. You know what I mean? Like it's like knowing where
Yeah.
you want to be, or what you want to use it for, then you just shoot for that instead of trying to be the best, right? You just be the best at what you're trying. Like Magnus Carlsen. That's why I stopped playing chess, because I knew I was where I wanted to be in chess. I had a certain rating, but this guy was like, boom, blew it away. You know, the way his brain was wired. So I thought, yeah, the game of chess is done for me. But the principles of chess, same as the principles of music theory or whatever the art you're those are the things that enriches our lives. Like music to me is not sound, not just sound. You know, it's the expression. You know, like it's in your heart that you want to express. That's the music. You know, and that's what I think God listens to as well. You know what music, harmony. You know, harmony and these things we called
Yeah.
intervals.
And you know, each one of these
frequencies.
songs that we have become familiar or accustomed to started in someone's mind.
Yeah.
You know, and I look at some of the greats, your Tchaikovsky and Beethoven and those guys, they could sit down with a pen and paper and write a song. They didn't need an instrument.
That's
they could
what
hear
I'm
it in their
saying.
mind. And they could just put it down, hand it over to someone, and someone could then play a song that's never been before.
Right.
And
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
and
Like
for me, I
yeah.
loved instruments because I would have a song going on in my mind, often a cacophony or a mixture of multiple different songs or different parts of songs I liked or whatever. And then having the ability to sit down at a piano and actually just play that song I'm hearing in my mind. That was such an amazing, okay, it's not fluent, you know, obviously you got to tinker and work it out and figure out where's this sound coming from, or what's the tempo or the tone, or so there's a lot to think about. But to have something in your mind and then put it down, I think it's probably the same gift as like an artist who can see something in their mind and then draw it. There was something inside of you and you needed to get that out. And without having these avenues or these outlets, you're a weaker version of yourself. And that's why as parents, we should be driving exposure, you know?
Yeah. What you're saying is it's almost like when you're like a skateboarder, you like when you look at the landscape, you see it all. Like as a skater, you see like a stair set, you're like, oh, that'd be sick to. It's almost like like you don't even need anything to. Like I'm really good at like fingerboarding. It's like technicking, but and I don't even need to have one to like do like tricks in my mind and stuff. And it's because my grasp on it is so deep. Like I did it since I was like really, really young. And I could literally like just in my head like do it, and like it's like I don't know. It's pretty crazy. It's like I think one thing that people don't really realize is that what something that will help you get better at stuff is like loving what you're doing, and most people lose that when they get older. That's why it's harder to get good at stuff. But when you're like a kid and you're trying to like get good at some shit, and you don't even think you're trying to get good at something, you don't even think you're working, you just are like in it, like you're in the zone and you just love what you're doing, you just get so much better, like crazily better than somebody who thinks they're working to get better, like doing it because you want to.
You're talking about the flow state thing is what everyone calls it?
Yeah. I mean, not even that, because you can have a flow state when you're just working, but like it's like something else. It's like a deep like
yeah, you don't
purity.
look at it as work though.
Yep.
It's when you're
but once again, so
He's
the
right.
root cause, exactly like you're 100% spot on. The root cause of that is your thought. If you think about it as work, or you're just thinking about it, and it's such a this is something that's really coming to life in my life personally at the moment, is that I'm learning how to focus with that type of attention where it matters not how big the mountain is. I just need to make sure I'm taking one step consistently towards the summit, and within so much time I will be there. And by thinking about it in this way and not looking at how high or how many steps to reach the summit, or whereas if you just think about it wrong and you say, shit, 10,000 feet to get to the summit of this, you'll convince yourself out of it. And it's all starts in your brain. It's the space between those two ears on the side of your head. And that entire reality is occurring there between those ears. And how we think about things right or how we think about things wrong, you are actually the one that's entirely steering. I was trying to explain it to someone the other day that it's like holding the remote control for the TV, and you hand it to someone else and ask them to pick the channel that's going to go on your TV. And you're handing over the whole time to someone else to choose what it is that you're going to watch, and then you get frustrated that it's not what you wanted to watch. But when you realize that you're actually the one with the remote, you're the one with the TV, and you can choose whichever channel you're going to put on, you can't be unsatisfied because you're in control of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the difference to me is so crazy. Like, because when I was a kid, like, I wanted to like get into like do something. It's like deep down when you're trying to like get better, it's not, you don't even think about it. You just are loving what you're doing, and it's like you just get so much better, not like naturally. It's just crazy. Like that feeling. I don't know. It's like you just love like I don't know.
It's interest.
It's crazy.
So it's like when you're in school and you have this one subject which is maybe quite mathematically focused that you do well in, but you do bad in maths. It's like you wanted to be interested in the first subject, but in mathematics, you're not interested in it. So therefore, going into that topic, even though it's almost identical subject matter, you excel in one and you do really poorly in the other.
Right.
And
because
when
you like
you're
care about
interested, but that it's the interest.
Yeah.
Now, often that interest is uninteresting because of a bad teacher, or a teacher hasn't elucidated how interesting that topic is, or you're just lying to yourself and you're forcefully changing your entire outcome because of a decision in your mind. And when you get older and you realize, okay, I've got to get this done, you've got to almost pay attention or take interest in it to get it resolved. And you start to learn to steer. Maybe you're not fulfilled by it, so it's not like your passionate interest, but it's, you've got to place enough interest to actually get the job done. And we all possess that ability, but we spend all day convincing our own minds out of it or into other topics. And when you realize that it's all inside you, there's nothing out there that's choosing whether you're interested in it or not. It's just inside of you. You then possess the ability to focus that interest on whatever new is coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's exactly what happened to me when I really wanted to make beat, like, because I play and I really wanted to sound, I have the studio. I really want to hear what it sounds like. Well, it's right there. You can do it, do it. And I go to do it and I'm like, oh, I gotta learn about frequencies, So I'm like, oh, I don't really feel like reading all this stuff. But look, man, if you want to do that, you have to do this. So I kind of had to focus. I had to. All right. Let's learn about freak. You know what I mean? I had to sit down and
Yeah, I did the
and
same thing.
force myself. Right?
Talk yourself into it.
Yeah, I was like, if I want that, I have to do this. So I was like, but I don't want to do this. I want to do that, but I can't do that if I don't do. And then it's like, all right, do this. Oh, I got to do all this work. I was like, how are you gonna get there if you don't do the work? It was like, how do you become a great basketball player if you don't go and practice and do what you need to
thousands
do?
of hoops. Yeah.
Right. So it was like forcing, and then the muscle memory kicks in, that muscle memory, and then things become easier. Your brain is not struggling anymore to understand, like, what is this frequency and what does it sound like? You know what I mean? Because the muscle memory is building up. I think that's where a lot of the freedom comes from after, is
once you've put in the work and the time and the muscle memory is there, like driving a car. When you first drive a car, got to remember to push down the clutch, put it in first gear. Make the sign. Oh, you know what I mean? All these, but after you do it so many times, you don't even think about it anymore. Now you're aware of the cars and the lights and people walking. And now you can see farther. You don't have to worry about the hard part. It's always that climb up that people stop. That then they quit, and they were almost there. They were almost there, and then they quit. But yeah,
it's a beautiful thing. Like when you start realizing how your mind shapes your reality. I think understanding flat Earth, you become quite aware, and you start waking up, and it's quite a difficult birthing for a lot of people. But the biggest thing to remember is that your mind is your future self. Your mind, the thing that's inside of you, is thinking, what am I doing tomorrow? What am I doing next week? What's going on in the next month? What's happening a year from now, 5 years from now? Like your mind is always in a state of in the future, and your body is a product of your past. So if you're carrying a little bit of excess body weight, it's because you ate badly last week and the week before and all the years leading up until now. So your body is a reflection of your past, and your mind is a projection towards the future, and then your body catches up. Now, when someone decides that they're going to lose weight, it starts inside their brain, and they say, all right, I need to change my lifestyle, or I need to change something, or I need to be healthier. The decision gets made. They start to run, and the weight starts to fall off. And then the body gets pulled into that future vision of what the brain saw. And it's the same thing with musicians, with artists, with all these creatives. They see something in the mind, and then they pull the physical into that new future. And we all have this ability in varying scales, from very small to very large, that we literally can manifest the outcomes if we pay attention and focus our attentions on that outcome. Same like an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur decides he wants a business. He has this grand vision of what that business could be 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And then starts making all these little present day physical changes towards that goal 10 years from now. And watching these globers and how they reject this new information, you can see that their mind is literally holding them back so their body cannot go forward. It is such it makes sense why they want to imprison the mind, why they pay so much to change the mind or to change what the mind is paying attention to. Because once people have this goal, when you decide you've had enough of your government, the decision has started in the brain. Then the body goes out onto the street and starts rioting and whatever. So it's a decision followed by your body trying to catch up into that thing. But everyone always looks at their body as all they have. So, well, I'm only this tall, so I can only jump that high, or I'm only this size, so I could only run that far, or you look at your past to project your future, and that's retarded. The mind is an amazing tool, man.
Well, when I was practicing this martial arts, it's called Wing Chun. They call it Kung Fu in China, right? Kung Fu means a skill that has been achieved through hard work. And they say when you're practicing, like the more you practice and you practice quality practice, then they say the skill will appear. That's how they say. Skill will just appear. Like one day it'll just. And I think that goes for everything. Whether you're a chef, or music producer or musician or anything, or carpenter, like as you do the work, the skill appears. And so how do it manifests?
Yeah, like I play this game like competitively and like to put thousands of hours into it, and it's like there was a point where I just realized like I'm playing somebody and I'm like realizing that I'm like reading what they're gonna do like seconds way before they even do it. I know exactly what's gonna happen. I'm like, wait a minute. It used to be total like I used to not be able to do that, but it's like I could see a whole different like I could like see the future pretty much. Like I don't know. It's pretty crazy.
You used to react, but now you predict, right? Now because you already it's almost like simulating a situation over and over again until your brain can see the whole thing from beginning to end, and you don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
But even that word muscle memory, it's like it's physicalness being driven by thought, muscle memory, and it's
strategy.
You know, with that gaming analogy that you just used now, I've also seen that, but I asked myself how much of it is because most guys, when presented with this situation, will turn left, and then you learn that in this situation they're gonna do, or at least the majority of them will do that because they're noobs and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Whereas they should have crouched and gone right and done this and that. But the guys who do that, you're also waiting for them. So if you see they didn't break left, you quickly go to where you're about to see the head pop out, and then so you start to learn through this repetition. But like you say, it gets you take it to other levels.
It's even deeper. Yeah, it's deeper because like the game I play, the option like everybody has so many options in any situation that they're in. To read what someone's gonna do is like insane. And I don't know. It's like I just feel like magical almost when I like I just know what someone's gonna do. It's crazy.
Yeah, in my line of work, I have to keep repeating the truth for it to sink in. I mean, repetition.
Propel that propaganda.
Right. That's what songs are. And when I look at these songs today, you know how the hook, they call it the chorus, right? It repeats and repeats and repeats, and then it's in your head, you know, and the news repeat. It's, you know what I mean? It's like these guys are training you. They're training your brain. They're wiring your brain. You know, that's what brainwash is. Muscle memory is the brain rewiring itself. And so I like to focus on curvature when they come here, you know, like just shove that into the brain, you know, like over and over and over again until it's familiar to them, you know, until they wait a minute. This curvature thing makes a lot of sense. Hold on a minute. I get what you know what I mean? Like what you're saying now. It's like because it's not new anymore. You're familiar now with how it's supposed to be, you know. And some people just ignore and don't even they're just not even there. You know, they're here to yell at you about how you're doing it wrong, just like that kid, you know, on the piano. You're doing it wrong. It's like, huh? I don't want to do this anymore. I'm gonna go play. Yeah. It's like that's what they're doing.
Well, that's also, you know, think about that and how when we bash or newbies that come in here or normies, when they come in here and we all start jumping on them, that's wrong, and you're thinking about this wrong, and you don't know the radius of this, and whoa, shit, okay, I'm not going to play piano. Fuck this game.
Exactly. You know? Yeah. I only yell at the people that are here, you know, to troll us, but I can tell when somebody's genuinely asking a question, wanting to learn. Yeah. What a game. Social credit, that's a game. I mean, gamified, you know, gamifying everything to be.
So, have you looked at that word propaganda? It's pro-pagan da.
Oh.
It is pro-pagan, and I'm not sure what the da is. Da. What is da the root word for?
Father.
But it's like
Da means father. Yeah.
You know, it's just so peculiar, these words we use every day, and then sometime you look at them and it just means something else, or doesn't look like it's spelt right, or exactly like you're saying, that moment where like the skill manifests, or that moment where all these sidelines of skill complements suddenly all merge into one focused skill. It's even like with the gaming thing. When I was younger, before kids and stuff, I used to play quite a lot at night. And then I kept asking myself, what am I going to get back for this time? How can I use this time to make my life better? Like, how is this investing? Yeah, so I'm getting really good at this, but so what? How can I take this into somewhere else? And it was like when I discovered flat earth and I started to take that time and do research at night, my life went forward like leaps and bounds. And it was like, okay. But then still my friends would say to me, so what are you going to do with this? So what, you study fucking 4 hours, 5 hours a night, flat earth. Like, how is that going to benefit you? Why not put that into your business more, or put that into your wife and children more? Or like, what are you going to do with that skill? Music, artists makes sense. Yeah, they're going to use their skill. But this rising culture of where we sit still for 8 hours staring at a monitor screen, and we've gone all around the world and killed all these different people, but we actually have done nothing.
Right.
It's shortened tendons in your body. It's probably slowed the blood flow. You probably got circulation cut off on the legs from being seated for so long. It's like you're doing damage to yourself, but you're enjoying the distraction. And I just kept asking myself, like, what am I going to do with this? How do I get back those hours?
Yeah, I kind of
value.
I thought about that, but it's kind of different with like the game that I've been in like hundreds of tournaments and stuff, and after like 100 tournaments, I had zero idea of like what was going on, competitively. Like I had no clue how to compete, or like my mindset was literally trash even after competing many times and thinking about it for a long time. I had zero understanding. And then I just started realizing more and more, and the things I've learned from playing competitively translate into like everything. And I've learned like a lot from fucking playing video games competitively, like an insane amount. Like I've studied like the great warriors in history, and like I've studied so much mindset shit that like my mindset is like kind of insane.
Yeah, I think you did exactly the right by taking it to a competitive level. You've already recovered that investment, and now you've gained psychological strategy wealth or strategy IP through that journey.
It's
you
it's
are
like enlightenment.
much more valuable afterwards. I'm talking about like the overweight 50-year-old who drops $1,000 a night on packages and shit, and doesn't
it's
really
just,
do much.
Like any game I play now, I'll be so much better at it than just like random people, because it's like I understand what's happening at such a high level. Like I don't really most people just waste so much time on video games. It's fucking stupid.
I think I think I'm the opposite. It's like I don't have any. Man, 12 years of my life gone forever. School. How am I going to get those hours back? And that's what I see Flat Earth as. My research into all these things is I'm trying to get those hours back. I was like, I wish I had more. I wish I had learned this early in my early 20s so I can get the. I feel like I don't have enough time to get those hours back, but that's why I put as much time into learning.
Yeah. Like
imagine if when I found it.
Imagine if everyone just knew the Earth was flat, like starting out, like they just teach you that. They just don't lie to you. Like everybody would be so like so much better at just everything.
Yeah.
And that children had curious minds because there were questions that don't have answers yet, not answers that can't be questioned.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, at school, it's the question I'm asking at the moment. Like, I want to homeschool my kids because the schools of today are horrendous, and the quality of people that you find there. I wouldn't go drop my child with 1,000 random strangers that I know nothing about, but I do it every morning gladly. And I think partly the reason for the decay in the society is that they group us according to income categories. And then if you're sort of in the middle ground, you're going to be exposed to all the other middle ground individuals. And then potentially worse if you go to worse schools. But it's that exposure to bad ideas or ignorance and stuff that just completely sidesteps or steers children down the wrong path. But yet at school is where I built up my confidence. It's where I made most of my social learning interactions, like learning how to speak to girls, how to make friends, how to sort out enemies. There were so many. It was like a microcosm of a society. Like, you get thrown into this thing and you've got to figure out where you stack up and, who to trust, who not to, who to be careful of. And so I see a lot of still value out of it, as much as, yes, I made bad friends, which did steer me on bad paths for many years. So that's like the risk and the reward type thing. And then I asked myself, like, should I be homeschooling? I run my own business. I'm too busy to be schooling. So then how do you make that work? And then you're trusting someone else to educate your children.
I don't think school is needed for social skills. I think social skills that we learn at school are not real social skills. It's the social skills they want you to have, so that when you go get a job, you know how to be. So I think it's programming behavior and the way you think. When they say social skills, I think that's what they mean. It's a lie, in my opinion. Like, because we're supposed to be socializing with our families, with each other. With how a family makes a community, but sending us off to school, I think, is is brainwashing and using those words like so they can develop social skills. Like, how are you gonna what, you're just gonna keep your child home and what, they don't get to experience like the same childhood all our children experience? These lies. It's the same thing as saying, well, you're not gonna teach your child about Santa Claus, you're gonna deprive him of a normal childhood. It's like, yep. You got a problem with that? Well, that's wrong. You don't wear a mask, you must be all these things. It's like programming behavior and the way you think.
Yeah, I fear, because I've kind of seen a couple of families that I know that have homeschooled. Then they would have friends that they would sort of chat to online or on Skype or FaceTime or something. And now that they're teenagers, they don't want to like hang out like we used to when we were teenagers. They want to have group FaceTimes or group Skype calls. So 5 or 6 of them all looking at a screen and they're all chatting, but they're all in their own bedrooms. So yes, you can be entertained with the conversation, but it's lacking that physical presence, like why you close a deal in person versus always trying to close a deal online. You're going to get more successes in person because you're actually there. There's this physicalness. And so as long as you've got other children in your life, either through family or extended families or within the church family, or if the children are still being exposed to children, then yes. But I think watching now these 14, 15-year-olds who they don't want to go to a house party like we all did, because to them, they'll rather just, they'll each drink on their own screen in their own bedroom and then put the call down 3 hours later. And you're like, what the hell? It's this world is crazy, man.
There's a separation though at a certain age that happens. That doesn't. It's not always like that. Like the kids have a natural instinct to want to play outside, and then they hit like I don't know. It's like 8 or 9 years old. There's this turn of events where they will just detach from outside a little more and a little more. And like you said, as soon as they become a teenager, it's inside always.
Even as a kid, when I used to play video games, I eventually get bored. Like, I'm bored. Run out, get up, and run out. Like not today. It's like, and you got the pandemics, and you got. I think this is how they want people to interact in the future. Like this is the plan. So everybody is isolated from each other. That's how cults work too, right? Isolate, train, and then unleash.
I mean, that's the only way to keep people so dumb is they can't communicate with someone else. And if you are communicating with someone else, the other person, like your enemy, can hear you the whole time. Like, it's a perfect cocktail for them.
Yeah, What's It is about to do his thing soon. You guys subscribe? 30,000 people, I think.
When is this?
14th.
Oh, that's today.
Is it? Yeah. I'm in Australia, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah. It's the 14th here, but it's 9 p.m. So I think.
Hey, Bong Sao, do you mind moving to a private with me for a few minutes?
Yeah, man, and invite me. I'll join. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
we got this guy named Popple and Cogdis. He thinks we should be able to see the whole Earth. I'm trying to bring him into VC.
You know, I've been trying to form a good response to that, and I think the best thing I've come up with so far is why does the weather report on visibility then? Right, see the weather report says the visibility. If we should see everything all the time, then why bother making a visibility report, you know?
Well, the higher you go, the more you see. You know what I mean? So I'm assuming if you can go infinitely higher, then you can probably see everything. But the problem is you're gonna have to look through clouds and all this stuff that's blocking your view. But at 128,000 feet, it's flat. So how much more do we need, right? Like how much higher and how much more flatness, do we need to see before you say the Earth is? Yeah, I think it's a what do you call this kind of argument? A fallacy, but I don't know what kind of fallacy is it.
But that's the biggest thing, the keyword visibility. Visibility changes based on refractive index and haze and all these other things. So the ballers seem to think that on the days when the refraction is higher, that visibility is further. And it's quite the opposite, and that's the nail in the coffin, is that on the days where the visibility is further, it is clearer, meaning less optical phenomena going on to obstruct your visibility. You can see further, like in water, you can see further in clear water versus you can see your visibility underwater when it's dirty or that the storms have lifted the silt. You can't see more than a meter, more than 2 meters, because there's something obstructing the visibility. So when we show them the picture of the black swan, they think the day you can see further is the day where the refraction is actually happening. And then the day that the water's like cutting the horizon line appears to be before the platforms, then that's the day where there's no refraction and it's a normal day. But it's the exact opposite just on that word visibility, because if you can see further, there's less obstructions.
Yep. Trying to get him to come into live stream. He joins Cogdis VC.
He might be away. Let's see if I can call him to get his attention. Hang on.
If he joins Cogdis VC, I'll try to pull him down from there into here. If not, then I can't help him, You should probably talk to the golds that banned him. That should do. Tagus and Hyder, I think they know what they're doing. Like they've been dealing with these people a long time, and I trust their decisions, their discernment. Well, he's saying we should be able to see the whole thing. Is that like saying we should be able to see from here to like China, or is he saying when we go up, like?
You know, there's another thing you could say. It's like, well, why can't I see all the galaxies in your model? Right, because their claim is even far more absurd of seeing 24 trillion light years. All this nonsense. So why can't I see all the other galaxies?
Hmm. Why don't we see the curvature? Why don't we see things curving away at a certain distance, respect to radius? I think that's important. That's the question he should be asking, because he should be going. He should be arguing with Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know, the United States military, all the trades that exist that have to deal with big surface areas. That's who he should be arguing with. Not us. We're not the ones that. Everyone knows this. Everyone assumes it's a flat, motionless plane because you have to. So where's the globe? I think only God can see the whole Earth. If you think NASA is God, then there's your God. They can see your whole ball. Oh, you can't. You're not God or NASA. He's saying, my only point was that you can't measure something no one has seen. Well, duh.
That's what I'm saying.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, we're talking about the curve. That's what we're talking about. You can't measure something that doesn't exist. Yeah, that you can't see. Curvature, exactly. You know what I mean? We have spirit levels. We have all kinds of lasers that we use to level things and make sure it's flat and level. That's why we use these things. But where is this curvature that no one's ever seen? How has it been measured? How can you measure it?
Well, specifically, he was saying yesterday. Okay. Somebody made the claim that the whole Earth is flat. But this is something I've been thinking about for a while too. He basically refuted that as like, well, what about the parts that are not observable? Like, for example, Antarctica. Because you can't really say it's always flat. It could slope off or something. You wouldn't know. And that was basically his point.
But we can't know. We can't
That's the
know
thing.
about those places, yeah, because we can't go
Exactly.
there. Right?
That's all he was saying, and that's what I was agreeing with.
But I don't think that's what he's saying. I think what he's saying is something like simulation theory, or where you can, the only
He never said
or
simulation.
something like that. Yeah. Well, if the ocean,
No,
if it's not a
read
ball,
through
right?
it.
Yeah.
I read through the logs. It's not about
Yeah.
simulation.
So what is he saying, that we shouldn't say that the whole Earth is flat?
It looks like his contention was the word whole or entire Earth.
Okay. The Earth that you stand on at the moment is flat for as far as you can see. Is that accurate?
I would say so.
Oh,
I don't know
there
if
you
he
go.
would say so, but I would say
Oh
so.
well, there you go.
I'm not going to speak for him.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
going to
I'll
argue
type it.
mountains and valleys. So I wouldn't say that the Earth. I wouldn't say that the Earth is flat. I would say that the Earth has terrain that conforms to valleys, mountains, hills. But generally, whenever we're going to build something, we need to find out the level, and then the water, which makes up 71%, is unequivocally flat. So at least 71% of the water is flat, or 70%, whatever statistic you want to take. But
of the Earth, yeah.
But the actual land, the land has all kinds of topographical changes, but generally the entire shape, the overall shape is level or horizontal. But guys get really stuck with the idea of flat, and they say, "Oh, but I'm looking at a mountain, and that's not flat, so therefore you're wrong." That's really how stupid they take that point to.
That's not. I hate it when people do that. We're talking about the globe, right? And these people are bringing up terrain. It's like we're not talking about that. We're talking about how the Earth is a ball. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not a ball, then it's flat. Well, there are mountains. You know, when you say there are mountains, it's like, well, yeah, there are mountains. Yes, that's very observant of them.
Very astute.
Astute observation. Good on you. Yeah.
You're
You have
using your eyes. Yeah.
Oh man, it is annoying. I think it's a troll tactic. The annoying kind.
Well, I think it's also like the cognitive limitation of the person that you're speaking to. Like, you've got to talk to someone at their level, otherwise, and when you sometimes realize how low someone's cognitive level is, I stop trying to explain myself.
Yeah,
just disengage.
I mean, think about it. You learned it when you were like 6 or 5, so you kind of have to reteach it to them as if they were in that same state of mind as like a 5 or 6-year-old. Because you're replacing something that they've known since that time frame, so they always have childish responses because they've never questioned it. They always sit on this weak foundation that they had.
Well, that's such a true thing. I think of most people, often with women, they say treat them like a small girl. Get excited to see them, ask them how their day was, give them a big love and give them, that interaction that an adult woman is looking for is still to be nurtured like a small little girl. And a boy as well, like when you see them fighting or rejecting this information, they become almost childlike. No, that's not true. They start arguing like they would when they were really young and juvenile. And you've got to take that information back down a step. Yeah, we've figured out the right wording and sequence of nouns to use to make it a concise sentence. That might go completely over their head, especially if you were going to say that to a 6-year-old. They're going to go back to the first word and say, what did that mean? So, but what's fascinating is that I watch, even with my small children at 5, 6, 7, they still want to do it themselves, and they want to make the mistakes themselves, and they want to. So you've almost got to look at these little globers and say, or globies, as small little children. And yeah, fine. If you want to make your own mistake, go for it. Talk to them like children. Bring it back down a notch.
Yeah, I think activism, getting out there and putting the information out in front of people. I'm not gonna do the whole just post flyers and I think that gets more exposure than sitting here waiting for people to visit us. But I think I might start being more active now. What's it is very inspiring. It's good.
Yeah, what he's doing is really really smart.
Mm.
But we just need each one reach one.
Mm.
Each man will play to his strengths. Whitsit enjoys that type of engagement. He's presently setting up things so that he can be sort of supported while he does that. And I'm all for that. And I think, but it's not going to be necessarily everyone's chosen avenue. And we mustn't try and compare ourselves to anyone. Just do what you can do, touch one person. Or reach one person, should I say. That sounded a bit...
Yep. Yeah, every person counts. Yeah, is worth it, especially if you can talk to them, especially young people.
Yeah, I went back and listened to the live stream on Helio's channel, trying to figure out like where would I clip something. And yes, the types of conversations we have on here, you couldn't even header the caption, because even if it's a 1 minute clip, there's just so much being discussed. It's like I think, okay, here's a gem, and then I listen on and I'm like, no, but here's a gem, but it would have to be about a whole different topic, like two separate videos, you know. And then I look at the next minute, I'm like, holy shit, this is like a third category. It would have to be bolstered by. It's like, wow, there is so much material, man.
Yeah. Start making gem folders, gem categories, or it's like, like where to put this gem and that gem. Yeah.
Well, I went into Gem Panda server yesterday, and I don't know, Gem seems to like me at the moment. So when I come on there, then he comes and chats. And he was saying to me, nowhere once has NASA ever been proven to be using a harness or a green screen. Never once.
Oh my god.
Well, what is the response to that clip when they literally show on a live feed them, poofing that teddy bear? Or what do they say to that?
He said, absolutely not. It's not green screen. Oh, it's only us asserting that it's green screen. So I even showed the clip where that little Japanese guy goes flying behind two guys who are having an interview, and he's wearing like a full harness getup. Like you literally can see him move across the frame of the shot, and he's wearing the whole harness. And James starts saying, but you don't see the string that the harness is connected to. So therefore, there's obviously no harness. He may just be wearing that strapping for another purpose. You don't know everything the astronauts do up there, blah, blah, blah. So then I got him nicely where I said, the Avengers movie, where you watch the Avengers jumping across the city like that. So you're telling me because I can't see a harness on that character means that there is no harness, that the Avengers movie used no harness work because I can't see a harness on that. And then he got so angry, but I kept him there for like 20 minutes. Like, so you're telling me NASA is provably true because you can't see a harness, therefore Avengers is provably true because you can't see a... That's your argument. No. We know that the Avengers use harnesses. Okay, so we know that NASA uses harnesses. No, you can't. Blah, blah. God, it was so funny. I like to try and figure a way to put the point back together, put the two loose ends back together, and then hand it back to them. Okay, you explain to me. So then if you can't see a harness in the Avengers, you're telling me no harness was used because you can't see a harness in NASA, so therefore no harness was used. Yes, it was funny.
I posted a link. Active response gravity offload system. This is the same. This is the same thing that they used for those movies, Gravity, Interstellar.
Argos, yes.
I mean, this is more advanced than harness.
No, but you can't see the harness in the final shot, so therefore no harness was used. Obviously.
Yep, it's edited out. Yeah. I mean, if this is not proof, I mean, there's proof of your fake gravity and there's your studio and blah, 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 blah. Robotics and simulation, all this. Well, just so they can practice how to work when they're in space where there's no gravity. Really? Are you sure it's not to simulate the idea of gravity for you on TV? Have you been to space? You know what I mean? Like, What is gravity supposed to look like? Is your hair
Oh
supposed to be all
man,
over the place, or?
fuck! I wish I'd thought of this yesterday because this would have been the final nail in the coffin. Oh, so NASA has this harness system, and it's called the Argos, and it is
Yeah.
for XYZ, but they would
Yeah.
not be using it on camera. Promise, wink, wink. I promise we wouldn't be using it, wink, wink.
I said this is someone else that said the news is fake, but the rest of the media is fine. I said, well, that's like a bank robber having the key to the vault, but only taking the money out of the register. Like you'd have to be a fool to believe this.
Yeah, good analogy.
Yeah, it's how I think it was Interstellar. What was that girl with the Catwoman? I mean, who was that girl that played Catwoman on the Dark Knight? Yeah, she was in it. Is it Interstellar or is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
Interstellar. Yeah, that's where they use this. So yeah, okay. Hollywood uses it, right? But NASA doesn't use it to fake stuff from the ISS or whatever. Yeah. Okay, Hollywood uses it. NASA gives this to Hollywood. They share the technology so that Hollywood can do what they need to do to fake space to you. Right. That makes sense.
And Hollywood only shoots it in NASA studios, which are the largest green screens in the world. But NASA wouldn't use those green screens for their own purposes, you know? It's like, how do these ballers even... I know that they need to not understand the only place that they can remain, but really, like...
Everything's a big coincidence.
They can't be that dumb.
No, it's just a coincidence. The coincidences are so common all the time, everywhere. They're full of it.
Oh, yeah. And
how many other businesses would get let off the hook if you found out they had a giant green screen in their building and gravity offloading systems to create this perception of something? So like if I promised you that I'm going to give you best product in the world, and then you arrive there and you see that the whole office is a green screen, are you going to do business with them? Or would you start to question why would they be wanting to create false or computer generated imagery, like for
Imagine an airplane company.
Purpose?
Airplane company tells you they're flying planes everywhere, but then you check their financial, or you audit them, and you find out they've been buying almost entirely helium. But you trust them because on paper it says that they're flying planes, not balloons.
Because they provide video of their planes flying, you know?
Yeah. They just happen to have a green screen with all this helium. It's like, oh well, those are just coincidences.
Posted a link. I was looking up how to do green screen, because you know how you do live stream, put the thing in the back. I like to shoot videos. I like to do filming, and I found this, and I was like, "Wow, this is awesome!" The whole thing is right there. It's all around you, man, and this is how. Oh, look, this is how this show was shot. And then you go back and watch, the card that was launched in space. You can go back and watch yesterday's thing from Virgin Mobile. Go watch all these things that they show you from space, and then you come look at this technology.
I've seen a. Is that projected?
Yeah, it's a screen. These are screens.
Okay,
But this
I've
is
seen that.
Yeah,
this is
seen
exactly
that
what they
not
used for
wrapped
that. Sorry.
I've seen a version of that, and that's not wrapped around, and that was a couple of years ago. So, is that just coming out?
Yeah, it's it's out like last year. You know that show, what's his name? The DeLorean, Mandalorian. Yep. That's the technology. That's how they shot the whole thing. This is the new this is the new for movies and everything.
But they used this for the Tesla vehicle. Remember, they showed us inside of that film studio with that giant circular screen around the car positioned at 45 degrees. And then they turn the screens on and you can basically stand and view the car from anywhere. And that also gives them that sort of where they can pan the camera around the vehicle or hold it static in one spot, and the entire background would all be seamless because it's inside of a circular green screen instead of a flat one. So this was used already for the Tesla vehicle. So this isn't like hypothetical where they're going. This is fully mass produced. And what scale could you go to? Why couldn't you just increase that circle larger and larger and larger? It's entirely probable.
It's just a coincidence the Tesla was in the same technology to fake it. That's not a coincidence.
Yeah, it's scary. What's coming? Like the lie, the many ways to lie and to convince people of whatever. I mean, the technology is scary. You got 5G, you've got drones, you've got projectors, and you got these um, oh, augmented reality versus virtual reality. You know what I mean? Manifesting the internet into the real world. LiDAR technology. Integrating both the real and the digital world. You know, I think the digital world is a dimension. You know, the this thing we call the internet. You know, what the hell is it? Bunch of information, bunch of pictures and text and videos. Like the world.
In a world.
In the world. Where you can be Chinese without ever going to China. For the comfort of your home. You can live a full life. As you know what I mean? It's like it's crazy.
That reminds me of that one country song about the online personality. Who did that one again? Was it Garth Brooks?
Country. The odd life personality. Well, Reconor. I think Reconor agrees with us.
Horse shout out.
What's up with the horses, Rec?
They're beautiful animals.
Thank you. See you later.
Who are you?
Got to get to the chopper.
Put that cookie down now.
Thank you very much. See you later.
It's not a tumor.
Tumor. Not a tumor. Tumor. Not a tumor.
Not the tumor.
You know, when you show these bendy doors to people, man, what do they say to themselves, right?
You've faked that in CGI, and you've placed that there just to try and cause them to doubt themselves. So disregard.
They probably think it's not the real door, and there's another one or some crap.
You've manipulated it because that can't be real.
So they would have to claim that the other door is inside, and that's just like a some kind of safety net or prop or to keep the sun out. I don't even know what they would say, but it'd be something like that.
Just CGI, man. When we show it, it's CGI. When they show it, it's photo.
Yay!
Oh, look, there's the beauty. There's the beautiful potato Earth. That's what it really looks like, because gravity. Laughing.
Your voice.
So
We wish you'd talk a bit more.
I think he's upset because the last time people kept getting on his back about his voice sounding like Arnold. So I think that's why he doesn't talk much anymore.
You know, I finally figured out why I think it looks so weird. The potato Earth. All the undersea land is smooth. And then the continent land is all ruffled. There shouldn't be a distinction. Right?
Oh, so you're saying it's for the ocean?
Well, the
Well, not
ocean
really.
land is all smooth. It's a lot smoother than all, like, take away that black outlines. Those are just artificial, right? It should just be the continents are just a raised part of land. It shouldn't be any different, right?
No, but the water in its movement normally does cause smooth surfaces because of that constant friction. That's why you sometimes see those smooth pebble stones around the bottom of a riverbed or something. But
What about the
like you say,
cement?
how when you look down the Mariana Trench or one of those, that's very jagged. It's not smooth.
I think the official explanation for this image is because of gravity. That's why I got really.
No. Well, oceans don't move like rivers, though. It's pretty much static on the bottom.
And it would be mostly at the edge or the periphery where the water's battering that it would create that very smooth effect. So like you say, the bottom of the water is just flowing, the base of the river basin. But
but oceans
the
aren't
sides,
rivers, though. It's not really.
not
I mean, correct me if
comparable.
I'm
Actually.
wrong, but it's not moving that much in the depths, right?
Shouldn't be.
No, but all the sediment from around the shorelines does get carried out, and that would settle on the bottom, thus making it smoother.
Yeah, but
Just
even
like a
in the
potato.
middle of the Atlantic, there's no shore.
Well, you'd be surprised what the currents will do.
I mean, considering they don't even say the continents have been around in their forms for that long, but I don't know.
Gravity, man.
What do you mean? Pangea was like a billion years ago, bro.
I was just saying, in that form, I mean, they say tectonic plate movement has happened. You'd think that would affect the undersea land, make it all ruffled.
So I would ask. So is the globe the only potato? Why aren't the other planets potatoes? If gravity.
Oh, they'll come back with, oh, it's just the light reflecting off the atmosphere. That's why they look so spherical.
Well, what about the sun? Why doesn't it look like a potato? And the moon?
What about the pictures from space that show a perfect sphere? What about
Right.
those?
It's
Right.
because it's probably because it's considered a gas.
So all the bodies in the skies are perfect spheres, but we're the only potato? That doesn't make any sense.
Potato planets.
That's just because the gas would even it out to a perfect sphere. Because this is without the gas.
Just remember, Neil deGrasse said if you scaled the Earth down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than a cue ball.
What does that even
I do
mean?
remember him saying that. Isn't this though? Is this exaggerated?
He said that on the podcast with Toe Rogan.
Isn't the potato Earth an exaggerated model though?
When I read about it, they said this is what it actually looks like because of gravity.
Well,
What
don't
about
they?
the oblate spheroid?
Hold on, I'm gonna look this up.
Right.
Don't they claim that they've only like searched 6% of the ocean, like the ocean floor?
Yeah, it's like nothing.
So that
No,
would
we
just
know.
be assuming that the rest of the floor would be, level and smooth compared
Well,
to the
maybe
We
there's
topographical.
know. We know
they're
land.
more
speaking the
about the
truth though.
surface of Mars. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the surface of our oceans.
Well, no. I think that what if they're telling you the truth though? Like, what if our observable ocean is only that 3% that they talk about that we've explored, and the rest of it is where we're not allowed to explore that they're talking about?
I've often wondered that because that 70% figure, that 70% of the face is water. If there's areas that we're not allowed to go to that are more water, that number would be higher.
Well, how far out into the ocean does that international water start? Is it like 20 miles offshore?
I think it's 100.
100? So that's 6%. That could just be that, 100 miles offshore. That's the only part of the ocean they've really explored. No, just a thought.
Mm. But also to wrap it back onto a ball, you have to cut out these triangles. So that, like when you look at the projection, when it sticks out like a diamond map, there's these giant triangles that are cut out all over the place so that can then fold back and become the southern hemisphere sphere part. But we know that southern hemisphere does get wider below the equator. They even corroborate. So as it gets wider, for it to fit back into a sphere, they have to cut out these giant triangles. So what's in those zones?
Leviathan.
It's weird that they always drew the Leviathan around the outer, like the complete outside of a thing. It was always, to me, that was really.
Ouroboros. Yeah. I'm just guessing, Who knows where these hybrids are hiding or
Do you think that there's all these other types of humanoid species? When you look at the old maps, they talk about like giant humans and pygmy humans and dog humans. And then when you see the Egyptian hieroglyphs, they've also got like that ibis, where it's like a head of something else on the body of a
Anubis?
man. Anubis.
No, that's Thoth. That's Thoth.
And Thoth. Yeah. But like each of them, there's a couple of them When you go back to the old maps, they show zones where they talk about like the dog-headed people, and they talk about the weird hominoid like ogre type land, and the giants and the cyclopses and how would that fit in with the whole religious narrative, or would that just be the corruption of flesh?
Yeah, oh, those are the aliens. What you would call aliens. Coming from space, you know. Or what's his name? Bacon? Francis Bacon? I think I read I forget. It's Atlantis. It's about Atlantis. His account was there was this piece of land that they kind of marooned on, and everybody there was Christian. I don't know. I think it's a lie, but the people that lived on that island knew everything, current events, what's going on in the world, and the world didn't know anything about this place. So, I mean, you read it, they were eventually let go, but it's some kind of very advanced civilization slash. I don't believe everything I read, but yeah, I mean, Francis Bacon, the guy that started the Rosicrucians, you know, from John Dee to Francis Bacon, all the way down to today's Freemasonry. I mean, these are their Atlanteans, the Hyperboreans, all the way back, you know. Hitler, you know, the Theosophy, Blavatsky, all these people. And then you got Aleister Crowley and the alien, the gray alien. So I think there's probably places we don't know about where things happen. When I think about Weinstein's Island and Virgin, you know, or Branson's Island, it's like, what the hell are these guys that they should own a goddamn island? And so who knows what else is out there that's not on the map.
Yeah. When I was last buying a property, I don't remember them bringing me the islands that I can purchase.
Mm.
And it's always for nefarious purposes, you know. Someone was saying yesterday that Branson is probably like the old school version of
Weinstein.
Epstein.
Epstein? I keep saying Weinstein. Epstein.
Like Richard Branson's been doing it longer, had his own like air network as well, his own island, his own power, his own parties, but they were kept quiet. And Epstein is kind of like the newer kid on the block who went a bit too big too quick, and then got himself wrapped up in the wrong things. But Branson just flies under the radar, called his whole thing virgin. You know, like they always want virgins and young ones, and it's just quite horrendous. But yet he's managed to keep all of his stuff concealed, and like who knows how big this web of lies actually goes, and how many Bransons and Epsteins there are.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever seen a photo with Branson and Epstein together?
I don't know, probably. All those dudes are weird.
I mean, yeah, weren't they doing that stuff in the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages, and you know, all the way where like certain philosophers in Greece, like Aristotle, or those guys had like boy lovers.
You know, to me,
Yeah, for a long time.
we were chatting with that Matthew Learns the other day, and we were just showing him how the entire origins of NASA is satanic. When you look at how far those fingers reach, it's very, very far and widespread. I've never heard someone say, I can't understand why a Satanist would sacrifice someone. They understand because Satanists are evil. They want to do whatever, they'll do anything to cause pain to someone else. And they get off on causing that pain to others. So you wouldn't question, or people do question, they say, why do they do these kind of things? And the answer is usually because they're so sick. They are praising destruction of the creation, they don't care about life. They don't care about the children they sacrifice. They don't care about the thousands and millions of lives they ruin through the process. That is the entire sole intention of why they're doing what they're doing, is to cause pain and destruction. Then they found this thing called NASA and various other things like the CIA and whatever, satanic Nazi roots. And then everyone's scratching their head saying, well, why would they do anything to cause any kind of a deception? Why would they even lie? And you're like, okay, well, you tell me, why would a Satanist lie? Because they don't think lies matter. All right, so?
Sometimes I also think it's also like it's like one of those things where once you're in it, right, then you realize the horror of the world you're in, but you're stuck in here and this is what you have to do. What's that? Well, the source of our power comes from feeding this monster. We have to keep feeding this monster. So this is your job. Feed the monster. You know what I mean? And then, like, what do? Like, there's nowhere else to go. It's only God and these people and death. So, I think sometimes people get, sucked into the whole, they don't live in the same world as we do. You know what I mean? Like, we see the world, where they live in the dark, like their reality really is like, when you look at people like Britney Spears, she looks like she's stuck. Like there's no one she can tell. Like if you say on the TV, like if you tell me on the TV that they're doing this to you, who's gonna believe you? You know what I mean? Like it's almost like I don't know. I mean, some people are just addicted to it, or then there's the power, and then there's all these promises made, and it's hard to imagine. I don't know.
On that thing where you're asking with like why you trust Satanists, if someone's just scratching the surface, I would approach with a Nazi. And then once they understand more about NASA, then you can show, okay, yeah, these guys are Satanists. Kind of tomato tomato, but they know they're Nazis.
Yeah, with Matthew, he raised that he's a devout Christian. And so then we started talking about the Bible and sort of how the Bible elucidates many facts about this thing that we're on. And he did say that was so puzzling and stuff. And then one of the girls brought up the whole satanic link, and it was because he was a Christian. I think that's probably why it was raised as quite a strong point, because if you know that the person that you're now reciting is a Satanist and you're a Christian, that should sit not well with you.
Yep.
Should being the operative word.
Well, that's one thing I never understood, right? It's because a lot of people that are Christian or claim to be Christian, like the mainstream version, they won't take any time out of their day to know what is bad. They will only stick to what they think is good. So they can be deceived so easily because they've never read, okay, what does Satanists actually think? What do they do? What are their holidays? How do they, they don't know anything about what the other side is doing. So it's just, they're so easily tricked all the time. I noticed that like at a really young age, because I started questioning like, how does this work? If God says this, then what's this? And then I looked at the alternative answer, and you go and Google it because no one else wants to find the horrible answers. And you're like, oh, Christmas is Saturnalia. Oh, well, if Jesus was born in the fall? Why is he celebrated in a date that corresponds with the sky clock? Like, what? This doesn't even make any sense.
Oh, well,
And
the 25th of December it corresponds with Dionysus. You guys know who the god of wine and debauchery, Dionysus or Bacchus in Rome. It also corresponds with like
fertility?
all these gods' birth. Yeah, all these gods'
Yeah.
birthday. That fertility gods. That's it. And the Norse, Saturnalia. Yeah, so it's all about. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, look, this is not a
Well, no,
this is against the Bible, right? But why do you guys celebrate Christmas then?
No, see,
And
I
that the
said that.
21st, but the 21st of December to the 23rd or 24th is also considered the equinox. So
Yeah.
like the other guy was
Yeah.
saying, it's celebrating a sky clock event as the creator. It's like once again celebrating the creation and not the creator.
Well, the crazy part wasn't like I said this to people that have studied the Bible for like I don't even know how long, 40, 50 years, right? Like the most devout Christians you could think of. And their response was, oh, well, we know it wasn't actually Jesus' birthday on this day, even though no one celebrated his birthday in the Bible and doesn't even say anything about birthdays. But they wanted to adopt all of the pagan holidays, and they wanted to use the same practices. And this is what I said. So if I draw a pentagram because the pentagram is bad, and we adopt the pentagram, and now I put pentagrams on my wall, does that make it now good? Or am I just celebrating what they're doing under the guise of this weird belief? And that just never clicks for these people. Christmas is too comforting. They just want to keep celebrating Christmas. It's like, what can you do?
Yeah, when Christmas first started, it was banned in America because Christmas is a time in Rome. It was a big orgy, so much so that they included children. And when it happened in America, there was so much violence during these times of people dying, they banned it. So how did they bring it back? People wanted it back. They wanted it back so much. They brought it back with this jolly, happy face old man goes around delivering gifts. Coca-Cola, they redressed it and rebranded it and brought it back. Still evil, but looks a little better than before, right? People, on Christmas, a lot of people die in that time of the year. Yeah, all kinds of bad things happen, and businesses make the most money.
It's like
Money is made.
if you could describe it today as what it was back then, it'd be like mixing a gay pride parade, BLM, Antifa, and like the Proud Boys all in one thing.
Yep.
Having them parade down the street. It'd just
And
be
when
so funny to watch it go off.
When I asked my devout Christian friends as well the same question, they said, well, at least we're celebrating that Jesus came to the earth. It may be the wrong day, but in our hearts, we're celebrating that he came and that he saved us. And, we say the Christian story and, so because it matters not which day, as long as we are thinking on one day in the year that we are reminiscent of Jesus walking the earth. And I just said to them exactly like what you said. If I take a pentagram or I take some other symbol that I shouldn't be, and I use that in something that I just ignorantly choose not to acknowledge, that I'm actually still using a pentagram, that still doesn't absolve you of using the pentagram or celebrating someone else's birthday along with the rest of the pagans. It's like, but they just said, no, as long as in their intention they're thinking about Christ, then they're absolved of any action that could have any negative links.
You get the well, you need to replace it then if you're gonna take it from me. So that's the response I got too. Is like, all right,
So
then
what day
when do you
should
want to celebrate it? When do you want to celebrate it? And I'm like, no, I mean it says not to celebrate your birth, but to celebrate your death. So why don't we just not celebrate the birth? Or if you are, at least pick the right day and not use the wrong symbols. And like it's just it's like talking to a wall with some of these people. They just too comforting by this idea that they had.
The cognitus. Like you say, not knowing your enemy. If you're a gamer or a strategist, part of you, just as a normal standard modus operandi for preparation, would be find out basically how your enemy plays. Because then you at least are forewarned, and you can, if he likes to take you to the ground, well, then you've got to practice your grappling. If he likes to stand up and box with you, you've got to practice your boxing. Whatever their preferred method of attack would be, you want to learn a bit about it. And it was also strange to me that the whole church was like, no, don't even look at that stuff. Anything that's outside the Bible, you just close your eye and you avoid it.
That was weird because then they give you these very vague, sugar-coated, like blanket statements like he's a deceiver, he lies. It's like, right, but that doesn't help me at all. Like, what do they actually do? What are they lying to me about? And then like I've actually went through and I've read all the like satanic holidays, all the different things they've celebrated, and then you read about all this mythology and how it connects back to Nimrod, and it's all the same story. And then you can connect the dots because it's everywhere. It's in everything you see. If a church could teach that, then I don't know, they'd make it pretty far. I want to hear someone speak out about how everything's connected to the same group of people doing the same thing.
Sorry, I got a call there. I didn't hear what you said.
Just want to see somebody actually speak up. Like pastors I think they have a business model in their head where they're not thinking about what they are supposed to say. They think about what they should say to bring in more people. And it's just a business for them. It's not actually like, am I saying the right thing? It's just, I want to grab the most people I can, so I have to choose my words carefully.
But also how it says, that he deceiveth the whole world. And then I ask them, I say, so what could you be deceived about? Or what could he be deceiving you about? And then they look at me with like this puzzled look, like, no, they've got all the truth. They managed to avoid any kind of deception. And then, but it says the whole world. It's like, it's not those that are not chosen by God or some other version. It's like he has deceived you. So what has he deceived you about? Oh, like maybe a big thing like sugar is actually bad for you and that they feed our children sugar. It's like, what if he deceived you? Do you not think it would be a massive monster deception? Like if your goal is to take as many souls down with you, would you be lying to people about sugar, about Coca-Cola? Like, no, you'd be doing
I would
something
be
else
lying to
that
people
drives
about God.
and creation.
Yep.
Because that would lead the most astray. And then that also is where these people start coming forward and saying, oh, all the deceptions about is Jesus true, is Jesus not true, is da-da-da-da, all this. I would say that would probably be more of a deception to lead more souls astray than whatever like these devout Christians think that they're being deceived on, like the petrol price is too high or like stupid. They think that's where Satan lies to us, but in big things, no, we know we're on a ball, we know how it was created through the Big Bang, blah blah blah, but God was the one who started the Big Bang, so therefore they accept everything that happened afterwards because Who knows? Like maybe that is the way God created it all. And then you read the Bible and it doesn't say anything like that. Well, then, this is just a metaphor, and one day is actually 1,000,000,000 years, and, one day to God could be infinite, and maybe we're actually on the 6th day and not on the 7th, and that's why God's missing at the moment. And like they come up with all this other rubbish, and you're like, guys, once again, you're trying to make the Bible fit in, and it says that like all men are liars, all men, not just some, not a minority, it's all men. And you're trying to make the Bible fit in with what man has said. Do you not see anything wrong with that? And they're like, nope, nothing. God started the Big Bang, so therefore everything man said just supports whatever they believe. And it's like, oh my goodness. How do you get someone to see that they've got a flawed foundational belief, but they're holding two opposing thoughts at the same time because they don't actually understand their own model? It's like Elijah said the other day, how did he become a flat earther? Was that he learned about the globe. The more you learn about that, the more ludicrous it becomes.
Yeah, I didn't open my mouth about anything until I was like, right, I need to learn this globe model a little more, show me more, because they don't really go over anything. So you don't really ever learn a contradiction, because you only ever scratch the surface. And then I think that's done on purpose. They put you in a limbo state where you've only learned a little to get by, but not enough to actually debunk it.
Well, it's like you said, right? The path to the straight and narrow. Not a lot of people are gonna go through that path, but the path to I forget the scripture is it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than, well, you know what I mean. The path to hell is a lot of people are gonna take it, and it seems that not a lot of people are going to be perceiving truth when you know what I mean.
And that eye of the camel quote, it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter
Right.
heaven. And why the distinction of the rich man? Because the rich man can make things happen for himself.
Yes.
And yet the non-rich man has to have faith and trust in his creator. And it's
not his money.
It's the control, power.
Apply the same thing to the flat Earth. I think those with eyes will see, and the rest are just blind. Don't cast pearls before swine, but seems like so much swine don't know where to cast pearls. What a brutal thing to say, hey.
Here, I got one. I got one for you guys. So this server I went to, they want to say like, "Hey, all we do here is just questions people's ideas, and they take all answers, right? Just to see where people are coming from." I'm like, okay, well, sure, let's see how this shit goes, right? So I join it, and the rules say no excessive mentions. I'm like, okay, this will work, right? This will work. Yeah, like normally one person comes in that disagrees, you get like 1,000 messages like in the first hour. So then it turns out that's not what that means. It means the individual, like one person, can't mention more than like 10 times an hour. But 10 people could mention you 10 times in an hour. So if you respond, you didn't answer. And if you don't respond, you didn't answer. And if you respond too much, then you're breaking the rules. If you respond too little, why are you even here? If you don't want your ideas questioned, they've completely, and they make it sound like the arena was unfair. Like, riddle me that. How do you walk through that minefield?
Very carefully.
Yeah, just don't go. Don't play. They said the only way to win this is not to play your game. And
Right.
that was an ad hom attack. I'm like, do you see what people are posting right now? I got a question that says, Crit, do you have a brain? And if I respond to that, right? If I respond to that as part of like epistemology, and yes, I have a brain, and I know I have a brain, and I can see it in a scan, and I've had a concussion in my life, and if I respond to it, that's spamming mentions. Too many mentions. I'm mentioning too many people. If I don't respond, it's me admitting in my epistemology I have no brain.
I would have said something like, "Yeah, I just saw the Wizard of Oz yesterday." Straw man. If I only had a brain. I mean, I would have treated that like a rhetorical question. Doesn't need to be answered. Just like, but then you probably get penalized for not answering, right?
Yeah, that too. Like, even if you answer and they don't like your answer, or they find that your answer is vague or unconvincing, they'll tell you you didn't answer at all. No answer was given.
Yeah.
I'm like, how can you? Oh, go ahead.
No, I imagine that the people that come here in the lobby, the trolls, I imagine they feel the same way when they come here, because at least we're doing it properly, you know what I mean? But when they go and do it, to other people, it's like, no. It's not we're doing this, then you do that because we're doing this. We're doing this properly, we're using logic and reason and science. But I think it's one of those things, well, you guys do it, so how does it feel? It's like one of those things. Where it has nothing to do with discussing anything, but to make you feel the way they feel. That's just something I want to throw in.
Yeah,
I
blaming
imagine they all
other
feel that
people.
way.
Like,
for
you
what-
have evidence? Let's talk about my feelings.
Yeah, exactly. So I threw it back on their court. I said, how can you say I didn't answer into citing my answer as not an answer? Into saying it's wrong, into saying it's vague, into saying it's not, like if you ask me a question and I just grunt, would you also say I didn't answer? Even though you say a grunt? You heard my grunt. Or a shrug, right? Or an oof, or whatever, right? Are those also not answers?
It's not the answer they wanted. Have you tried like prefacing before you even say anything? Like, hey, you're really not gonna like what I have to say. It's really gonna throw a wrench in your brain. Like set the floor before you even say anything.
Yeah, no matter what I say, you won't take as an answer, but I'll say it anyway. I kind of do that. Like, I'll set these baselines for people, like, hey, this is what I said last time. Until you understand the first thing I said, I'm not going to say anything more. So at least be able to repeat back to me what I just said.
No, I think what the guy was saying now as well is about pushing their expectation to the worst possible outcome. So you say to someone like, what I'm going to tell you now is really going to shock you. And you pause and you say like, you're probably going to be the most upset that you've been this week after hearing this. Then their mind is starting to think of all the possible scenarios that could lead them to be the most disappointed. And then you could say to them something like pretty mundane. Generally, I would do it quite jokingly, and then say something pretty average so that they're like, oh no, man, that's not even a disappointment. What are you talking about? But at least they're now listening to what's been said, because you kind of pushed that expectation that it was going to be something so bad that when you actually deliver it, it's kind of like, do you want the good news or the bad news first? Kind of gets the person preparing for something really terrible to come. And then whatever you deliver is generally seen as more favorable because their mind already went to a lot of darker spaces.
That's a sales trick.
What is it called? Under promise and over deliver.
Yeah. You're like, you go in there and you say something like absolutely horrible, and then like, no, it's not actually that. This is what I have. Like, it works all the time. People are very foolish when it comes to something like that. They don't really understand that they're getting screwed half the time.
As like preparing the mind, right? It's like yeah, it's like warming up the brain to receive the information. Or softening the, yeah, tilling the field before you put in the seed, right? Like you got to plow and till and make it soft, and then imagine what is it, 2016 to 2021? It's like 5 years. I imagine it got to be 13, right? So 2016, there were kids that were probably like 10, 9 years old, and now they're grown up, so they're like new to the topic, right? So it's like constant because there's always the next generation growing up, and then they ask about flat Earth. And Flat Earth Society's model is still very popular. They're pushing it hard still. Jim Panda sounds like he makes a lot of money off of anti-flat Earth content, or not money. It doesn't have to be. I don't know. That guy just sounds like it's his job.
Yeah, basically his job is to, be a ward of the state, to make the state feel like they're doing something good for humanity. Look at all these, people who can't support themselves.
Is Jim Panda's server still about anti-flat Earth, or have they moved on to anything else?
The last I checked, I went every once in a while, just morbid curiosity. It's just dead air all day long.
Damn. It used to be really busy every day, right? It used to be packed all the time. 2017, I think, was the only time I visited, but
Yeah, I went there once, and they told me because people can look at the shuttle from the moon missions, that means they landed on the moon because it's an eyewitness. And it was very, very dumb conversation from there on out on how an eyewitness is not evidence.
I haven't
And then,
gone back. Yeah.
sorry, I was just gonna say his idea was if enough people said the same thing, then it's true. The evidence must be real. I was like, oh no.
This is what I had the one time. I go, so they read from the Bible when they went there. Is that true? And they said, no, it's not. It was that part wasn't true. I'm like, so how, not in so many words, but So they said because they didn't read from the Bible, they were just in orbit around the moon. That's not. I go, okay. So now we're discussing. So if somebody flies to the moon but they're only in orbit, in your worldview, that's not the moon. That's someplace else. And they'll be like, yeah. Duh.
Yeah, I just hate wasting time with people like that. You know, it's like not worth it. Not worth my. Yep.
Yeah, they have no idea what their big thing too is like it's about control, power. They want to be able to have that mute button, that kick button. They want to say some shit, and if you respond, you're triggered. If you don't respond, you're triggered. Their goal is to trigger. So if they get what they want, they're mad. If they don't get a trigger, they're mad. They could spend the whole day just right on the edge of going full Mongo.
The worst religion ever. The worst kinds of religious people. Globe Earth religion. I mean, like it's so toxic. I'm sure. I think they did read from the Bible, right? I
Yeah,
remember hearing
they
that.
read
Downloaded that.
Genesis.
Yeah.
Nixon
I think
straight up said, God picked America to win the space race.
Yeah, which God though? I always say that. When you say
Yeah.
God, when they say God, I'm like, what are you talking about? Satan?
But the only thing that's funny about that is that, yeah, clearly Nixon was bullshitting. But the problem is that the atheists will like to pretend somehow this is a secular government. There's no government. The motto of the federal government is "In God we trust." You think they're just saying words without meaning? And they'll be like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, no wonder why.
Wonder if an alien hybrid or a Nephilim, like a demigod. I wonder if they would consider that, a god. Like when they say "In God we trust." I wonder who they're talking about.
Has anyone watched that 5-hour documentary? I'm like halfway through it on Taboo Conspiracies channel in relation to Freemasonry.
Oh, which one? Can you post it?
Yeah, sure. I'll link it up.
Thanks, man. Yeah, and I suspect the reason why they haven't gone back to the moon because it's very difficult to fake it again. How are you going to do it?
And they know we'll pick it apart. It's just more ammo for us.
Yep. And after that whole the thing was fake, something happened on the way to the moon. This documentary was done in like the 80s, right? The late 80s, something like that. Something happened on the way to the moon. So like
Honestly though, if I was them, I would do it because people eat it up like breakfast.
yeah, but which Kubrick? Where's Kubrick? I mean, how
I mean, yeah, but
Spielberg? Nah, not true.
Look at the
We're
movies. The
gonna
movies do a better job than Kubrick.
right? Well, Kubrick started it. Kubrick set the aesthetics, the look, what it should look like. That's what he set up, and that's what they have to stick to because that's how they
Yeah.
shot the moon landing. It's like you can't do that anymore because technology has improved. People know how it's done. Photoshop and now green screens. It's like they're not gonna fake it again. Too risky.
I bet they could. I think
Yeah,
they could fake it again.
Eventually, yeah. Soon they will, yeah. That's what I'm worried about. It's gonna be it's gonna look so real, like you can't tell. That's the scary part. If you can't tell CGI from real, that's kind of scary.
The devil is in the detail.
I gotta do to say again that there's never been on another server. There's never been a conspiracy. Everything government does that was below board or wicked, crooked, and all that stuff. That was just individuals acting on their own outside of the law.
What do you get from that when you say that? 'Cause I want to say that too. That's actually really good.
Yeah, none of those things were a massive government conspiracy. That's kookiness. That's bizarre. There's no government conspiracy. It's just at first he said he's never found a conspiracy he hasn't debunked. So I started lifting a few, like stolen generations,
This
the
Jen?
yeah, just one thing after another. And he said, well, those are just individuals because I said, do you deny it, right? Do you deny these things happen? He's like, no, but that wasn't government. That was just one person. Like one person.
One person faked the moon landing?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's funny. I said something along those lines. I brought up the food pyramid. I was like, yeah, the food pyramid was a lie. They tried to tell us that sugar was or they told us fats were gonna make you fat, and it wasn't actually sugars. That there's no such thing as good fats, basically. And pardon for 30 minutes, I have to explain to them why the food pyramid's wrong, right? And then they go at the end. This is what they say. They go, well, they didn't actually know they were wrong. They thought they were saying the right information, but they were just learning it. They were correcting it. And I said, okay, so this food's been around for 2,000 years. No one figured it out. And they go, yeah, they didn't actually know. And I'm like, all right.
The Neanderthals didn't figure it out, but we did, right?
It's like we just now figured out food in the 20th century. Yeah, it's good to know that they weren't actually lying. They just didn't know.
Like he's getting dumber, man. Damn, what the hell? What about the Federal Reserve? Did you bring that up to him? Federal Reserve?
No, I basically he went into batshit territory that the government can't do anything illegal by definition. And I'm like, okay, riddle me this, right? So you're trying to tell me nothing the government does is illegal. He's like, yeah, because how can the rule maker be a rule breaker? I'm like, what?
Oh, what?
I'm like, what? Are you messing with me? Is this like someone on an alt? Like, are you gonna be like, oh, I got you good, crit? Like,
oh my
god, And I'm like, dude, that's almost verbatim Nixon's quote. Nixon's quote was when they asked him, why he did this shit. Why would he do illegal stuff? He said, when the president does it, it's not illegal. You've got to be someone having fun with me right now. There just isn't any way this is a legit person. Like legit arguments here.
Yep. I would totally ignore that guy. Make him talk to the wall or something. Like, go talk to the tree or something, man. Nobody wants to talk to you, Jim. Time he comes here, I yell at him. He'll jump in yelling, and I'll jump in yelling after him. Like, shut up, dude.
Yeah, it's kind of what he needs. He needs like a parental figure or something along those lines. Like someone to take care of him. Be like, dude, these outbursts over what other people think, not appropriate. It's just not going to happen. You're going to have to calm down and start, use your big boy words and explain what you're thinking.
Behave, yeah. Behave yourself. Stand at the sit at the corner and think about what you just did. I'm like, all right, recess. Time to go outside and play, yeah. All right. Lunchtime. Ding ding, Pablo's dog. Everybody's waiting for the bell, right? Come on, hit the bell, hit the bell. I want to go. Thinking about activism, going out, sneaking out flyers and information. Maybe go to the hospital, dress up in my scrubs, some scrubs, and just walk around and start putting papers up on the bulletin board, passing it out to the patients. Hi, there's some information that you might need. Okay, there you go. I'm like, what's this? There you go. And then just disappear. And we go post some flat earth photos somewhere at a school. I was just thinking of things you can do to sneak the information into the mind. You know what I mean? Like, if you're there, they're going to attack you. But if the information is just sitting there, they either look at it or don't. Imagine putting the information behind some kind of glass that they have to break to remove it, right? Like, just slip it in between the cracks. Like, good luck getting rid of that. Now you're going to have to read it every time you sit down at this bus stop. Finding a place somewhere where you can see too far, right? And just put the paper there. So when the person sits down, they look at the paper. Holy crap, this is here. And they look across and be like, oh, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to see it. Now it's just them and the information, on their own quiet time. Train stations. Saw this video of this dude and this woman dressed in scrubs and masks like they were from the CDC. So this guy goes around cleaning COVID, for COVID. So what he does is he'll pose, and the woman will take a photo, and that's it. They're not really cleaning, and they'll go to the next place and pretend like he's cleaning, take a photo. And the guy that's doing the video is yelling at them, "What the fuck are you guys doing? What the? You trying to see any propaganda pictures of propaganda?" And they're just ignoring him, doing their thing. Like, yep, these guys have been briefed. They come out here, people are going to come at them. Just ignore them and do your job. Why should we not go out? Go ahead.
You seen that clip where there's a place in like Italy and there's a place in France, but both are the exact same hospital and the same propaganda video of like people rushing in patients.
Oh, you got the link?
Oh, it's so old. That came out when the cooties was a big deal. They showed the same staging area for like multiple different news stories. It was pretty funny seeing like all they do is change the little ticker timer at the bottom, and that was it.
Yep. I was like, damn, I'm a photographer. I know what's going on here. Like, these guys are, I was just like, my heart was just like, calm down, heart. Calm down. Oh, man. I'm gonna check out this Freemason video. That looks interesting. For we are not ignorant of the devices of the devil, right? Know your enemy, know yourself.
I'll be back 1 sec.
Yeah, bro. Work on some beats.
Bonza, did you get that link?
What was that?
Did you get that link?
Yeah, bro. Thank you. Yep, I got it.
Nice one, mate. Sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
whoever that was.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
I was just saying I'm making a beat tape right now. Hey, oh yeah, I was gonna ask, Bong, do you know about like sampling or at all? Okay, do you know like if I use this, like, can you upload a sampled beat like for someone to buy it?
Yes, but you have to clear it. You have to. The sample has to be cleared with the. You gotta mention the. You gotta give the credit to the person that made the sample. I don't know. It depends if it's royalty free. But yeah, you can. You can.
Damn.
It depends on the sample, on the person that
Right.
you're
Because my
sampling from. Yeah.
the best beat I've made is like a sampled beat, and I want to like sell it to somebody, but I can't like upload it or I don't know. I gotta like personally give it to like an artist or something.
Yeah, and then they have to clear it. That
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
But I don't know how I'm gonna do that because I don't have any connections. Actually, wait a minute. My fucking friend knows Kanye West, so
What?
yeah.
Well,
He
it doesn't
literally
matter
is
with.
like a drummer for him.
How are you selling your beat? Is it like a non-exclusive or exclusive?
I guess it would be exclusive.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, the artist would have to clear it as long as you mention it to them.
Right.
But some people don't go through. Well, most they'll just use it, and when it blows up, then they'll start looking for people who they're supposed to pay out. But
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't get like if I uploaded it, I don't want to get like sued or whatever the fuck. Like if you upload a sample beat.
do you know where the sample came from? Like,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
do you
It's
know
like
the person?
I would have to go back and find it, but I can find where it came from.
Are you on BeatStars?
No,
Oh, okay.
not yet.
Yeah. You can just mention his name, to give him the credit, but I think that's enough to clear it. Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you mention the sample, the person that created the sample.
Right. Okay.
That makes it you're clear when you do that.
Yeah.
I think 50% would go to the artist, the songwriter, and the other 50% is split in half between you and the sampler. I think it's something like that. I'm not sure what exactly the percentage is, how it's worked out, but
Okay.
I think that's how it
Damn,
works.
dude.
Yeah, he's considered a collaborator as well. Yeah. I mean, you get a little bit, right? I mean, you don't get as much, but if the beat blows up, I mean,
That would be a lot. Yeah, that'd be a shit
that's a
ton. Like,
lot. Yeah.
dude, this beat I made is so good. Like, if somebody like decent got on it, it'd be a huge song.
You can always do it non-exclusive. Do you know how non-exclusive works?
Kind of. It's like people pay for like leases.
Yeah. There's a lease. There's different kinds of leases. Yeah. And it can be sold over and over and over again. And this is how you get the beat to become popular. So you would just leave it as non-exclusive and then one day, if it blows up that much, a big artist is going to want to pick it up and buy it exclusive. Someone's going to want to steal it from you and buy the exclusive license. And then they're going to go sell that to the exclusive license to a big artist. And then they're going to make the big money off of it. So you never sell your publishing rights. You know about that? Like, even if they buy it exclusive, right? you still own the publishing rights to it. That's what you never ever you never sign those away, because that means you're always going to get a part. You have ownership, have 50% of the beat.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool.
So I would create like a publishing company, turn it into like a, and once you sell your first beat, you can turn it into a LLC, and that protects your publishing right.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
And then you would sign up as a composer, as a songwriter and composer, to a PRO. In America is ASCAP and BMI, I think, something like that. And then your publishing company also has to sign up to the PRO. So now you got two accounts, your publishing and you as a songwriter. And that's 50-50, right? And if somebody enters into this, right, they get 25 of that 50 as a songwriter that you have, as the composer. So you're only splitting 50% of your, that's how it works. But I mean, it gets a bit confusing.
Yeah.
But got to talk to a lawyer or somebody who knows about law.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't really looked too much into that side of stuff. But
I wouldn't worry about the money side for a while until you have to. And then come here, there's like 5 people that are so interested in law, they'll actually help you. It's crazy how much these people here know about law. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been making beats for a while though, and I just have never paid attention to that side of stuff. And I should start like making money off this shit like soon probably. So wait, okay.
You know how to do it. You know how to do it. How to blow up.
Music
TikTok.
videos.
TikTok right now. If you can put your music in a TikTok, guaranteed.
Tight beats, lo-fi tight beat with like a anime picture. I'll blow up.
Yeah. Lo-fi is good. Yeah, but upload 3 to 5 a week to YouTube. That'll push your videos up and get you more views on YouTube and on TikTok. Yeah, I think on TikTok they got that duet. Is it TikTok or is that? Or is that IG? Yeah, duet. They got this duet where you upload your beat and people can come in and rap on it. And then all these people will have their own versions. That can help make it go viral.
Yeah. What do you think about like beat tapes? Like
yes. Make beat tapes like as beat packs and send that to artists, like big artists or whoever.
Right. And then like you could like upload a beat tape and then like sell all the beats individually or whatever.
The beat tape, you can sell the beat tape as a pack, but then you can make the individual beats a little bit more expensive to encourage people to buy the beat tape. Or you can still list them separately as long as they're all non-exclusive.
Right.
But you can also send an exclusive beat tape to certain artists that are big that would buy the exclusive beats, because what they're going to do is just go through it, and if they hear something they like, they're going to be like, I want that one. They'll call you up and say, we want this song. We just send them out and try not to spam people. You go to their, listen to their music, right? Give a little comment, reply, say, follow, hey, I like this, that, this, but don't ask them to come check out your beats. Okay, just drop a comment like you're a fan, right? And then move on to the next one. You just do that as much as you can every week, and eventually these beats, people are going to be like, who is this guy? Come check you out, and then boom, you're in.
Like hitting on a girl. Like hitting on a girl, you don't want to put her on. You don't want to put them on a pedestal like they're everything.
Yeah,
gotta like tease them.
Well, I'm gonna do that for Trippy Red.
Yeah, Trippy Red. Yeah, he likes his stuff is like punk, pop-ish. Yeah, pop, punkish type of Yeah, he's in demand. I mean, his Trippy Red beats are in. Consistency is the key. So as long as you're uploading, you'll be successful. It doesn't matter if you're doing music or videos or whatever.
Yeah.
Gaming videos, depends on the niche. Your niche.
Yeah, I fucking I'm in this like gaming community, and they're just the worst people. Like, I just get banned from everything just for being a flat earther. Like, I just go flat earth on people, and I just get fucking shunned. It's funny.
The game, oh yeah.
You know that YouTube channel called space.com? Like they basically just restream all the stuff that other people do. I walked in there. I just said one message in the general chat: "Are flat earthers allowed?" And boom, banned.
Banned.
It was like the bot said, trolling. Like it was like if you just say flat earther, must be like a no word, and it just boom, that's it. Can you imagine someone saying like they joined the server, be like, finally a server I won't have to talk to a flat earther. Boom, bam. You know, like the like a false positive. You know.
Yeah. You say flat Earth, yeah, you're gonna get banned. Yeah. It's like people are trying to get away from it. You know what I mean? So it's like spam. Yeah, it's like that. It's like you're spamming. That's how they feel. It's like I didn't ask for this. Bam. This guy's trolling. Bam. Like, oh, here comes another crazy person. I don't want this guy in my server or community. Bam.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a group chat with like 40 people or something, and like my friends, and I just said some flat Earth stuff, like some flat Earth arguments, and one of the like moderators of the chat just said like my cell phone works, and then like banned me. I was just like, oh wow, like it's just so stupid.
The gaming community is very toxic, man.
Yeah, they're a lot of them are like SJWs and like leftists.
Oh, no way. Which gaming community is this? Not one I've heard of.
Super Smash Brothers Melee.
I can understand that a little bit. I think I heard you talk about that last time. I got a friend that does it. He always gets second place, but yeah, he kind of grew up in that leftist ideology. I see that. If it's any shooter games, they're all right wing.
Yeah.
Toxic, racist. Like it's weird how they kind of polarize each other.
Yeah.
One time, me and Jen went to a gaming server, and they were like, "Okay, we just got the guy who owns it. He wouldn't come here. Like we had to go there." And we're like, "Sure, certainly. Yeah, it's okay. I'll go to your server." He said he's got one question: where does the sun go at night? And I'm like, "What?" Is that even a question? Right? Where does the sun go at night? That's why there's no sun in the sky. That's what you call nighttime. He's like, yeah, but where does it go? And I'm like, it goes off into the distance, and you can't see it anymore. It goes to its other places on the earth, and somewhere else you can see it now. You can't see it where you are, but it's still out there. Okay, it still exists, right? It just didn't I felt like saying you're like a parakeet. I throw a blanket over your cage, and you go to bed. You fall asleep, right?
Well,
oh, go ahead.
That question I think comes from the disc model, from the Flyer Society's model. That's what the question means.
Yeah, he's thinking
like a
like
50
it goes.
cent coin.
Yeah, it goes underneath, right? Like he's thinking like the moon or the sun and the moon go underneath the disk in space. And I'm like, dude, what made you think that's even something like I subscribe to? I mean, no wonder why you won't come here, and you got to just like kind of do some sort of weird bait and switch to get people to join your server.
Like, do they think that we think that the Earth is like a quarter, like a little coin, and that the sun is either above the quarter or below the quarter for day and night? Like, how ludicrous must that idea be that they assert that we're thinking? Like, then they must think we're crazy if we think like that, you know?
Yeah.
Straw manning.
Yeah, straw
Red
manning.
herring.
Exactly. Yep. And it's funny when you stop them and try to explain to them that's not how it works. They get upset that you're not accepting the straw man or the model that they're presenting, that they want you to argue. You know, like it's weird. It's like that's not. You're still in space. That's not how it works. Whoa, like they
But
don't want to
all
hear it.
flat earthers say,
Mm.
well, I didn't say that. Yeah, but then they start creating a whole different argument.
Yeah. Like they think that the Flat Earth Society's model, they think that's officially all flat earthers model, and they have and that we have to answer to that model. It's like, no, that's not. Well, if you're not accepting this model, then you're just some dude that's making stuff up. Like,
But think about it. They're blind parrots repeating a single script. So they presume that we should have a single script on our side, because how could each person come to their own conclusion? That's ludicrous. You must have a script and a model, and everyone must repeat from that model. Otherwise, you're not conforming correctly to consensus.
Yeah. Yeah. And I always say, well, that's not the consensus. They'll be like, well, you can't just make up your own. Like,
what? You standing alone with your own idea? How dare you?
You know, I never actually thought of what you said. It's crazy how all of us kind of start on a different path, but we all come to the same conclusion without having some authority figure come to us and say, hey, this is how everything works.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, that's how you know this is based off reality. Otherwise, your idea would be different from my idea. And then we would, like, everyone would always have some kind of conflicting information.
Yeah, and it's when you first come to this that you explore everything. Like you say, you're on a completely different path, exploring Hollow Earth, Concave Earth, Pac-Man Earth, all the different models. Once that becomes a question mark, that's not actually set in stone what this place is, that is such a liberating thing. But I also see a lot of guys who get sort of, I guess maybe they're still just early on in their journey, but they kind of get fixated on one of these side tributaries rather than coming back to the main. Like you say, when everyone follows the main water body, we all end up back at the ocean sea level.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy how we all just agree on like that the big lie is trying to hide like the creator and like all these lies in science and stuff. It's like it's almost like if you gave like a bunch of mathematicians like a bunch of math and they go and then solve it and then they'll all come back and they have the same work, like the same answers. It's like that's like the truth, the real truthers.
That would be precision. But even like the ballers, they argue that whole consensus thing. You know, once something's been released into the public space, then it needs to be like peer reviewed 20 times. Once it's more than 20 times, then it's considered consensus, and then we can start to agree that that's truth. But it's like the merit of it, you could have it written down once. And if it's true, it's true. You don't need it written down 20 or 30 times for it to be true. Like, you know, the other people can go and try and test the hypotheses to see, does it lead to the same end result? And by the second or third acknowledgement that you always get the same result without question, you don't need another 20 times for it to start to form consensus, for then people to start to actually pay attention to it, and then for it to slowly kind of get absorbed into the whole mainstream narrative. It's like they simply cannot look at one idea and then rate it on its own merits and decide true or false. It's like they need that consensus agreement.
Yeah.
So how can flat earthers not need that consensus agreement?
Mm.
And I find it the most fascinating is talking to all you guys about your subtle nuanced differences to things. We all kind of get interested in different parts, but we have a same like our compasses are all pointing northward, but we might be a couple degrees off north either side.
Right.
Yeah, and then there's the meet the people who are throwing away, 2005 here, 5,000, 2,500 years of science. When they say things like that, it's like, no, it's just the ball we're throwing out. What are you talking about? Like, and then people come here thinking like, so what? You guys deny science? You know what I mean? Like, no, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Then why are you 2,500 years? What the hell?
Well, then, with that kind of reasoning, then the Babylonians that were around 6,000 years ago, then from 6,000 BC to 2,000 BC, they thought it was flat. So for over 4,000 years, they ascribed to a flat model. Then it's only been a couple of thousand years now that you say a ball. So if that was a valid argument, then what about all those other people who thought it was, oh no, but they were just ancient cavemen who had no brain cells that,
They just happened to build the pyramid by accident somehow. I don't know.
and all the star forts around the world and all the giant infrastructure and rock caverns. And, I was looking at one of the water pipes that feed New York was put in over 150 years ago. And it's still standing. Okay, it's degrading now and releasing lead into your water supply. But 150 years ago, they installed a pipe that you can drive a truck down under an entire city and then built the city on top of that.
Oh, where did they
Show
get
me,
all that dirt? How do they move that
but
much dirt?
and where in the world now are we conducting projects with that kind of precision that we put down the entire sewer infrastructures and then build upon that for the next 100, 200, 300 years? We're not. We're simply placing the next building on top. And then we start to dig and we find, oh, wait, there's actually a tunnel here we didn't even know about. It's like we're so far off the mark where they were 150 years ago, putting in infrastructure that was going to last for 2 centuries or 3 centuries, planning that kind of stuff. There's subterranean networks that span the entire I think it's 1 square kilometer area of San Francisco. So there's tunnels that run under every house and every building that were done 150 years ago. Show me one project these days where we could even do something of that scale. And that's in 150 years. It's like, man, our history is so distorted.
The funniest thing that like I keep seeing people bring up is like people can somewhat understand the idea that they built this back then, and even though they can't really piece together what technology they use, but when you tell them, hey, these people moved here, a group of 500 people, 1,000 people, and you break down like the population year by year, and then you go, okay, well, in 10 years, or I think it was 20 years, they built out an entire city from horse and buggy with nothing, and only like 15,000 people living here. And it would show you this massive city, and there's just no explaining it away at all. Like it's just too dumb of a narrative.
the tunnels. I think those tunnels people built to hide from, or maybe the tunnels giants used to hide from people. You know, who knows? Like I heard people
Well,
used to hide in caves and tunnels back in the day.
you know, so normally if you're trying to hide, you would find like a fairly easy way to do it. To literally lay hundreds and hundreds of miles of concrete and steel reinforced tubing to put in these tunnels, you wouldn't then simply use it once a year to escape from the police or to hide occasionally, maybe twice a year from your wife, or do you know what I mean? Like you wouldn't.
Yep.
It's about as fallacious as saying that they built a pyramid for 100 years to bury one body in. It's like, why would they build something so massive on such a scale to then have every room empty except for one sarcophagus with a king in it? It's like, and then they can't even show that they found bodies in any of them, but they assume that that's what it was then used for. That tunnel network that spans 1,000,000 square kilometers in San Francisco, they hypothesized that it was in the time of the mafia, and that the mafia built the tunnels so that they could escape from the law. So, for the odd occasion that I may need to get away from police, let me just go put down 1,000,000 square kilometers of tunnel work under every house, every building. It definitely makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
And there's even some tunnels that span the entire United States. From east to west coast, you can remain underground the entire way.
Yeah.
That just blows. That's 3,000 fucking miles. Like, yeah, we crossed like a land bridge or some part of the ocean now for 60 kilometers, and we consider ourselves like geniuses. Look, we've put in a 60-mile tunnel. Woo!
A tunnel we didn't dig. Yeah. The Viet Cong. You guys remember Vietnam?
Yes, their tunnel networks under the mountains.
Yeah.
That's how they avoided being decimated. Was they escaped into the mountains, and no matter how much the US tried to bomb, they just couldn't get them.
Yep.
They had exits everywhere, multiple exits.
That's what you use tunnels for.
And like, you know, when you look at these, they call them the old timer gold miners. The old timers, 1800s and mid 1800s. When you start to explore, they were digging down kilometers into the ground, kilometers into side branches of these tunnels. They were extracting, you know, in today's value, billions and billions of dollars worth of gold out of these veins. And it all sort of sparked from about 1860 till about 1890. Everywhere, all around the world, gold was discovered everywhere, and all the massive gold boom started in the late 1800s. And it's like, how did we not know about gold previously when you see gold was always everywhere? Like ancient Egyptian pyramids and stuff, there was gold, and kings used gold, and the Mayans used gold. And so did no humans know about gold before 1860? But we used gold as currency, so why were people not looking for this stuff? But then suddenly in this one time, in the 1800s, with people using wooden handled pickaxes, they dug for kilometers underground everywhere, extracting these veins. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
That's how you kill the dinosaur argument too. It's like no one found dinosaur bones from all these rock quarries that they dug up. They go, yeah, they did, but they didn't know what they were. They thought they were this or that. It's like, so they found Triceratops skulls and all these other skulls that you guys claim, but they didn't know what they were. It's like, Huh?
Or that they would think it's a cow skeleton when you're looking at a triceratops skeleton. Like, no, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, like they knew what a alleged dragon would look like. Why would they confuse it with like a long neck? Like the arguments they're just so stupid. They just make no sense.
I mean, telling people it sounds like a good like sales pitch, right? You go to China and be like, oh, there's a gold rush happening in America. Come to America and get gold. And then they come to America. Okay, you get to work on the railroad.
Mhm.
But what about the gold? Yeah, that's what the
Which is
railroad.
just, it's just as good as gold. Yeah.
Just as
Yeah, you
good.
get this
Exactly.
little shiny coin.
We're trying to link the East Coast and the West Coast. But what about the gold? Oh yeah, it's over there. Just do the railroad first. I mean, it seems like a good, way to entice people or to trick people into coming to, to America to work. But I don't know. Gold rush was considered the new world. America, the new world, the new world order.
That whole geology thing is such a mess. When you listen to the geologists describing the different rock layers and stuff, and then in certain areas they completely inverted, so the layers run the opposite way. And then, oh, but that's because of this one freak occurrence. But so you're telling me that these layers run the whole Earth because they're always this way, except for this one region where they're the exact opposite, and then we just avoid that for now. But then when you watch like how these miners go through, mine off the topsoil or the overburden, and then get down to the pay layer, and then when they re-establish the land, they could mix that in all different ways. It's like, maybe mining has been a massive thing on this planet.
Yeah, it's how metal. It's how we get metal. The fallen angels and how they taught. Well, Azazel taught people how to mine the metal, where to find the metal, and then smelt it, and turn it into a weapon or into armor for war. I started thinking about it when I was like, when this game Minecraft came out, I was like, what is this game? Because the end of the game of Minecraft is about aliens, bro. It's about aliens that created us, and we're supposed to be some kind of simulation in this by the aliens, right? So that's what got me thinking about Minecraft, and then I was like, wait, Minecraft, the craft of and then I was like, wait, mining is like, this is how technology started. So yeah, I mean, it's one of the first things that were taught. It's how war was developed. Tools, weapons were made. The ages like the old age, the Bronze Age. It was always about developing the technology through mining the metal. Were giants mining the earth? Oh man, of course. I think if the Nephilim stories of the disembodied spirits, they would know where everything is. They would know where all the jewels, the gems, the rocks, the metals that you need to build that computer. Build the new world order. Babylon, Azazel, scapegoat, Enoch.
It's crazy because when I was young, when I was a teenager, my gaming handle was Azazel. And I heard through one of my friends or something the name, and I liked the ZAZA ZEL. Like, it seemed like a cool name. And I called myself it. And then I remember telling my youth pastor that I'm gaming. And he's like, oh, what's your name? And I was like, Azazel. And his eyes went bright. And for years, I used it without knowing the actual origins of it. Or the true origins. And then when you discover all this other stuff later on in your life, you think, no wonder I was so reckless and getting up to so much mischief when I was using that name daily.
Yep, it's like the spirit of it was with you, eh? Yeah, yeah, and the same way, I used to watch these kids playing with the Ouija board on the internet, and I'm like, what are these people doing? Like, you don't know what you're messing with, like, and then bad things happen. It's like, yeah, now you know it's real. But some really demonic stuff in the islands, it's real. Azazel, yeah. Yeah, they've got some pretty cool names.
Even like playing the game Diablo, you've got Gadriel and you've got all these other names. And then when you look, those are the names of the angels that taught mankind all the different skills. And it's just so like people look at that stuff and they think, wow, the creativity of the man who thought this up.
Mm-hmm.
They think that it's a human who's created this stuff. And then, even like Harry Potter and all of these things, when you look into it, that I think there's a factual character in it that actually was like someone found guilty of doing sorcery and magic. I can't remember if it's Flamel or one of the characters that. So even there, you see that it's a repetition of history, cloaked as fiction, and people think, "Wow, it's like what a creative mind to have come up."
Yeah.
Have you heard? Man, I don't remember what it like. It basically says there's no new stories. Like every story comes from the same symbolism and ideas as pretty much the Bible.
Yep.
There's no such. Every mainstream story you've ever heard is just a rip off of the Bible. You just gotta know where to find the symbolism.
Yep. I think it's all straw manning God too. Then you got the Pope, Catholic Church now.
It's like that saying, "There's nothing new under the sun." Like everything just constantly repeating itself.
Yeah. Well, Proverbs. Yep. Nothing new under the sun except the person who was born again. Behold, a new creation. Isn't that cool? All the old things have passed away. A living sacrifice. And that's what I think these guys are trying to counterfeit. They're trying to, they call it the enlightenment, the enlightened ones, yeah. But it's all, rip off of God's ways and how he does it.
I heard a guy the other day saying that there's nothing new under the dome. And I thought, oh, that's quite funny. I'm gonna jump across to Nathan's channel. Later, guys.
All right,
Take
bro.
care.
Have a good one. Yep. Catch you later.
I'm in lobby. Kind of funny here. This guy in lobby is like, Daniel is like, we're all being played. Central banks are control the government, control the corporations, control the military, control the police, control you. And then this guy, Boris, is like, duh. Did you think you were more important than the government? And someone's like, you're breathing in the atmosphere. Atmosphere is the mind killer. And I was like, it's called air, dude. Bedtime for me. Get some sleep. Hey, Travis,
Yeah.
you got any questions? Just DM me, bro. Any
All right,
questions?
cool. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later. Yeah.
All right.
Have a good.
Yeah, you too.
What's up?
You there, Travis?
Yeah.
Oh, you had some music coming through your mic a second ago.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was just playing a beat that I'm working on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were just making sure that you knew.
Hello, everybody, hello, and welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm your host, Tatsu Naito, but you may call me Enoch. Looking out in the weather today, if you step right outside, it looks pretty clear. If you're 3 hours ahead, 3 hours behind, then snooze, you lose. But anyway, stepping outside in a flat Earth, it looks like I'm experiencing a flat Earth. So, for those of you that are listening in and tuning in the Flat Earth Discord and the Flat Earth YouTube, I want to welcome you to Flat Earth. Welcome, everybody. Ooh. If anyone has any news about the Earth today, please come in and check into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We are here waiting for your reply. Tell us how you're experiencing the Earth today. Is the weather hot? Is the weather cold? Is it warm? How are you feeling? Are you feeling kind of down? Are you feeling pretty sick? Well, come check into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're here and we chat every single day about the flat Earth. And that's because we experience the Earth being flat. So, if you have any news for us, if you have any citations, please let us know in the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. Or, I'm sorry, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth has been flat for as long as we can remember. Remember, the 5th of November. Uh-oh.
Boy.
Oi.
What up, man?
Good morning, bro. What?
Bro, you crack me up.
Bro, I cracked myself up.
You have absolutely no reason to not crack yourself up, though. So, did I miss anything so far?
Nah. I mean, did a little intro this morning, but that's about it. That's all you missed. Didn't miss anything else.
Oh man, I'm still waiting for this proof of his curvature. Everybody keeps telling me to get me all damned excited.
They said they got proof.
Oh, dude, everybody that comes in here says they have proof. or the fun one, I don't care. It doesn't matter. The irony is if this was anything like the original Total Recall, they'd care real fast.
Oh no, they care. They say they don't care, but they care, bro.
The fear talking.
What's that?
I guess it's the fear talking.
I guess, yeah.
The acronym for fear is false evidence appearing real, so don't be afraid.
One of them, yes. There's three really good ones.
Yep, the one I don't really ever repeat. I'd rather face everything and rise.
What's
Right.
up, Flat Man Can?
Just waking up, having my morning coffee, morning doobie.
For sure, I'm about to have me a dab right meow.
Fuck, I haven't had dabs in a while. I usually get like 20 or 30 of them, you know?
For sure.
Carts?
20 or 30, like they come in individual grams, individually packaged, and I get them at a deep discount. So sometimes a friend will ask if I got one, and I can give it to him cheaper than the dispensary.
Right.
But I haven't had any in a while. I gotta get some more. I got a beautiful dab bomb. Fuck that dab shit. That's like crack of marijuana, man.
It's like the heroin of marijuana.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's the most powerful, right? One dab is like smoking a whole joint right away.
Bro,
but
a
it's like
point.
it's more. But the thing is, it's pure, right? It's not, like I mean, it's not pure because it has some of the chemicals, but because of the extract, right? But
Well,
it's
I
as
think
close as purity as possible, right? Because you're not smoking the what is it? The paper from, like, you're not smoking that kind of you're not inhaling that.
what it is it's 90% pure THC. The other 10% is whatever's holding the dab together, like, and that other
That's whatever
10%.
you extract from it, like
Yeah,
it, and pretty much what they use is the pressure
CO2.
CO2 stuff. Yeah,
There's
Yeah, but
CO2, there's butane, and there's alcohol method.
precisely. Yep,
And then
yep.
there's also the pressing method, which is by heat.
Right, iron press. Yeah.
That's the best way to go.
Yes, it is. Yep.
But one of my buddies bought a
It
massive one of those things, like he can press a pound at a time.
takes it that yeah, it takes it like a couple times to get it, but you get it though.
My dad's best friend, he's got cancer right now. He just bought a 1935 Willie's Jeep, one of his dream cars. He said to his wife, "I found the cure for cancer. It's fulfilling one of your life's dreams."
It's
I gotta
pure
go visit
resin
him.
too.
Yeah.
From the heat, when you extract it when it's iron pressed, that's
Rosin press,
pure
yeah.
yeah, rosin.
But yeah, that's like the crack of marijuana, man. It'll get you the highest, the fastest.
About to hit that right now, bro.
Lucky bastard. I forgive you. I forgive you. No, when I was doing time, I was talking on the phone with a buddy. I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't know if you want me to tell you right now." I'm like, "Fuck, man, tell me what you're doing." "I'm rolling a joint." I'm like, "Right on, have a toke for me, man." But he thought I'd feel bad because I was doing a bit, you know?
Yeah. What?
just buy an ounce.
What, for half a day?
No, just buy an ounce of shatter, so you don't have to buy. I buy big.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think what I'm going to do when I go visit my dad's best friend, the gentleman that's passing of cancer, because he's got this massive industrial sized press, I might bring some of my product with me and get him to press it for me. But he
I
said,
get about 8 grams. 8
but
grams
he
lasts
said
me
to
like a
me, he said, I think you'll be happy if you come visit me. So I think something inside me tells me he just wants to give me something. I don't know what it is, but I'm like, I just want to come visit you. I'm not looking for something, but knowing my dad and my dad's friends, he's probably very generous. So, like, actually, I didn't really know my biological dad. He was more or less like, I don't know how to explain that situation. One of his friends wrote about him in a book, described him as a missionary.
Well, at least you got a
Or
good
not a,
start to something.
sorry, not a missionary. What the fuck is that called? My head, I'm fucking having a blank right now. Mercenary, sorry. Missionary. Missionaries are going around like, Jesus saves. Mercenaries are going around taking out assholes.
Oh, mercenaries. There are good ones, but they're very few.
But, well, what I'm saying is, I'm sure my father wasn't just a mercenary for anyone. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
He was one
I'm
of the
pretty
good
sure.
ones, right?
I'm pretty sure if you ask any mercenary, a mercenary is gonna say that no mercenary is a good mercenary.
Well, again, he never called himself that. He said his friend wrote about him in a book and described him as a mercenary.
Right.
Right.
And then I have people that said, I'm going to write a book. You're going to be in it. And I'm like, don't use my fucking Christian name. I will fucking bury you. You can use my street name and that's it, man. I like my private life. Go ahead and
That's
write
what
your
I'm
book.
talking about.
Go ahead and write your book, but don't put my first and last name as what, you know what I mean? Like, use my street name, man. I don't give
Well,
a
that's
shit.
why they.
He did a bit of time himself. He wants to write a book about the time he did. I'm like, do you know how many fucking books are written by ex-cons? Like, Jesus fuck, man. Another one. Here we go. But he's not exactly too bright. Like, he was doing his time. He didn't really meet any new good connections. He was on the phone talking shit to his mom. Some guy came by, smoked him. He got 13 stitches in the head, went PC for the last of his time. Like, he's just a tool. I don't know what kind of book he wants to write, but probably suck anyways.
Yeah, you can't do anything stupid around a bunch of guys with pent-up animosity.
Well, when you're in the pen, you can't be a woman beater, you can't be a molester, you can't be a rapist, you can't talk shit to your parents. Like, a lot of people think guys inside are just pure fucking animals, and that's not the case, man.
Yeah, I
A
know.
lot
A
of
lot
real,
of them.
a
A
lot
lot
of
of
real
those guys
solid
in
people
there.
in there, man. They take a knife for you.
Right. A lot of those guys in there have more morals than, well, a lot of the people that put them there.
That's right. And the guys inside dictate what happens out here most of the time. A lot of people think it's the opposite way around, but
It's the youngins. It's the young kids that you got to watch out for in that situation, generally. Because the older you get, once you get past 35, 40, they don't give a shit. It's everybody get along.
Yeah.
The funny thing is I got one side of my family that thinks it's appalling that I've ever even been to jail, even though I've never done anything worth being kidnapped.
Oh fuck. And don't you hate,
was
don't you love how they fucking judge you forever? It's just retarded.
that kills me the most. They're like, "Well, it's against the law," and I'm like, "What do you mean law? I don't remember voting on that. Do you?" Well, no, but it's still a law, right? But you, in nature, a man-made law can only agree with a natural law in order for it to be valid. Otherwise, it's invalid and it's null and void, ab initio. This is what people don't get. Me and Battle were having fun last night, but I didn't even get to make that point.
Fuck, man. Battle mod's the bomb.
I
I'm sure
know,
his
and
heart.
me and him
I'm
see eye to eye on so much.
yeah. I'm sure his heart's ripping apart just like mine with these residential school discoveries up here. It's just killing me, man.
Oh, dude, they before all the crazy shit happened, where it was state by state gulags. The parents were after this 5G shit because one of the deals they had set up across the street from this elementary school, a whole brand new tower. And within the first couple of weeks, people, children, teachers were having issues. So the parents got together and were like, dude, we're taking our kids out of this school. Are you taking that tower down? Because they had like 4 people die within, the first couple of weeks.
And migraines and shit, or like what other types of issues though?
Somebody got one or two of them got cancer. I want to say like
Oh,
one or two at
fuck.
least died.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah, it's photons. I so I like hanging out around the older guys that have like put their nose in the books like I do, because they
Yeah.
see something that I missed. So in electricity world, like line tech, corona is what they call I guess photon poisoning, when you've absorbed too many and you have no way to discharge. It's actually in the line tech's handbook. It says that's exactly what they call it. They call I guess electricity poisoning, or so EMF radiation poisoning. They call it corona. That is the term. So I'm assuming at some point we can absorb so many photons, but we have to discharge. We're like capacitors. At some point we have to discharge. There's so much about the human body that's crazy. I mean, dude, look at a transformer and look at just the basics of human body. You got water, you got water. You got aluminum, you got aluminum. You got line in, you got line in. I mean, we're transformers, we're capacitors, we're inducers. We were created to be so much.
I would love to reshoot Scarface. It just ended. I know it's a kind of a topic change, and Godfather 2 is starting right now. I got it on mute on the telly, but I'd love to redo Scarface where like his buddy doesn't get chopped up in the fucking hotel room because the guys on the road aren't hitting on chicks. They're actually paying attention. He doesn't shoot his best friend because his best friend married his sister. When he goes to war with Souza, the fucking guys are actually alert and paying attention, not staring off into fucking outer space. Like, there's so many inconsistencies with that movie. Sorry.
Nah, bro, that's like same thing that's like with the movies that's like in the 80s, right? Like say for instance The Crow. Have you seen The Crow? I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like you see how like how the scenery was and how the scene was with the police officer when he was approaching the crow, right?
Yeah, my thing is with movies like The Crow, I already go in there with a suspension of disbelief because I know it has to do with the necromancy, like spiritualism and being possessed and shit like that, right?
Right. Because apparently like with the undead and he's only alive because of the crow. He
Yeah.
can't die unless because unless the crow is not touched.
Yeah. So, yeah, movies like that, I already expect to see shit that's not reality, anyways, you know?
Right.
Jesse James. You want to remake a movie? Remake one about our cousins, for some of us that have been here for ages, because they didn't do them any justice.
Yeah.
Jesse James and the gang, they were heroes. But that's not how
I find
the
it
story's
odd.
told.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's the problem. The Jesse James gang, they were heroes. A lot of these so-called outlaws were heroes.
Yeah. I'm learning how to write or print with my left hand instead of my right, so I'm in a way, I'm connecting both hemispheres of my mind by doing this. And once I get relatively decent at spelling and printing with my left hand, I'm going to write a letter to a guy who's in one of the lockups down in the States. He gets out in 2030. There's people that would think some of the things he's done were unforgivable or whatever, but the thing is, he had a lot of support from people you wouldn't think that would support what he was doing, and they turned against him when they realized if he got apprehended by certain people, he'd let certain secrets out. So they went after him hard and went after his garrison, and they killed a whole bunch of people in doing so, and they only recovered 3 guns. They never got the person they were looking for. The guy they were looking for was on his way to turn himself in to an American embassy because he knew he would be safe if he did so. And he's in a minimum security prison in your country. He's not in a maximum security prison. And regardless of what the government said he did, a lot of people really care about him and love him and miss him, because after he left, a lot of bad things started happening again that weren't happening when he was around, you know? Anyways, I'm curious. He has a sister that lives up here in Canada, in Toronto. I'm going to pen him a letter. He probably won't need any of my help or support in any way, but, you know, I've been in those shoes before, and when you get out, you got to kind of start over, right? So I want him to know that there's at least somebody out there that's not family that doesn't look down on him or think badly about him, right?
Right. That's the thing, though. That's something I never understood. All right, if I do something and I go to jail and I do all of my time, who the fuck are you to look down on me?
Amen, brother. But
I did the crime. I did the time. I took my licks like a grown ass man. Now, who are you?
I know. It's like, and what if the fucking shit was such bullshit? Like, I don't know, drunk in public, some stupid thing you were actually, your record is like,
Jaywalking.
yeah. And the employer's like, nope, sorry, can't hire you. Like you fucking knocked over an armored car or something. Like, fuck off.
Well, that's the interesting thing with like the whole law stuff. So check this. A few people have hit this. Not everyone I know has hit this, but a few people that have so-called fixed everything as far as their name and the system. The system no longer has a way to use certain parts of things that were previously attached to you, so now you can't work. It's weird.
I don't know. It'd be a different landscape if I could get enough signatures and people behind how I see things, you know? Certain crimes, there's no point in the taxpayer keeping you alive or you ever getting free again. You know, why try to rehabilitate this individual? They're completely fucked. And then other crimes, there shouldn't even be jail time at all, you know? Like, if the guy was drunk in public, you want to lock him up for 3 weeks? I don't understand this. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's the pre-crime division, buddy.
How about the pastor in Canada? He just did a bunch of time in a maximum security prison because he congregated and fellowshipped. That's hilarious.
Right, but again, he was a 501c3. He was, dude. If you're gonna do something, make sure that you know what the fuck you're doing before you start.
I suppose, but this is the first time I've ever heard of a church going underground in Canada.
Right, but have you heard the stories about the offspring of people who didn't have birth certificates when CPS got involved? When they did take the offspring, the ones that didn't have birth certificates came back within a week. There's a lot of interesting things going on that people don't pay attention to.
I know of one, if you want to, for lack of a better word, ghost, that I've heard some stories about. Not necessarily him, but more the father of the ghost, and what he did to procure a future for his child. But like, just because the offspring has a biological father that did X, Y, and Z, that doesn't mean the offspring's going to follow in those footsteps, right? So
No, that's Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, this
Bendy
guy,
of Bendies.
I haven't met the lad, but I'm sure he's not out there doing bad things. You know what I mean? But he's not on paper. He's a total ghost.
Right, ghost in the system is
from birth. So people are out there like that. And as long as he would have managed correctly what his father did to secure his future, he's probably still fine, not needing a 9-to-5 job or anything, you know. Not having to try to find under the table work or anything. So,
speaking of work, what's going on with the in Ottawa, bro?
I'm not sure. Right now, the head tampon in charge is trying to promote $10 a day childcare instead of helping the Aboriginal Indigenous peoples find their missing loved ones from the past, you know?
Yeah, well, they're not gonna find that, man. We all know where they went. Fuck, it's
Well,
the
no,
same,
they are
same
finding
people.
them, right?
Well, yeah, it's
Yesterday,
the
they
same
found
people that fucking found
160
them.
more. Yeah.
Right, it's the same fucking cocksuckers that put them there, and they're finding them, and they're just pretending on TV. Oh, somebody did it. Well, yeah, it was you, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
that's
don't
the
know. What
thing.
I'm saying is he should be there with the peoples, you know, relating.
Trudeau's family fucking killed all those natives. What are you talking
No,
about?
I know. I'm just saying.
And he's on TV saying, "Oh, we gotta mourn for these people." Yeah, you're the one that fucking killed all these motherfuckers. Are you fucking
He's paying them
retarded?
off.
I know it's just evil shit, bro. There's some evil shit going on, and then it's mockery. It's fucking insane amounts of mockery. Fucked up.
But yeah,
That's why
not
I
much.
keep bringing that up, though, because again, a lot of these things, like a lot of the politicians, I want to say all of them,
You are no
they
longer
went to the private side as far as everything is concerned, as far as life, but they're out in the public.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to blend private and public. So once you go into the private, you're supposed to fucking stay there.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be back out in the public eye using your private gains for public influence. It's
Yeah.
it's a crazy journey getting to this point, getting to that mindset, breaking all that Babylonian shit.
I just know I'll never want to be paid for politics. Like, I'd rather affect change from the outside in, because I know if you get into it and get paid to do it, you just get sandbagged and stonewalled and pigeon-toed and painted into corners, and you can't really affect any real change. So you're just stealing from the public at that point.
There was a guy in Iowa. I actually got to talk to him. His van was wrapped in the Constitution, the whole thing,
Wow.
which is pretty cool. So he was getting gas and I was getting gas, and I started talking to him, and he actually tried to run for the presidency a couple of years prior.
Mm-hmm.
One of the big hang-ups is that he ran out of money.
Yeah, weird.
Which really blows my mind. Because the last time I
you
checked,
run out of money. No, you do run out of money. That's the thing with this shit. It's like the more money you have, the more chances you get to win. You know, that's why it's fucked up.
Right. I get all that, but that's the thing, though. He paid millions just to get his name up on the ballot, and that didn't even make it.
Right. But who's he going up against?
Then think that was like 8 or 10 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, but who was he going with? Doesn't like I mean, obviously it's one of the Freemason fucking Jesuit fucking order people, hands down.
Right.
People that are in politics. I mean, that are in well, obviously like Trudeau and shit like that.
Well, they're office holders. Or at least that's what they're pretending to be.
Well, I mean, fucking Trudeau's the son of fucking what's his name? The Cuban leader there, that fucking
Yeah.
Castro's son.
Yeah.
That's fucking Castro's son, bro. Come on, bro. Well, think about it. That's communism right there, and he's just following his daddy's footsteps, bro.
Pierre probably watched Castro throw the nuts to her.
Fucking well, yeah. I mean, a lot of people know, like all of Canada is fucking screaming, "Fuck Trudeau, fuck the other guy there, fuck the the premiers. They're all fucking retarded. They're liars, and everybody knows it's a scam." Well, the majority right now, there's some fucks that they're still fucking blind about those cocksuckers, bro. I had to yell at one yesterday. I couldn't believe it, man. I fucking bro, I lost my mind. I was about to like smash his fucking head, and I swear to Christ, I was about to do it.
The guy who said something about the mask?
Yeah, he told me, "Where's your mask?"
I
buddy?"
read that shit. That was.
But I was gonna fucking rip his head off. But no, he doesn't understand, man. Man, but when I was done with him, though, he was not harmed. I did not physically touch him at all. But he was shaking in his fucking boots. His hands were shaking. His whole body was shaking out of fear. That's how I fucked him up. Buddy, you don't understand what I did to this guy.
I wish I was there, brother.
Buddy, I swear to God, like 5 blocks heard me. 5 fucking blocks heard me probably.
Check out the
That's so
meme I
loud.
just posted. That's what's going on in Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. Exactly what it is, bro. Fucking that meme was 100% factual. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that meme. This is exactly what it is. I can't believe it. This is so fucking accurate. It blows my mind how accurate this shit is. Compared
I
to a
shared that
fucking
a
turtle
couple
on
of
a
weeks
post,
ago.
that's insane. He is a turtle on a post. I mean, a turtle on a post does a better job. Fuck. Yeah. Fucking
At least we know where he is all the time.
exactly. Motherfucker. Yeah, and every time he goes out in public, he puts on the fucking mask for show, and as soon as the cameras are off, he fucking takes that shit off. You know? A cunt. He's a cunt. You know why? Because all of his security people that are surrounding him, they don't wear fucking masks. Imagine that.
Wild shit.
Yeah. Like to the fucking and hey, it's been fucking since since like the 9th of June that the Canadian courts ruled that these mask mandates are all garbage. They're illegal. They're unlawful.
This piece of shit is standing up saying, we're going to make $10 a day daycare, and we feel really bad about the Indigenous children that are being found. But he's dragging them through court. Like he's not dropping the court case. Do you know the court cases I'm talking about? They're fighting the survivors and stuff in court.
Right.
And the one lady said, if he wants our votes, he's going to stop fighting us in court.
Well, dude, he can't have 3 terms, bro. How the fuck is that cocksucker gonna have 3 terms?
He needs, you know what he needs.
No, it's not allowed to do that. Isn't that like illegal?
Well, see, the thing that I think might be in the pipeline, and I hope I'm incorrect on this. This is speculation for the live stream. You heard about the Chinese military training with us, right?
Yeah.
So is this the beginning of him just never walking away because he's going to become the first dictator in Canada, or what?
I'll be damned if the Canadian people don't stand up and fucking blow him fucking right in the head.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where are the Chinese military going to go once they're done training with us, right?
Well, those Chinese people better fucking no, because I know about this, and there's generals that are fighting this. Like right now,
Yeah.
there's generals that are fighting this bullshit because they know this is fucking massive treason.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit going on right now, bro.
Massive
You
treason.
know. You
Yeah,
know.
I know. I know
There's
everything.
guys that are like embarrassed because of a golf game because of allegations. You know what I mean right now? No, I don't know what's what behind what's being said, but it's all mainstream shit. So,
Right. Well, we got to understand the mainstream is pushing an agenda, right? So everything they're saying is pretty much a fucking lie.
yeah.
That's one thing you got to remember that. You don't believe anything they fucking say. You go look at it for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, dude, if the Chinese are the enemy, what the hell are they doing training
It's not
with
the
the other
Chinese. It's not the
military?
Chinese people. It's the CPP. It's their government. It's China. The Chinese people hate their own government, bro. They're getting fucking killed, bro. They're enslaved. They're gulags, bro. It's communism there, bro. They hate the fucking. They're trying to get out of there and go to America, bro.
I'm aware, and the girls aren't allowed to leave China until they're after, was it like 30 or something?
I don't know. There's some fucked up shit going on, bro.
Imagine that.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. You're not allowed to leave when you're young, so you can find a husband somewhere. They have to wait until you're over the hill, and then they send you out.
Right? And they got all these fucked up rules too, bro. It's like, what the fuck? Communism, bro. I'm Russian, bro. I know what communism is. It's evil. It's pure fucking evil Jew shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there was
And
I
you gotta
saw
call it out
YouTube.
for what it is.
Sorry, go ahead, Vlad.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I saw a YouTube clip. I don't know how long ago it was. It was a lady from she said it was supposed to be a former communist country, like supposedly communism was done with there. And in the clip, she's like, "I don't care where you are, who you are, get a gun."
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. No, it's just gonna get real soon, real fast. And in
About the
Canada,
old
we're not
lady?
allowed.
No, it was a young woman.
Because there's a couple different people that have come out with videos like that. One of them was a TED Talk. There's an old man that came out, and I think there was a lady that came out aside from the TED Talks.
And it wasn't like she was like saying get a gun and use it. She's more or less saying get a gun in case you need to defend yourself.
Hells yeah, self-defense. 100%. I agree. Get a gun. Don't fuck around.
Things that make me go, huh, is how a population has high-powered rifles, and then somebody uses a plane to destroy the whole community. Like, you got a gun to shoot at whatever the hell's causing this damage. Like, why aren't you shooting?
Because they're dumb liberals. I solve my problems with flowers. That's how liberals do it. Yeah.
Well, see, when the drought happened, I don't know who caught the military going door to door disarming Californians, but I remember it vividly. I remember Katrina too.
Shit, I
But
saw
they
a
were
clip
just
when they were sorry, Cuddles. I saw a clip when they were doing that. Man, they really like fucked up this old lady taking her gun from her and shit. I couldn't believe the footage was retarded. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, we're here to check on you. We're coming in without permission. Are you okay? Do you have any weapons? What? You're coming in without permission? Hold on, you don't have permission. Well, ma'am, we're coming in. What?
Shoot them right away. Shoot them all.
Right, that dude, you'd be getting shot on the other side of the door at my house.
Doesn't exactly. You walk in my house without permission, you're getting shot. You tell them that straight. Cocksuckers,
Oh,
what are you
fuck that.
doing?
You're getting shot from ding dong at the door.
Yeah,
Fuck that. This is Texas, buddy. I don't have to drag your
man,
body anywhere.
You're on my property, exactly.
The moment you're in my fucking yard, that's it. I can bury you where you drop. There in a court and land that can fucking say anything about it.
Excuse me, guys.
That's why I want to go
Sorry,
to Texas so badly. I wanna move to Texas, bro.
Well, now that I know weed's legal there, I've been thinking about it myself. My old roommate moved there.
What? Weed's legal in Texas? No way.
Yeah.
Kind of. They've made medical stuff, but if you read the bill, the THC amounts like 0.7 to the CBD, so it ain't shit. They
I
have
thought fentanyl was legal too.
Yeah, who's
they
gonna know
have
what kind of
things.
THC levels your bud is, man? Come on, man. They're not gonna have like bud THC meters fucking walking around here. Let me test your bud. No, fuck off, buddy. What are you doing?
Right, but that's the thing though. You have to have the card. The card only allows you certain things, but it's
Yeah.
only for certain people. It's not. They're still criminalizing nature.
Good. No, I mean no. Marijuana should be criminalized, and I'd rather have the underground market control the market for weed. I don't like it when the feds fucking control the market because their prices are shit and their weed is shit. That's yes. When they decriminalized or made weed legal in Canada, it was the worst thing that ever happened. I still get my weed from
That's
the
the
drug
thing.
dealers. Still get my weed from
They
the drug dealers, bro.
Yeah. They need to take their hand out of shit because prohibition and any kind is a form of slavery. Period.
Right. Exactly. No government, small government, least amount of fucking government possible. They work for us. They are our fucking slaves. We're not their fucking slaves. You know, if you want to
Got
be the
that right.
government, you want to fucking work for the government, you gotta understand you gotta sign this piece of paper that's saying you motherfucking work for the people, cocksucker. You know what I mean? We do not work for you. You cannot go into this office, write a fucking piece of paper telling us to fucking wear masks, you fucking cunts. And then these
Well,
fucking idiots, these fucking leftist idiots are out there fucking putting these masks on because they're afraid. What the fuck?
Right. But they haven't read their own damn country's charter. Like
Yeah,
it's
they
clear
fucked
as
up.
day. It's clear as day in every country's charter that I've read so far what the government is allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
Exactly.
What the people holding those offices are allowed to do. Sure, you can make laws, you can make positive laws. However, they only apply to your subordinates.
Exactly. Your policemen obey those laws, right? Fuckers. I don't need to obey jack shit. Fuck you. Cocksucker. Write me in a dickhead. And I hope you go home, come into court, because then I'll fucking embarrass you in front of the judge, you fucking twat.
Writing me a ticket when I won't give you my Christian name.
Exactly.
Now you're gonna have to lie about who I am and say I'm John Doe. Who the fuck's John Doe?
Exactly. Don't identify yourself to cops. It's like, who the fuck are you? Are you do you have authority over me, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Are you trying to have authority? Are you trying to arrest me? Buddy, I'm gonna fucking reverse the arrest on you, cocksucker. I'm gonna do citizen's arrest for what you're doing here. Make sure you get everything on recording too. Make sure you do that. Or the best thing you can do, trust me, this one works too, is I don't answer questions. A cop fucking walks up to you, you just tell him I don't answer questions. He asks you something else, you tell him I don't answer questions, and that's it. But you can ask him questions, don't be afraid. The fuck are you doing here? Tell him. You know what I mean? Reverse all that shit on them. Buddy, you
Are
work
you
for
here
me.
to commit misprision of treason?
Yeah.
Are you? Well, no, sir. Wonderful. Then we have nothing to talk about. Well, sir, I need your ID. So you are here to create a misprision of treason.
That's right.
Well, no. Okay, well then good day to you. Goodbye. Well, but I need a yeah.
Yeah, you need my balls in your mouth. Fuck off. Cocksucker.
So I'd rather teabag him out the gate. Are you here to commit a crime? Well, no, but you're committing a crime. What do you mean I'm committing a crime? Did I hurt you? Well, no. Okay, so I didn't commit a crime. So now what are we talking about?
Right. Where's the second party like that is her? Who's the second party that I heard, you know? Where's that? Crime can only happen
right.
between two parties, right?
Well, that's the thing with the canon. If you actually read the full canon, like no turn signal is a violation. Not having headlights is a violation. You actually look at it, you have to cause harm, injury, or loss due to those things.
Yeah.
If there's no harm, injury, or loss, well, it's not on me.
Exactly. For example, driving drunk. If there's no harm, injury, or loss, you can't pin me for a DUI, can you?
Right. Well, that's that whole pre-crime thing. That's the funny thing about the Minority Report movie, because we've already had pre-crime. We've already had it.
Yeah.
We've had that whole system in place for a long time.
Oh, I know. And then a lot of people just admit guilt to shit that they're not even guilty of because the
One of
system works
my
against them. Fucking assholes, man. I swear to Christ, bro.
Too much.
one of my shadier friends, if you're not willing to have a couple beers and get behind the wheel, he's not sure if he can trust you.
Listen, I've
And I'm like,
no, but I mean, like, bro,
that's fucked up
I
logic, man.
drank and drove for 7 goddamn years, and I can attest to people that drink and like chronically or have alcoholism. They have such a high tolerance that even if they're sober, they pretty much drive the same, right? Now I get that there's some of these high school kids, but that's the statistic. That's the shit that they show you that the majority of the people that crash their fucking cars are fucking young guys that are like mid fucking like early 20s to mid 20s, or like they just get their cars, right? And they get the fucking drunk, and then they start fucking trying to fucking impress some bitch and they start driving recklessly, right? And they get in car. And this is the shit they show you in fucking what do you call it? The rehab center, because when you get caught for a DUI in Canada, they send you to fucking rehab, right? So they have to listen to all this shit. And the only thing they say is the only people that cause fucking these fucking problems are not those old men that fucking drank all their life and been drinking and driving for 40 fucking years and never hit a fucking soul, right? You know what I mean? It's those cocksucking kids that fucking have a sip of beer the first time in their life, get euphoric and try and think they're fucking Superman on a car, right? For example, my mother fucking still probably drinks and drives. Still, I swear to Christ, she does. She never got caught. And she's been driving over fucking 20 something years, and she's an alcoholic. You know what I mean? Did she ever hit anybody? No. High tolerance. But if you check her blood alcohol level, it's fucking through the roof. It's way above the normal. You know what I mean? People are asking how are you even walking. That shit happened to me, and I was like 7 years, 8 years, never hit a fucking soul. How did they catch me? Well, I got pulled over for no fucking reason, you know. And I didn't know my rights back then. I should have fucking told a cop to go fuck himself. You know what I mean? Why'd you pull me over? Okay, nothing. Go fuck yourself. Because even in the disclosure that they wrote down for me, the fucking disclosure, I read it. So I was unbelievable. Minor traffic incident without zero specification. He literally wrote down minor traffic incident. The judge fucking laughed at it. I didn't even get at why he was laughing at that point. Right? Fuck. It was nuts. But I understand. He's laughing because it's a fucking joke. There's no charge there.
The problem is you don't want disclosure. You want closure. That's the thing with language, because when you break up with somebody, you need closure. They need closure. When your family's acting aloof, you need closure.
Yeah, but they give you the disclosure.
No,
They're
but
the ones that give it to
this
you.
means not.
I know, but they give it to you.
Right, they give you no closure. They don't tell you what jurisdiction that they have to do that, because you don't ever ask for closure. You ask for disclosure. You ask
I
for
never
them
asked
to
for the
keep that shit.
disclosure. They just give it to you, and that's what I'm saying. There's a trap, and you participate in that.
Right.
Right.
This means not.
I
Closure
understand
means
that.
a completion.
But they give you this disclosure, so
Right.
it's not right. They make it a problem for you. That's what you gotta
Right. That's when
understand, and they put you into a fucking trap when you agree to participate in that fucking system.
it's debatable.
No, they do. So you don't even have to like they'll fucking try and pin you on your fucking name or some fucking straw man they built of you, right?
Right.
You don't participate on
Latches.
that.
Yes, I'm aware of what latches are. They only ensue because the individual's an idiot.
Right. So when I was younger, I'm telling you, they pinned me, and if I knew my fucking rights the way I know them now, they couldn't have. But anyways, I don't drink anymore. That shit's irrelevant now. But like, if I knew this shit back then, I would have gotten away with it, right? And the thing is, these cocksucking lawyers, right? When you like call the ex-coppers and shit, oh, we'll help you out on your DUI, we'll help you out, blah blah blah. We're ex-cops, we know the law. No, they're there to milk you for your fucking money. For that 1 year, they can fucking postpone your suspension. You know what I mean? They'll charge up, rack up like 5-6 grand just for the lawyer fee, and then when you're fucking, they don't protect you because they don't in Canada. They pin extra charges on you, which is extra thousands, like tens of thousands of dollars that you have to pay on top of the fucking lawyer fees that you tried to fucking. But the only thing he ever did was fucking postpone your license suspension for a year. It's crazy, nuts. It's not worth it. It's a fucked up system, all of it. Oh, mad, and then they promote that mad shit. Mothers against drunk drivers. Shit, I'm cool. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, people shouldn't drink and drive, but fucking after the fact, bro, not prior.
Nightbreaker Balmazar says, I'm a moose.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about with that drinking and driving thing, though.
There's a tricksy bleeding hollow.
Been there, did that. 0 accidents.
Right, 0.
0. But I had
Yeah.
rules.
Me too. When I get exactly, that's the thing. When you're an alcoholic, bro, you set yourself like boundaries to what you're doing, especially when you understand you're drunk, right? Because that's the thing. You understand that you're not fully there, and when you're behind the wheel, you're a little bit extra focused. You're a little bit extra cautious, and you drive pretty much the speed limit, or like you're keeping a pace with the car in front of you, but you're not like too close to it, you're not too far. You're just making what do you call it? You're just keeping pace. Like what do you call it? Going with the flow of traffic, and then you're just calm, and you drive calmly. Nothing fucking happens. Especially if you've been driving for years. You know, shit. It's those idiots that get drunk and start trying to speed race and shit, and then try and take a corner too fast, and then fucking swerve out of control, and then fucking crash and kill somebody. Those are the cocksuckers that fucking cause the problem. You know, because driving a car, even sober people, it's even worse on a cell phone. There's people still fucking using their cell phones and getting distracted. That shit's actually more dangerous than drinking and driving. And especially if the guy was a fucking alcoholic for 20 years and he's fully fucking functioning alcoholic, that guy, if he's driving drunk, he's more fucking capable of driving a vehicle than a guy fucking driving with a phone in his hand sober. And these are statistics, facts, these are real statistics. But those people that get caught with cell phones, they only get tickets. They don't get their license suspended and a fucking criminal record. No. It's just a ticket. And they probably kill more people doing that. Fuck. Again, less government. Fuck them all. I wonder if they keep protesting still. Like, is there any protests against the fucking masks and shit? I haven't paid attention to it. Hello?
I'm not sure. I haven't been watching.
Nightbreaker has died.
That's another word that irritates me. The word protest has absolutely nothing to do with chanting or holding signs.
What does protesting do?
Well, in law or natural law, organic law, protesting is redress of grievances. Has absolutely zero to do with chanting.
Interesting stuff.
But that's the fun thing. Like I've had people argue with me. They go, "Oh, protesting's great. Okay, what definition?" Well, there's only one. Well, there's fucking 2 or 3 for gravity. Like, get the fuck out of here. They can't just be.
That's what I'm
You're
saying. I
one.
mean, there is like, yeah, double meanings of a word, like when, no, where, no, wait, what's that? What? No, fuck. There's like so many. What's that word? Which is a witch? Right? Yeah, that's the one. Which is a witch? Which are you witching? You know what I mean? Same word, spelled differently, sounds the same though. Which is a witch?
We really need
So which one are you talking about? Which definition?
Right.
You
Well,
get what
that's
I'm
the
saying?
thing. They think protesting is standing on a sign, on a corner, holding a sign, walking with a group of people. But that's the so-called modern definition. It's not the original definition.
What's the original one?
It's redress of grievances. It's having the ability to get redress of grievances.
Right. So you have a right to protest. You have a right to tell
Right.
them, hey,
You
look,
have a
fuck off.
right to redress of grievances. You have a right to be heard in a suit or whatever manner it takes form of. That's what protest is. To stand up and, hey, I don't understand, I don't know, this is wrong, this is fake, something's going on. That would be a form of a protest. Writing an affidavit and charging somebody is a form of protest. But that's the weird thing, though. All these people, well, my government this, my government that. I am my government. I don't know where the hell everybody else's head's at. I'm it. I am my government. There's another government outside of me that is supposed to be there protecting me and my government.
What kind of mind control are you trying to be under, man? Because I don't have a government. I don't have nobody controlling my mind.
Do you control your mind?
I think God controls my mind, but He's not the government. He's the Almighty. He tells me what
Well,
to do.
right. But that's the thing. It's either God, you, or somebody else.
No, God.
Right, but he doesn't want to control you. He gave you free will. So you give the control back to him and he hands a little bit back to you. Now you still have to self-govern.
Well, not really. I just go with the flow, you know. Whatever's thrown my way, I just go with it, you know. I learned to take it easy, although I'm very upset now, but I'm trying to take it easy. You know, with what's going on, especially, who wouldn't be upset? Fuck, we yell at everybody. I
Right.
don't give a fuck.
But like at my house, I'm the king. God is the only one above me.
That's right. That's it. That's
All right,
exactly
now
right.
that's self-government. You like here in the States, the preamble
If you want to say
talks
I
about
control, yes, I control my own mind. Yeah, bro. Obviously, who else controls my mind, bro? I was just being rhetorical with you, bro. I was having fun.
right.
You know, obviously, I like if you want to keep that word government the way it is, control. Yeah, I govern my own mind. Yes, I control it my own way. You know, I think my own thoughts. I'm a free man. I don't fucking fall under anybody's authority, and I don't. You know what I mean? I don't. If anybody tells me what to do, I look straight in their eyes and I approach them really closely and tell them to go fuck themselves really loudly. You know what I mean? If they have anything else to say, I'll tell them to go fuck themselves again. And like I said this yesterday, and how many times I'll fucking tell them go fuck themselves so many times before they realize that they should really just go fuck themselves. You know? So really fucking understands. The best thing with these idiots is repetition, because otherwise they don't understand. Shit goes over their head. Just like Globers, you can tell them that the Earth is flat because the radius is a certain set fucking dimension, and the curvature rate is there, and it has to be there. It just goes over their head. These are Globers. Well, the same thing with these fucking idiots you're talking outside. Same fucking thing. It's just gonna go over their head. You have to keep repeating it loudly.
That's the
Fucking
thing though.
moron.
It changing how you see something changes how you talk about the thing. If I'm self-governing and somebody comes up to me and they go, I work for this government or that government, wonderful. What does your government have to do with my government? Well, sir,
Exactly.
everybody's a part of my government. I don't have to be. And
Exactly.
it's in the fucking
You tell them
first
who
two
the fuck
paragraphs.
said? Yeah, exactly. Who said? Who said that? You tell them who said
It
that.
says it's in the preamble for the Texas State Constitution, and it's in the first couple of paragraphs of the entire state constitution. I have every right to self-govern. If you can keep that, it will stand.
Right. That's amazing. That's why I want to go to Texas, bro. The only
Now
place
they got
freedom
their
sits
own
here.
issues.
I get it.
I'm gonna go ahead and predict that this bullshit that the so-called interim governor is dealing with right now over this gun shit is a preemptive to something that's going on.
They think they're gonna take your guns away? You're telling me they're gonna
It
take your
feels
guns
a
away?
lot like Esther.
The fuck is Esther?
Bro, go read the story of Esther.
Well, explain it to me, man. Just give me a gist. What's going on?
Damn it! Now you're trying to have spoilers.
I'm all about the spoilers. I couldn't care less about the story, you know.
Yeah, you should. It's a really good story.
I don't read, bro. I hate reading. You know what I mean? I just literally
No,
hate reading.
no, I don't. I love reading.
Well,
I
that's what I'm
hate
saying.
reading bullshit.
No, reading anything. I just don't trust men's word on paper. Anything that is written
Right.
down on paper is some man fucking wrote it. I don't give a fuck about, man. Go fuck yourself.
All right, so
Unless-
Esther was
Go ahead.
of one of the tribes. Esther was one of the tribes of the Hebrews, right, at the time. She ends up marrying a king, a pagan king. The influence of the Holy Spirit and a help of her family, intercessors, there was a law that was passed down by Haman that was whispered into the king's ear. And Haman was against, Haman had suggested a law against the Hebrews that they could, back to what Daniel was having. Oh, but you can't do this, and you can't do that, and blah, blah, blah. So it was against the law for the Hebrews to do what they were already doing in their normal practices. That was thanks to Haman. Well, Esther's influence, being where she was, got a law passed so that the Hebrews could defend themselves. So when the heathens went to war with the Hebrews, while they were under occupation, by the way, they had the ability to fight. Well, it's starting to look a lot like that because they're like, oh, well, we're just going to pull back all these gun restrictions. Now you don't have any. Well, what the fuck are you doing in the background that we're going to need this? See what I'm talking about?
I'm kind of busy. Hold on. Fucking World of Warcraft styles.
Jesus Christ. Now you're
What?
going to have to read it, damn it.
Oh man.
Over a damn video game? Fuck out of here.
I'm because somebody attacked me. I was super trying to fuck them up, and I did. So I was like really focused on killing somebody. It's World of Warcraft.
I hate that game.
You don't know World of Warcraft, bro?
I know that game. I hate that game.
I love
Can't
this
pause
game,
that game.
I'm a gladiator high warlord, bro. I'm like one of the gods in this game, bro. People know me. Like I'm really good in this game, yeah. I don't play it competitively anymore, but when I did, when I was younger, bro, I was the best. I'm still good, but if I really wanted to compete, I can. Like I play all the characters. I have all classes right now. See what I'm trying to finish off before my token runs out, because this patch I fucking wasted a token. I shouldn't have. 'Cause I should have just skipped this whole expansion. It's like whatever for me. Anyways, so I have like 5 more characters left, and because I did this before on the previous expansion where I leveled all the characters to max level, and all classes and all races. So I have a class and a race of everyone, right? So that's 12 races and 12 classes, and all of them are unique. So I have a Vulperian Death Knight, I have a Troll Druid, I have an Undead Mage, I have a Torrent Warrior. You know what I mean? So like all the classes are different races. So I don't have anything that's the same. And yeah, I level them up, and I know how to play. But I leveled them up in Battlegrounds. So I go into BGs, right? And that's all I fucking do is
I know
IPG.
what you mean. I just hate the game.
Why would you hate the game? It's so good. I'm talking
Dude,
about
I played
12 years.
EverQuest before World of Warcraft even existed.
Yeah, I know EverQuest sucks though.
World of Warcraft sucks just like EverQuest. It's the same
No,
shit to me.
no.
Yeah,
EverQuest.
I know they updated the graphics, they changed the
It's not even the
weapons, they
graphics.
made new missions. I know.
No. It's and it fuck the missions too. I said battlegrounds. I only go into BGs, meaning I'm a PvPer. The only thing I do in this game, I hate the story mode. I hate the fucking running around trying to farm some shit. No, man. I'm a PV fucking PV. You know, I go into battlegrounds and I kill other people.
You guys are tripping. StarCraft is where it's at, bro.
Buddy,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
15 years on StarCraft 1 I did. I play like a fucking Korean when my StarCraft 2 account
me
is
too.
also fucking legit. Like I played a lot of StarCraft 2, but I mean StarCraft 1 was the majority. And I'm a Zerg player, bro. Like I'm a Zerg player. That's my main Zerg. Kerrigan is
Protoss.
my bitch. Kerrigan's my bitch. And then Heroes of the Storm. Who's my main in Heroes of Kerrigan is my main in Heroes of the Storm, bro. You guys play Heroes? Heroes of the Storm is a free game. It's like the best Dota. It's just underrated because kids don't want to play like something new. They spent all their money on League of Legends, and for them to go to another Dota is pointless. So like that's why it's kind of in this limbo stage right now. But it's still one of the best Dotas out there. Heroes of the Storm, hands down.
I catch games that I can either pause or things that have a quick rush time, like League of Legends, where I can rush through and it'll be done in 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, I still have Age of Empires 1, 2, and 3.
I have the new one. What's the definitive edition? Like the high resolution graphics where you can zoom in and zoom out. The Age of Empires 2 definitive edition, I think it's called. I bought it.
Do
I got it
that
for
in
cheap.
2 and 3. You could zoom down. I think you could do that in 1 too.
No, I don't think you can do it in 2. 2 and 1. The originals you could never zoom in. What are you talking about?
One of them you could because they changed it.
Number 3 you could. Number 3 is the 3D graphics. Number 2 is the 2-dimensional. It's from top down 2-dimensional. You couldn't zoom in. It was all like pixel graphics, you know.
But Age of Empires, StarCraft, Command and Conquer.
I know all that, bro. Tiberian Sun, all that shit, bro. I remember that.
Rainbow Six.
Oh, bro, online. That was my first online shooter, Rainbow Six, the original one. To the point where I remember there were skins of naked Britney Spears. I remember doing that. I was a young kid. It was funny, but they weren't really good skins. It was just pink. It was fucked up.
Half-Life, Counter-Strike, Blue Shift, Unreal Tournament.
Yeah, all right. Unreal Tournament, Quake 3.
Those are the ones that I got into. If I'm going to play something like that, I generally don't play it on the PC. Like I've got Kingdoms of Amalur. I've got some role-playing games with a couple of different things, but
play some Warzone, bro.
You like play Mech Warriors.
Oh, Warzone, bro. You don't know Warzone? That's a real game.
I've heard of it, but I just...
It's a battleground. You want 40 minutes of action? Yeah, you can even go faster depending how fast you die. I mean, like you go in, 150 players drop down out of a helicopter onto a big map, and then last one standing. That's it. Out of 150 players. You never tried that? It's like one of the funnest things you can do. It's free. It's called
Tournament on Call of Duty.
Huh?
I did Call of Duty online, multiplayer. I got into a couple tournaments. I had some friends that are ranked.
Oh, nice. Are you talking about the new Call of Duty or the old one?
Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3.
Yeah, that's all old.
I got guys on Modern Warfare. Dude, as soon as a new game comes out, my friends, some of them already have it. They're already playing it.
Listen to me. I'm saying Warzone, Call of Duty Warzone is a free game right now. It is the newest one, right? And the Warzone mode is free. You can pay to do the zombies and all that extra shit. Like it's called Cold War right now. The modes are Cold War, Warzone, and Modern Warfare 2. updated version. It's the new one. It's the high ultra ultimate super graphics. You know what I mean? Did you ever see it?
I've seen it. I'm not really interested. I got Black Ops 4 I'm still messing with.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Black Ops 4 is not good compared to Warzone right now. And Warzone is free. You just download it and play it right away. No questions asked.
Right, but to get back to where I was, to get back into rankings, because I wasn't very high, but out of like, I don't know, 40, 50 million people, I wasn't in the lower percentage.
Good.
I wasn't bad. I'm not the
Fine.
best, but I'm not bad.
Well, I mean, I think I'm the best at everything, so that's usually my thing. And by I mean the best at everything, I mean all the games I've ever played and I focused on, for example, StarCraft, World of Warcraft, the PvP things. I always hit high ranks. Like in World of Warcraft, I hit high Warlord, which was the original vanilla rankings, which was the rank 1 PvP in the servers. And then when the arenas came out, I hit rank 1 in arenas also, right? So I mean, I'm and then all the other games that ever like StarCraft, I hit like before they brought out Master League. The That's before I quit when the Master Leagues came out, but I was Diamond, and Diamond was the top, and my account still has the because it's all on your record, right? So my StarCraft 2 account still has the Diamond League from those, you know what I mean? So I hit high ranks in like super serious games. I never really went into competitions and shit. But I'm good. I'm good. I get really serious on these games, bro. I love them. I don't
I
fuck around.
competed at least once. Shit.
I should have, but you know what? Because when I hit rank 1 in World of Warcraft, just because I lived in Canada, it disqualifies you. You know, this
Move to Texas.
Huh?
Move to Texas and defect.
Well, yeah. I mean, shit. I wish, but right now it's not really an option. I wish it was, but I'd love to move to Texas, bro. Right now I'm stuck. Work out here, fix some shit, and everything's
Florida
good.
is where it's at. Florida, bro.
Florida, yeah, man. Florida or Texas. I mean, Florida's bomb right now, man. But DeSantis is doing fucking work. No, man,
It's
DeSantis is.
okay. I've lived in Florida. I've lived in a couple of different cities in Florida. It's okay.
I want the hurricane seasons though. That's the only thing, right? So.
There's alligators in Florida, guys.
Oh my God,
Man,
I'll eat those alligators. I'll eat them.
If you're worried about alligators or water, you don't belong anywhere.
Well, I mean, in Canada, there's
Shut
no
up.
alligators.
You don't belong anywhere.
I'll wrestle a damn alligator from my last fucking gummy worm back, boy.
You're lying.
Bro, I'll eat an alligator. Why not?
Bro, Vlad, you have a dog. If you're gonna walk, you're gonna walk your dog, and your dog being a house dog, stupid as fuck. It's gonna run against the alligator, and it's gonna be eaten. And then you're gonna hate Florida and the alligators.
Yeah, no, but I'm gonna eat the alligator, bro. What you talking about?
You're gonna eat the alligator that ate your dog? Yeah.
No, but I'm gonna eat the alligator before it eats my dog. I'm not gonna let my dog be eaten by an alligator. What's wrong with you? Why would I let my dog be eaten by an alligator?
I got a new boot knife and a new lasso, boy. I'll be having me some fun.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know, these scum alliance are the scummiest of the alliance of the scum fucks, man. They're like the best. I love them. Alliance, there's two of them. I'm like the low level, just chilling, you know? And these cocksuckers are coming in here thinking they can fuck with me, guy. God damn.
Who?
Alliance. The alliance is scum.
That's why I don't like those games.
There ain't no lions in America.
It's okay. I'll teach them a lesson. Don't worry, bro. I'll let them kill me. Sure, fine. You guys got
There's
me.
no
You guys,
lions in America.
you guys jumped me. I didn't know you guys were there. You guys jumped me. A paladin and a warrior thinking they're hot shit. You know, I'm just playing my low level warlock, doing some quests outside, and a fucking high level paladin and a warrior just jumped me thinking they're hot shit. Just watch what I'm gonna do to them. Fuck them up right now. Cocksuckers. As soon as I find them, bro, they're dead. Like they use cooldowns too. I'm like, why are you using cooldowns? So this guy used the bubble. I didn't even do anything, and he used the bubble. I'm like, bro, what? Noobs, bro. Now you
Yeah,
don't have a
you're
cooldown
like
for
a
me.
max level player killing the low level players, huh?
No,
Easy.
bro. I'm actually I'm on my low level warlock, bro. I'm leveling all my other characters now. My mage, bro. If I was on my mage, those two, bro, they'd be like, I'd spit on them, they'd die. Shit. They're not even spit. I grazed them with my finger and they dead. That's how crazy my mage is.
Why are you taking out the new players, Vlad?
No, I'm not taking out new players, bro. You want me to stream my game, bro? I'll show you, bro. I'll show you.
Yeah, I want to see. We can't do it here.
No, but we can do it somewhere else. Down there. Down there. This quest is so fucking stupid, but whatever. Literally, I throw a skull at a dog, and the dog grabs the skull, and then I go up to the dog and take the skull from the dog, and then I throw it back at him 5 times. Interesting. Oh well, quest complete. Hakuna Matata. Oh, I think I should roll a spliff, eh? Oh shit, Mrs. Musk is in the house and she's all quiet and shit. God damn,
Hakuna Matata.
that's right. As soon as I say,
Hakuna Matata.
how long were you here listening to me ramble here, Musk?
I just joined.
Just joined. See, speak of the devil. I start singing Lion King at the line is coming right in.
Woo!
Crazy.
Oh, I thought you were saying "Speak of the devil." She arrives. Because I was literally like, I should change my name to the Wicked Witch of the West.
Why would you want to be the Wicked Witch? Should be like just be a witch. Witches are okay. I mean, you don't have to be evil witch. There's white witches as long as you know what you're doing.
Maybe the Wicked Bitch, the Wicked Bitch of the West.
Wicked bitch.
There we go.
Wow.
But do you know what
I don't
bitch?
think you're a bitch. I think you're a nice person.
Do you know what she means by bitch? Believe it, this chick's hazardous. Beautiful, intelligent, talented, cunning, horny. Beautiful individual that causes hard-ons.
Okay.
And you call her nice. Nice is a bad word. Nice is an insult.
What? Nice is an insult? No. What is this? Everything's all bad.
Well, it depends. It depends. Like if you just, I don't know, if you do something and someone's just like, oh, nice, then it isn't.
If you look,
Well,
you guys sound like Globers right now.
Yeah, etymologically, the word "nice" does not mean anything pleasant or good.
Simple,
Just like the
foolish,
word
ignorant, not knowing, to know not, be ignorant of.
Oh wow,
That's nice. An ignorant person.
Nice people
Foolish
are so
person.
smart. They're so smart, man. I gotta take 4 answers.
So what? You guys are telling me that word "nice" now means the kind of reverse.
Necius. You know what necius means? Necius?
Nauseous. Yeah.
No. Nescius. Necius.
No, I don't know what that
Yeah,
is.
necius.
No, what is that?
Being a necius. For me, it makes more sense in Spanish.
Because
Nice is necio.
using a Latin
It's like being
word.
dumb. It's being ignorant, being dumb.
You're using the Latin version of the word. You're not using the actual.
But that's what it means.
No, man. If it means one thing in one language, doesn't mean it means another in another language, bro. Come on, guys.
Shut up, lad.
What you're
Come on,
saying,
guys.
though, nice means something bad in one language.
I caught you right there on your nice talk, man. You know? Yeah. You try to play the word games here, guy. You're playing word games, you Geminis.
That's
well,
on
if
him.
you ever hear Gemsy or Cuddles the Cowboy say the word "nice guys," you better flag him down.
Exactly, because now they know
nice.
that's their meaning. They know their meaning, guys. You know they're calling you an idiot, but you don't know it. Just remember that. Now we know. Now we got that game there, Gemsy. That's it. You're caught. You've been caught.
That's nice.
That's see,
That's
there
nice
you go.
of you.
Everybody, see, he's using it. He's using it against me right now. You guys see that? This guy.
This
He's
shit
trying
is
to.
so smart. I'm gonna need a half a bottle of aspirin.
That's right.
Wait, nice
Nice.
doesn't mean nice?
No,
Is
James's
that
fucking
actually
No,
true?
around.
Doesn't
No,
mean
James's
good.
apparently
fucking
not.
around.
Wow. Holy
It comes
fuck,
from
no.
nescient. The word
Comes from
nescient.
NASA, actually, which means asshole in Hebrew.
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
just kidding.
No, asshole is a whole different thing.
That's weird.
Yeah, asshole has a different purpose than nice.
Oh, it's different? What's
Yeah,
the
it's
difference?
different. Totally.
Provide your fucking citation, man, while I make my comment.
Well, asshole, you use it hopefully every day, but the word nice, it has a meaning of foolishness,
No,
ignorance.
okay, let me Google this. Now I'm gonna have to Google this for real again. What is the definition of
Etymology.
nice? What is the
Etym-
definition? Hold on. Hey, that's
You
go.
want the etymology. You don't want to rebrand.
Vlad, you're acting like a Glober right now.
No, you're acting like a globe.
Vlad, let me know what you find, Vlad. I'll act like a globe.
What is the definition?
I don't believe you, guys.
Pleasing, pleasant, nice weather. I had a nice time. Kind, polite, and friendly. A nice person. You know, a good quality.
You
It's
sound like
a
you
nice
sound like a
place to live.
liberal. Right now, you sound like a
Very
liberal.
well, nice
Bro.
work. No, actually, Globers
You
are the
sound like
ones.
a
Globers are
you
the
sound
ones
like a
that twist
liberal
shit up.
Glober.
No, Jamesy, you're the Glober because you're the one that takes things that are one thing that mean one thing for all
The
their life, and then you
liberals,
twist
the
it.
liberals changed the
No, you
meaning of
twist.
nice and gave it to you and call you nice, and you're
No,
like, oh, you're
Libras?
so nice.
The liberals. No, you're creating a
Liberals.
new
I
story
thought
for
he
no
was calling you a
reason.
Libra.
No, he's calling me a
Bro,
liberal.
you're trying to change the definition of freaking scientific theory right now into something that it
Yeah.
doesn't mean.
No, I'm not.
That's a Glober move.
I never did that.
Vlad,
I
Vlad,
never
all you
claimed.
gotta do,
I never claimed
it's
anything about
really easy,
science.
Vlad.
I
I
can care
gotta
less
teach you
about the
something.
science method and all that shit.
In Google
Don't
search,
care.
you type nice etymology, and then you read the meaning of it.
You guys don't
That's why I
remember?
said
Science doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, right? You guys know that, right?
you
Okay, cool.
need to look at the
As long as you understand that.
etymological definition. That's
Yeah,
what
because
you
in the
need.
flat
You
in the
can't.
flatter in the flatter words have meaning, and meanings, mean stuff. So Vlad, get to it.
Right.
Only
Well,
liars
in
change
our
meanings of
defense,
words.
no one was anyone even saying the word nice.
Yeah, Vlad did. He called you
Oh,
nice, and I was defending you because
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
called you
Okay, there. Okay,
foolish,
there.
ignorant.
Shining
okay.
white knight
Damn.
trying to make me look
He's
bad. Yeah,
white
okay,
knighting
there.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jamesy, you look like shit now. Go fuck yourself. It's like, come on, man. Jesus Christ, making me look
I feel like
bad
this
here.
is like concern trolling
Etymology.
squared. Concern trolling squared.
Yeah, stop being nice, or ban you.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, there, bud. Here's my balls. You can hold
Technically,
them.
this is semantics trolling. Technically, at its finest, it would be semantics trolling because people are using words that don't mean what they think they mean.
Tell him. These Globers, liberals don't understand.
This is why when the so-called candidates for the presidency get up and they make speeches, people don't know what the fuck they're saying because they don't know the etymology of what's being said.
Tell him. Tell Vlad right now.
U.S. citizens and Americans are two separate people. They're defined with two separate definitions.
I'm a Russian from Russia. English is my second
That's why
language.
he doesn't get it.
English is my
Russians
second.
are
No.
liberals.
Why are you over talking me, guy? Listen. So when I learned the word nice, I learned that one definition. It's the generic version of the definition that I just pulled up on Google, and it means fucking pleasant, nice, all that good shit, right?
Do you believe in Google?
If you no, I don't believe fuck all in Google. But what I'm trying to tell you is the meaning of nice means one thing, and if I've been using it all my life as that one thing, well, let it fucking be. You know what I mean?
But you can correct yourself sometimes.
No, that's not foolish. You're being a fucking glober.
Yes, it
So you're
is.
trying to tell me to fucking believe in the globe. So get the fuck out of here.
No.
You're gonna tell me to
We're
fucking
telling
say
you-
things and believe things. Get out of here, bro.
We're telling
Fuck
you
off.
that somebody committed fraud with the definition
Yeah,
of
I
nice.
know. Everything's fraud
And
now.
you're telling me I'm wrong, even
are.
though if you look up the etymology, it proves that somebody committed fraud. I'm showing you somebody lied. I'm not telling you why. But you're arguing for the lie.
No, I'm not arguing for the lie. I'm like, I
Yeah,
agree. I agree with you that there might be multiple definitions of which I did not know, but now thank you for fucking sharing. But you totally missed what I'm trying to explain. Just because there's another definition which I've been using all my fucking life, and I've only used it, and English is my second language, and there's only one and it's a generic fucking version of it that everybody fucking knows. Why would you even want to care about the other version of it? Unless you're just trying to fuck around.
I have an
There's
example
been a
that might help.
murder. There's been a murder.
Thank you. No,
I think they're trolling you, bro.
No, I'm trolling them back.
Oh, you trolling them? Okay.
Oh, buddy, they're not making
I
any.
heard the flash
That's right.
All right, so this is what happened. I heard
This is
Dempsey once
subjective,
talking about.
guys.
Yeah, I know. You're offended
Well,
now.
the problem is I'm being dragged
You guys
along
hear
in
me?
this fucking troll. Like I'm not sure if you guys are serious or
No,
not.
go ahead.
I don't want to Google it, man. I'm being too lazy right now. It's like I don't feel like Googling shit. Like you want to do the Googling for me?
That's fine. That's fine.
DC,
It's objective.
what are you gonna say, DC?
I was gonna say that. Yeah, I was gonna say that. I heard Dempsey talking about this a while back. The nice thing, and I didn't think much of it until I heard Trump during a speech talking about, oh, this is a very nice guy, and I'm like, could he be using the real definition of nice in front of our faces and us thinking that he means a nice guy, but it's actually double meaning? So it is important to realize that there may be two definitions to it, and they could be using it in front of our faces
Yes,
in a
100%
different
agree.
way.
Who was it? Who was he saying he was nice?
Your president.
Dude, I got to go back to the video. It was Trump talking about, oh, he's a really nice guy. Very nice, really nice. Like, he made sure to say that word so many times that I was like,
I get you. I heard him say that shit. I just want to know who specifically he's saying that on, because he uses rhetoric
Trump
like
is a Gemini.
he's a Gemini. He uses rhetoric like Gemsy uses rhetoric. Fucked up, all crazy like. That's right.
Shots fired.
That's it.
God, dude, you're mean, man.
But you know it has a meaning, right,
Vlad?
Upset, bro.
Did you say Mrs. Musk was a Leo?
Yeah, Mrs.
Or
Musk is a Leo.
You're a Leo, Mrs. Musk.
Yes, she is.
Oh my God, I
And you know how
can't
many Leos
fucking
we have?
believe it.
Most of the women in the server are Leos, bro.
Leos, right? Damn.
Oh, the ones that talk all the time, yeah.
That's nice.
I don't know shit. No shit. Well,
No, I meant it in the nicest way possible. In the nicest.
Well, for sure. Mrs. Musk is like the first Leo that I like. I don't like Leo chicks.
What?
What? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Oh, I said I talk so much we don't even have to pretend that I'm not a talker. We all know.
Yeah, but you're not overwhelming. You don't like.
No, but
hog
as long as we like listening to you talk. I mean, that's just the good stuff. If we didn't like it, listen. Sometimes I just turn off my headphones. Some people are talking. I take the headphone off. Boom, that's it.
Fuck off,
that shit. Yeah. Fuck that.
I feel you.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna name names, but yeah, it is what it is. Fuck you all.
Fuck you, Vlad.
I'm gonna roll a spliff. I gotta roll.
Okay, fucking Russian.
I'm a spliffs have rolled, man. Last night just been rolling spliffs.
Too many, probably.
The reason why the word nice, I believe, got changed was because people were using it properly to talk about other people right to their face.
You're such a nice fellow.
Yes, you people are so nice.